makes TV ads about education, but only one.
Well, we had a good practice yesterday in both the morning and the afternoon practice, and you know, we've been second here in the spring to Jeff Gordon at the Coke 600. We were second last spring to Gordon in the 600, so we hopefully will improve that a little bit. But the car's doing well, engine's well. Hopefully the picture will be tuned up.
And now another the famous Timberton brothers, Randy.
Well, Ernie Irvin has been stout all weekend. Really, the last 6 or 8 races, Ernie, you and the Skittles team have seemingly got it together. You're starting up near the front today. What can you do with them?
Well, I mean, who knows? Again, with the rain and all the stuff that's the different characteristics of what we had to practice. I think the car's been good. Ever since we've unloaded, it's been competitive, and, hopefully it'll continue.
People have talked about the weather. Is it a concern the first 100 laps or so, or 100 miles, I should say, not to get a lap down in case you miss it early?
Well, that's for sure. The Skittles Pontiac has to be able to run competitive throughout the afternoon. And, if you're just real good for a certain spurt, that really doesn't mean nothing, except for us at the very end.
Ernie Irvin, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Alan?
All right, so the preliminaries are just about over here at Charlotte. Now it is time to honor America. Ricky Van Shelton, country music star, is here to perform the national anthem before today's race.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Well, the preliminaries are over. The drivers now climbing aboard their machines. Not your typical pace car here, is it? The Cape Crusader ready to lead the field off. 43 drivers to go 500 miles in a critical race in determining who'll win the $2 million NASCAR Winston Cup Series Championship. Live coverage here on Superstation TBS coming up next. Gordon starting 26. Martin is on the outside of the front row. Derek Cope leading the field with a green flag. His car not very good in practice. Lots of great stories to unfold, and it's all coming up next live here on Superstation TBS.
TBS Destination Sunday. Tonight on National Geographic Explorer, meet the men who face death daily. Jungle pilots of the Amazon. On National Geographic Explorer, tonight, 7 Eastern, only on TBS Destination Sunday.
Charlotte Motor Speedway, 141,000 seats. Looks like they've now sold them all. The infield brimming with people to come out here and see the 39th annual UAW GM Quality 500. An autumn tradition in the Carolinas. One of the great NASCAR Winston Cup races. At 7:15 this morning, back in the garage area, as rain drummed on the roof, there was Jeff Gordon's car and Mark Martin's car with a final go-over. When we arrived this morning at 6:30, it was a steady downpour. It's become a drizzle, and now it's abating. The skies are looking a little better. But I think the major question here for both Martin and for Gordon and for all the others, the track condition you're going to be facing today, buddy. I look back to 1979. It rained all that morning in Daytona, in that first Daytona 500 we saw on television. And that day, that infield was so slick, so greasy. Remember Harry Gant, that terrible crash? I'm concerned about today.
Well, the grass itself is slick, but the racetrack is in great condition. All the oil's washed off, all the excess rubber. So they'll get good grip. That'll keep them out of that grass maybe unless they make contact in the early part of the race.
Now, the battle of the giants here today, which is Martin versus Gordon for this championship.
Well, you can see right here the comparison. 10 wins for Gordon, 6 for Mark Martin. Any other time, Mark Martin would be long gone. But look at these statistics. Very similar everywhere except on the wins for Gordon with 10.
All right, Dr. Dick Berggren, let's tie it all together. We're just about down to showtime, about ready to drop the green. What do you see in this one?
Well, I see something. If you're sitting at home, you better fasten your seatbelt. You've got a guy that's going to lead them down for the green flag who's never done that before, Derek Cope, on the pole for the very first time. Listen to those interviews. You heard about 43 guys who think they can win this thing. And we've got a championship battle with the guy who leads the points race starting deep in the field. Second place starts way up front. Most important, this is a very moody racetrack. It's very difficult to set a car up for, very difficult to stay set up for as well. It's going to be a fun afternoon.
Consider this. When we came here in 1996, it was Gordon leading over Terry Labonte by 111 points. When that day was done in this race, the difference was 1 point in favor of Gordon with 3 races to go in the season. 5 races left now, and the difference is 191 as we go today. And remember what happened in 96? Terry Labonte went on to win the championship. This is a critical race. Stay with us for all the action today from the Charlotte Motor Speedway in this UAW GM Quality 500.
Now when you refinance at First Plus, you can get more. Introducing the Ultimate 125, the loan that lets you refinance up to 125% of the value of your home, no equity required. Now you can refinance, consolidate bills, and get extra cash, all in one loan with one lower monthly payment. Don't just refinance, get the loan that gives you more. The new Ultimate 125, only at First Plus. Call 1-800-510-PLUS.
A lot of folks in Johnson City, Tennessee will tell you when you need a part for your car, go to AutoZone. The parts are top quality, the prices are low, and the people are helpful, like Gary Jennings. You see, when it comes to auto parts, folks will tell you Gary really knows his stuff. Oh, sure, they know there are other parts stores in town, but when it comes to getting the right part, the right price, and good advice from folks like Gary, there's just no place better than AutoZone.
How's the car, Dale? A little tight off. 0 cars moving up. Get them on inside.
Inside every member of Team Monte Carlo, there's a side that's kind of wild.
Get another tire.
Team Monte Carlo. Animal. Pardon me. This year, they're hungrier than ever.
Synthetic motor oil. Even at 475 degrees, nothing outperforms Mobil 1.
The UAW GM Quality 500 on TBS is brought to you by Brewery Fresh Budweiser, official beer of NASCAR. Hey, race fans, this Bud's for you. By First Plus Financial. At First Plus, you don't need equity, you just need a home. By AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. By GMC, see your local dealer today. And by Mobil 1 Synthetic Motor Oil. Nothing outperforms Mobil 1.
Am I in your way?
No.
Back with you live at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. The cars are lined up in single file so they can get a better crack at drying off pit road before getting this 500-mile race underway. Again, it rained till about an hour and a half ago. We're just about set for the command to fire them up and get this UAW GM 500 under a green flag. As we wait, you see down in front, pole car, Derek Cope there for the first time in his career. It'll be some moment for him. The question is, can he stay up there? They've had to change engines on that car. Hey, I think we're just about set to turn them loose. Let's go down pit roadside and get that firing order.
Make welcome Steve Youngridge.
Gentlemen, start your cars.
Well, that was different. Yeah, it was. Hey, we got this one ready to go. And you wouldn't have given 5 cents for it about 4 hours ago. It was damp around here. Everybody was prognosticating they would be running under the lights. They might be running tomorrow. They were talking about 1968 when when Baker won the first race of his career in that 600. Then they got in trouble. They had such rain that day, so when they got to the fall race on Friday, they had a terrible forecast, and they canceled the race on Sunday. Of course, it was a perfect day on that Sunday. They had a race the next week. Let's go down pit side right now and talk to Steve Burns.
Hey, Ken, Derek Cope is strapped in. He's ready to go. As you said, it's first career pole here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Now, he won his first race, the Daytona 500, in 1990. He won again that year at Dover, but it's been 7.5 years since Derek Cope has been to victory lane. He's just one driver, hungry, starving for victory here at Charlotte. Let's go to Randy Pemberton.
Thank you, Steve. I just talked with Ray Evernham, crew chief for Jeff Gordon, moments ago and wished him luck. He said, you know something? We're going to need it. We tried to do everything we could to our race car to make it faster, and we couldn't, so we're going to need a lot of luck. But you know something? Great race teams make their own luck, and don't be surprised if they pass a lot of cars on the racetrack early, and they'll certainly pass some here in the pits, so they're looking for a good day. Alan?
Well, Mark Martin starts on the outside of the front row, 199 points behind Jeff Gordon in the chase for the championship. You hear the rumble of the car. He sits right behind me. Mark had a car that led 380 of 400 miles at Dover a couple of weeks ago. This is the same car. His competition thinks he's just as strong today, and he'll be very tough to beat. To Mike Hogwood.
Well, as Ken Squire said a few minutes ago, nobody would have given you a plugged nickel a couple hours ago that we're going to start this race on time, and we are. But the track is different. All the oil and rubber from the past couple of days has been washed off. It's a green racetrack. What does that mean? It means it's going to be lightning fast when this green flag flies. These drivers are going to have to be careful. The crews have made adjustments for this green track. But the key is waiting until this track comes in. It will get back to the way it was, they think, by about the time of the first pit stop. But early on, it could be very interesting. Ken?
Going to be fun to watch this first 100 miles as they race this green track after all of this rain. Well, we're just about ready to give you the starting order for today's race, the 43 who have qualified. And it was a hard run to make this field this year. There you see those cars in single file down on pit road. And here is your starting grid. You have Derek Cope on the pole for the first time in his career, the former Daytona 500 champion in 1990. Mark Martin, the 95 winner of this race. Beside him, it's Bobby Labonte, who won this race in 95, and Ernie Irvin, the 93 winner. In row 2, Bobby Hamilton is right there for row 3, and with him comes the 88 winner, Rusty Wallace. John Andretti, 6 straight, top 10 start. With him is Todd Bodine, and what a story on that number 91 car. We'll be telling you about it today. Going to row 5, you have Jeremy Mayfield, and Kenny Irwin is there, the leading candidate for Rookie of the Year. In row 6, Joe Nemechek and Jerry Nadeau ready to go, the freshman from Connecticut. Going to row 7, there's Ward Burton, and there's the guy that won the Sizzler last week at Martinsville, Ricky Rudd. In the next row back, row 8, you have Ken Schrader, who won this thing in '89, and Gary Bradbury. Good qualifying run for him. Row 9 today is the defending champion, Dale Jarrett, and with him comes Mr. Excitement, Jimmy Spencer. Going to row 10, there's Mike Skinner and Chad Little, who had a second place at Texas on a 1.5 miles. In row 11, it's Brett Bodine and the 96 Classic winner, Terry Labonte. In row 12, David Green is there, and number 41 today, and Sterling Marlin. Going to row 13, Wally Dallenbach and Jeff Gordon, starting 26. Be one to watch for sure. Row 14 is Michael Waltrip and Jeff Burton alongside. Going to row 15, a 2-time winner of the Autumn Classic, Bill Elliott, Kenny Wallace. Then comes Steve Grissom and Kevin LePage for row 16. Row 17, 5-time winner here at Charlotte, Dale Earnhardt, Kyle Petty. In the next row back, you have Dick Trickle and Ted Musgrave ready to work. Row 19 will have Johnny Benson and Steve Park. Row 20 is Jeff Bodine and Robert Presley. That's followed by Rick Mast and Rich Bickle. Back into the final position on the field. There you find that provisional starter as a Winston Cup champion and a 6-time winner here on this mile-and-a-half, Darrell Waltrip. Take a look at who failed to qualify for this race.
Boy, some surprises here. Jeff Green usually gets around very well here. Dave Marcus misses again.
4 times in a row. Andy Hillenberg, Tony Raines, Randy McDonald all didn't make the show today.
Canadian Randy McDonald out of it. Tony Raines out of the truck series. Had hoped to make this race. Put such effort into it. Another time for him as well. Now I've got them doubled up. They're running at the speed they'll run on pit road today. Take a look at our onboard cameras. You have Rick Mast, who's well back in the field, to give you the overview from the 41st position this afternoon. Here he is going to turn 1 of the 24-degree banking. Jeff Burton is going to start 28th. He'll give you some excitement for sure.
Wally Dallenbach, he gets around the racetrack pretty well. Qualified 25th. I think he's going to do very well today.
You see him right behind that second pace car. Now take a look at Dale Jarrett. Start 17.
Yeah, it's pretty deep in the field for Dale Jarrett. He's a past winner here with 2 different teams in this event. Whole string of top 5s here at Charlotte.
But of course, he has the Batmobile, so he has a big advantage.
He'll be all set.
And that's a good one right in front of him. Kenny Schrader there in the Skoll car.
Great qualifying run. Take a look at Kenny Irwin, who's driving the Joker's car today. Starting 10th, and no joke about Kenny Irwin. This was a great qualifying run.
What a turnaround. He didn't make this race in May.
Now let's get up toward the front. There you have Bobby Labonte starting in that 3rd position. And watch for him to fly on the start. There you see as he overlooks the front row. And our final camera is right in that row with Mark Martin starting in 2nd position. He took a terrible blow yesterday. And we've got a camera with a pole sitter, Derek Cope. I think you're pretty well covered for in-car cameras in today's UAW GM 500.
Pretty well covered for everything. There are 21 cameras ringing this racetrack to bring you the action. 42 in-car camera angles. Takes 3 helicopters to do that with 4 trailer trucks worth of electronic equipment. There's about 4,000 feet of cable run around this racetrack. Those of us who are bringing you the race consumed 420 hotel room nights, and we ate 600 catered meals. It's about 195
Where'd
of us.
you get all that stuff?
I dug it. Well, Seaburn.
And I stayed at home.
Yeah, right. Let's take a look at the race analysis, Baker. Telecast
look
analysis.
at that. Just under $2 million. The length, of course, is 334 laps around this for 500 miles. Car starting 43. The record, 154 miles an hour for 500 miles by Ernie Irvin. That's pretty astounding.
Yeah, and it stood up for a while, too, since 1993. Let's see if it'll stand the gaff today. Mark Martin looking really strong. And incidentally, in yesterday's happy hour, we saw Jeff Gordon struggling with a, 36th time? And maybe he didn't want to go any faster than that, but it would make one wonder when you found Martin right up at the top of the heap.
Remember happy hour, though. You're trying the oldest and the most used up things you can do to really simulate race conditions. Some people put on new tires and get great times.
And we can't forget that time after time on that last pit stop, he's been right there. 11 of 38 pole sitters have failed to lead the first lap in this thing. Let's see what's going to happen with Derek Cope as we come down for a start. We should remember, too, as we count the line, that the race has been won from the pole on just 5 occasions. Lorenzen, 65. Blocksback, 68. David Pearson, Darrell Waltrip, and Harry Gant was the last one to do it in 1982. Pace car coming in. We're ready to go racing on TBS. Derek Cope from Spanaway, Washington, leads them down to take green. Coming up to speed. Takes about a lap. .24-degree banking to turn 3 and 4. And down into the double dog leg, main straightaway. That's how they're running at better than 190 miles per hour, and already Nadeau's in trouble on number 9.
And Mark Martin picked up 5 bonus points for leading the first lap there. He was inches ahead of Derek Cope.
Jerry Nadeau in the number 9, the Melling car. is going to bring out a caution right at the beginning. Looks like he scraped the wall pretty good somewhere, or somebody tailgated him a little too closely.
He bounced it off the wall. The right side of that car is damaged. A tough start for Nadeau. He was ever so quick yesterday in the happy hour session.
Back to the line, and everybody eases off. No hurry when you've still got 333 laps to run. And there you see the Cartoon Network, number 9, scraped up, bringing out a caution right at the outset of this race. Bad break for Nadeau, who had qualified so well. Freshman from Connecticut was on the outside of the 6th row, 12th position. Take a gander at what happened.
There's Jerry Nadeau right there. You see him right from the back there, losing the back of the car up into the wall hard with both corners of the car, front and rear.
Don't think anybody touched him. Don't think he got tail whacked on that, but
let's take a look.
Yeah.
This will tell the whole story right here. You can see the car dancing just a little bit. The back end starts to break loose. That was all done by just getting a little aggressive there and losing the back.
Let's go on pit road and get the story on number 9.
No left side damage. They're going to go ahead and change the right side tires. It's crinkled up enough, in the rear deck lid area that you could venture to say they're not going to be able to repair that aerodynamic sheet metal that they need here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway to run well. His chances of winning this race are really not very good at this point.
Scooby-Doo's in a bit of trouble as number 9 comes back on the track. Under caution after just one lap in the 500 here at Charlotte. We'll take a quick break and be back with Cope, Martin Labonte up there in the top 3 spots.
Hey, NASCAR fans, if you really want to get inside the sport, log on to TBSSuperstation.com for exclusive in-car race feeds, driving games, and more.
If you really want to know your NASCAR, log on to TBSSuperstation.com.
All dressed up and no way to get there. Do you need this from your car? Of course not. You may take it for granted until it doesn't start. We can't. We know how important your car is. We take care of your vehicle, so it'll take good care of you. At All Pro and Bumper to Bumper, that's a promise from us to you. It's a promise we take seriously. You're welcome. At All Pro and Bumper to Bumper Automotive Service Centers, we do the job right. Who knows? You might even make the last couple of innings.
Need brakes? Come to Midas for a break on brakes. Now just $69.95 after rebate. You'll get our standard brake service and our guarantee. Midas is $69.95 brakes. It's worth stopping for.
The year was 1923. The automobile was changing America, and Purolator invents the oil filter, coining the phrase, pure oil now, pure oil later. Purolator. And the rest is history. After all, we invented the business.
I'm Brian Collard. Welcome live to the Super Shop here on TBS. And as the race is under caution, we've got something very special for the fans. You saw this featured in the pre-race festivities. It's the Dale Jarrett die-cast metal dually and trailer combo. You saw the car with Dale earlier. This package at $52.50, exclusive here to the Super Shop. And listen to this for collectors. Limited edition of only 3,500. It's done to exact detail in every way, the quality care service for it, and that famed number 88. And Dale now third in the Winston Cup point standings leading into the last few races of this season. Call us toll-free at 1-877-577-SHOP. Also available today in the Super Shop, the driver hats for you, Mark Martin, Ernie Irvan, Bill Elliott, the Chevy, the Ford, or the 50th anniversary hat. But right now, we're going to take you back to more live action. Call us at 1-877-577-SHOP. Back to Charlotte we go.
Back with you live at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. As you see them rounding turn number 2, let's take a look at all of this track. Here's a track description. Buddy?
Down the front straightaway, through the dog leg, 195 miles an hour, down into turn 1, very low through this part of the racetrack. As you head down the back straightaway, right against the wall, you hit speeds close to 190 miles an hour. Then back low, getting into turn 3, there's bumps along there that can upset the car. Coming off turn 4, right out against the wall, and then through the second part of the dog leg and back to the start-finish line.
Quick ride around this track, and you're going to see a lot of that today. Pace car coming down another lap. Take a look at the telemetry. It's being furnished by Circuit City today. You're riding with Bobby Labonte. Tell us about it, Baker.
Well, you can see right now it's at 3,000 RPM right there. And about 55 miles an hour right there. And then, of course, he's in third gear. You'll be able to tell what gear they're in as they come out of the pits, and the brake is right here, and that'll light up just like that.
And the red line is about 9,000 RPMs, and watch him go right over to there. Here's Mike Hogwood.
Well, a very dejected Jerry Nadeau sits in the car while they pound out the sheet metal. Jerry, what happened?
I don't know. It's one of those deals. The start of the race, track was cold. I was holding my line. I don't know if someone got in the back of me or just took the air off the spoiler. The car just got loose coming off of 2. I held on to it, but the rear caught the wall, and the best thing for me to do is just keep it up against the wall and not cause a bigger wreck. But I hate it for Cartoon Network and all these guys that built a good race car. It's not the end of the year. I mean, we still got some more races. I can guarantee you one thing, I'm learning a lot, and I'm going to be strong when I come back here.
This is a young driver with a lot of talent. Disappointed and disheartened today, but he'll be back, and he'll be back on another day to compete for a win.
Started the season with Dan Marino, moved at the second Pocono race into the Melling car, number 9. Having problems today.
Ken, this is only his 29th start in Western Cup. He's got a lot of ground gain, and he will learn as he goes along, but he's a talent.
Derek Cope, there were a lot of naysayers this morning who were putting the word on Derek Cope that he wouldn't lead a lap. Well, Ron Perrier has that engine that's in this number 30. You can tell us about Mr. Perrier. He's got some pretty strong stuff there, Dick.
Yeah, he came out of A.J. Foyt's camp, and they've fooled around with some other engine combinations this year to let Perrier go ahead and build the SP2, and he has built a honker for this thing for sure.
Away and running, we're back under green as they came down to start the 7th lap. Had caution at the end of lap 1 through lap 6. You see Mark Martin getting a good challenge out there. Bobby Labonte comes up on the high side, tries to move around in turn 4. Battle for 2nd place. And with him, look out, here comes the Candy Man, Ernie Irvin, into Skittles' car. He skittles right up in the 3rd spot.
Well, he's been one of the quick cars all week long. Very disappointed with the qualifying. Everybody thought that Ernie Irvin would be on the pole. Derek Cope just had a great lap there. Bobby Labonte runs super well here at Charlotte and Atlanta. He just seems to get around these types of racetracks.
Take a look at Labonte coming up on the high side again out of turn 4. Same place he made that pass. They got him into 2nd. It's now going to put him into the lead, but not for long. Back comes Cope on the inside.
And you see Mark Martin just behind this battle. You see Cope getting a good run off the corner here on the bottom side. Bobby Labonte on the high side as they head down the back straightaway. Mark Martin fell back, but I guarantee you one thing, Ernie Irvin's looking them both over right now. He would love to lead this race as he comes up beside Cope as they head down towards turn 4.
Wait a minute, this isn't lap 334. This is lap 8. What's going on out here?
Oh, it's Charlotte.
You got that right. And if you have a great race car, hey, if you can build an advantage at the first part of the race, that means you can do a little less at the end when you really need to save tires and all. So, hey, the first part of the race is important too.
Labonte first, and you see Ernie Irvin pulling up to 2nd. Here's Mark Martin down on the bottom. He's making the move. Mark Martin attacking and pulling up through nicely. Martin taking over.
You see Martin there, but just behind him, you see that Rusty Wallace, look at this for the lead. Here goes Ernie Irvin taking the lead as they go through the dog leg.
As Martin takes over in 3rd, you've got a new leader up in front. Here comes the Candy Man. It's Ernie Irvin up in front.
And let me tell you what we figured out so far. That is that the high side and the bottom are both great passing grooves at this point on the racetrack. The racetrack is very racing. Oh,
trouble in turn 2.
Trouble in turn 2, exactly where there was trouble yesterday. And swinging around is Steve Grissom in his ride in that Caterpillar car. Back to the line they race. Ernie Irvin will bring him across. Bobby Labonte in 2nd. Mark Martin in 3rd. And pole sitter Cope back to 4th.
Oh, you just hate to see that. This team has had such a tough year. 9 DNFs, 6 DNQs with 8 drivers so far this year. These guys need a break. They really didn't need this.
This 2nd corner is what gobbled them up yesterday on lap 8. An 8-car crash out of turn 2 eliminated Mark Martin in his quest to break the record that he had tied with Darrell Waltrip for 5 wins in that fall race.
You see all the tires there on the 96 of Steve Grissom. They're flat spotted right now. He's going very slow because they may be able to fix that cosmetic damage to the rear of the race car. But you don't want to throw these tires apart and knock out your crush panels inside the front fenders and all, because that really messes the car up.
David Green taking over in this car, the Owensboro, Kentucky driver. Dick Trickle had a run at it at Richmond earlier this year. Let's go down to Mike Hogwood, who's right there.
Well, the left front is flat on the car. There is some obvious sheet metal damage. They have the hammers out trying to bend it away. And now they're going to pull it behind the wall. This is not going to be fixed in a hurry. So they're going to take their time, but it does look fixable, and you should see 96 back out.
David Green, who's been trying to get himself back together this year, had a ride, lost it, gets this opportunity. It's coming up a little short. Steve Grissom, correction. Steve Grissom in the 96. Forgive me. Steve Grissom there. And he's having the same kind of problems. Into a new ride for him today.
TBS Destination Sunday. Tonight on National Geographic Explorer. Meet three men who risk their lives daily. They're jungle pilots of the Amazon. Head to South America and fly with a sky bandit, an air patroller, and a man who saves lives in the bottom of the jungle. Go on a dangerous mission with jungle pilots. National Geographic Explorer, tonight, 7 Eastern, only on TBS Destination Sunday.
So, I read an article that says they think about it every 8 seconds. I wouldn't doubt it. It seems like the only thing Dave ever wanted. They have one-track minds. It must be something biological or genetic. Men, they're all the same.
Hey. You read my mind.
It's amazing, but I feel like I'm finally free. Like I'm flying. It's like I'm king of the world.
Steve, you got a great deal on the fog lights. We're all very proud.
Now, get 4 of our 35,000-mile tires, only $99, or double your mileage with 4 70,000-mile tires, just $169.
Get your head in the car.
Pep Boys. Cars like us. People love us.
Charlotte working the 14th lap with Ernie Irvin up in front, Bobby Labonte in second. Look at the storylines here today, and they're good ones. It's that Gordon Martin scramble for the Winston Cup Championship this year. The last guy to win both the May race and this race was Dale Earnhardt. That happened back in 1986. See an effort today to get this done again. What do you think?
Tough order to do, and Gordon and his team have not done well here so far in practice, but they have prepared the car for the end of the race, and last time I checked, it was the end of the race that really counts, not how fast you are in practice and not how fast you are in qualifying.
Got some replays coming up here. Show you what happened on the 96, Steve Grissom.
Grissom up against the wall with the back of the car. You see all the cars going down on the bottom part of the racetrack. He kept it high there with the brakes for a long time until Darrell Waltrip and these guys at the tail end of the field got by, and then he let her come down the racetrack.
Hey, you crash out here and you just crash for a long time. It doesn't stop all that quickly, generally speaking.
Turn 2. Well, as we take a look at the, looking at that Earnhardt reminded me of Gordon back in '92 when he won both of the 300s. He came here with Bill Davis's Ford and made the impression that got him on and into Chevrolet with Hendrick Racing. Yeah. He had a heck of a time here at Charlotte.
Clobbered the competition. He also won the pole for both of those races.
But, right now he's still running well back in this field. He's not going anywhere. He's 26.
No, I'm watching right now. I mean, he's not advancing. The one that's moving up is Earnhardt. He was really on tear there for a while.
Under the yellow flag, several drivers have pitted. Rich Bickle's been in, Johnny Benson, Jeff Bodine, Robert Presley, Kenny Wallace, Darrell Waltrip have all pitted under this caution flag, and all have returned to the speedway.
Earnhardt is up in 30th position at the present time. We get ready to try to get this one back underway. We've had 2 early cautions in the event if you're just joining us. And we're back under green. Working the 16th lap. Down into turn 1, it's Ernie Irvan with the advantage.
See right there, Rusty Wallace giving Derek Cope a little look on the inside there as they were going around through turns 1 and 2. Rusty's running very well. Just behind him, John Andretti's running super well today, too.
Yeah, Andretti had a great qualifying run, and he's staying right up in the point battle in that 10th position.
Ernie Irvan with a strong run here early. I talked to his crew chief this morning, Ryan Pemberton, and I asked him how the car was. He said today is riding with the driver. If we have a good weekend, it's because of him. And Pemberton also said that Irvan is especially focused this weekend, and boy, they sure would like to win one, and this is a good place for him to do it.
He's been focused over the last few weeks. He's had 3 top 10s in the last 4 races, Ernie Irvan, and he's really been picking up the pace.
And this particular car is the one he won the pole with at Indianapolis, so we know it's fast, and also at Michigan had a great run there. So, yeah, he's got a great car here. Look at this battle back here, though. Jeremy Mayfield yesterday was the fastest car in happy hour, and right now he's picking it up and putting it down.
John Andretti right there with him. Mayfield and Andretti as they work it around back in 7th spot. Here's Mayfield ducking down on the inside as he goes after Hamilton. That whole dice is for that 7th position. And Hamilton, for the moment, has the advantage. You can see Mayfield in the 12, then Andretti. Right behind them comes Nemechek, and you see Burton tucked in there as well. Jeff Gordon starting 26 today. Here's his strategy about getting to the front. Jeff Gordon.
The way you work your way forward is one at a time, and you know, you don't try to do it all in the first lap. And you know, I started a little bit further back at Texas, got caught in some trouble, and I got to make sure that you know, that doesn't happen again this time. It's certainly not where we want to be starting, but we've got a good enough car that, you know, I feel pretty confident that we can work our way to the front, and knowing that, we've got to be patient, and you know, sometimes you're going to have to make up some positions on pit road. And
he's picking his way through. He picks off Bradbury. Green still in front of him. That's David Green in the Bechtel 41 today, and David Green taking over on in that car has held off Jeff Gordon 3 laps now.
Gordon and his crew have taken an interesting approach to today's race. They came here and they tested with this automobile, and they've worked very hard trying to make it faster. The race day combination that they are running with is one that they have not tried before. They've tried various elements of it, but they've never put it all together. And I asked Ray Evernham this morning how unusual this is, and he sort of looked at me and smiled and said, if you were building a house, it's still a house. You get my drift? So we'll see how it works.
Well, it's working pretty well there as he slid under the number 41. Green.
Boy, I tell you, the lead has really tightened up here. This is an old familiar sight here at Charlotte. Mark Martin on the prowl right now. He's reeled him in some 15 car lengths in the past 2 laps. You see Ernie Irvan right there leading as they come off turn 4. Mark Martin wants to lead. He's already led the first lap, so he has that 5 bonus points. But the most laps, too, would be another 5 points.
Martin pulling right up as we get toward lap 25. We're going to get lap 23 in here. Your run down to lap 22. See Bradbury falling back over Kevin LePage in 27. John Benson back there in 35th at the present time. You see the miles per hour as they whip around this 1.5-mile track, and the challenge is up in front between Ernie Irvan and Mark Martin for the lead.
Boy, I just saw something in a line around this racetrack. Ernie Irvan was right on the bottom, right against this white line there. And Mark Martin going into turn 3 took a very wide line and picked up even more distance on Ernie Irvan. There's no way to beat him. If he can run the high side, you can't. Boy, he hit his motor right on by.
Let's see what he's going to do with it here. Mark Martin, who qualified outside of the front row, takes a peek on the inside this time, out of turn 2.
I think he just let him have that look, you know, as he went through the corner, that I could do that, but I probably would rather feel more comfortable on the bottom of the racetrack.
That Mark Martin, who started in top 5 in the last 3 races and using it to good advantage here, puts himself out in front as they come around to complete that 25th lap. You'll have Martin in first, Urban in second, Bobby Labonte in third, Derek Cope still there, Rusty Wallace in that top 5.
Martin enjoying his career best year with 6 Winston Cup wins, plus he won the Winston right here in May in this exact same automobile. He's won twice in IROC, won that series championship, won a Busch Grand National race. What a year he's had.
172.6 on that lead car, Mark Martin. Speedy wants to run. Apparently he's comfortable there.
Ken, we're riding with Bobby Labonte. Let's just take a look at the telemetry here. Almost 9,000 RPMs there, and you could see about 190 miles an hour down the back straightaway. Of course, he's in high gear, we would hope.
If he wasn't, we'd be seeing a heck of an explosion right about now.
Just a casual Sunday afternoon ride in North Carolina.
He's
Third
on the
place
brake,
driver.
getting into turn 1. You see the light come on down there where it says brake, of course.
Go back to Jeff Gordon and follow Jeff Gordon. He's gotten around David Dream in the 41, and he now finds himself in 23rd position. Gordon clambering up through the field. We've got a stack of cars in here to play with, too.
Outside.
All right, you're riding with the Budweiser car at the present time.
Still there.
Wally Dallenbach giving you these pictures from car number
Still
50.
there.
And he's running in 21st. See Gordon deployed right behind him now. Clears around to 22nd. And he's ready to come after Dallenbach.
Pardon me. You see they're starting to use the whole racetrack right now. Low was lightning fast all week, but now they're starting to use a higher line through the middle part of the corner. And the reason they're doing that is so good up top right now. The bottom was washed clean, and there's not a preferred line around this racetrack at the moment.
And as we ride around in Wally Dallenbach's car, hear this. Back in August, Dallenbach was out riding dirt bikes with his buddy Kenny Schrader, fell off the thing, broke his foot, went to the doctor. Finally, the doctor said, oh, yeah, you've got a broken foot. You need to stay off it for a month at least. Put your foot in a cast. He said, how about instead of that, we move the pedals around in the race car? So that's what he's done. He's got it taped up, and he's taken a couple of painkillers during the week, moved the pedals around, and he's just playing racing tough, racing hard.
Skinner in 19. He's had a pretty good run here. Been doing some very good moving in that car, but right now he's under pressure from Gordon. And the 88 is also on the move. Take a look at Jarrett. Flying up through traffic. He finds himself now in 10th position with 29 laps complete. The Batmobile is, yeah, it looks like it's going like a bat at the present time. From 17th today.
Tell me if this is sticking your neck out or not. Last week, Dale Jarrett lost the engine at Martinsville early on. The camshaft broke in it. Same engines in this car today. They changed the camshaft, went all through it, and decided it's a great motor despite the fact that the cam broke, and they're trying it here in Charlotte.
And the guy that's flying right behind him, Kenny Schrader's doing very well. You see a little gap now. Mark Martin right on the bottom part of the racetrack, but here's the groove I was talking about. Several of the cars have moved on the high side of the racetrack, and they're not losing that much ground to the cars that can run on the bottom. Earlier in the week, that was disastrous. You had to run up there.
Schrader from 15th up to 11th place. Mark Martin continuing to lead. Last lap at 171.2. He builds to a 7/10 of a second advantage over Ernie Irvin in second, with Labonte in third, Cope fourth, Rusty Wallace staying fifth. Jeremy Mayfield is in sixth. Hamilton running in seventh at the present time. Charlotte Motor Speedway, the UAW GM 500 underway, and after a couple of early quick cautions, darn good race.
Some things are obvious from the start. Like, things turn out better when you work together. That's why the UAW International Union and General Motors Corporation got together to create programs to improve skills and safety, to educate, to promote teamwork and build better quality cars and trucks. Assembly line to finish line. Teamwork wins.
A demonstration of Big A's quick service. And now a closer look.
That'll work.
For fast service, go to the pros.
You know when you're traveling, you look for things you know. That's why it's always so good to see the Howard Johnson sign. And with Howard Johnson Super Miles, earn free hotel stays, car rentals, and airline mileage vouchers.
Howard Johnson makes you feel at home.
I'm Brian Collard. Welcome live to the Super Shop today here on TBS. And with Mark Martin in the lead, after 31 laps, we have the Mark Martin car you're watching today. This is the 1998 124 die-cast scale metal car, and it's done to exact detail under the hood. You can see around the chassis with all the decals and logos of the primary and secondary sponsors. Even the molded interior of the number 6 Valvoline Ford Taurus. Also in the package is the TBS Superstation 164 die-cast metal car. The 50 noting the anniversary of the NASCAR world dating back to 1948. As a package, it's available today on the Super Shop at $29.85. Call us at 1-877-577-SHOP, toll free. Also available the driver jackets, Mark Martin, Ernie Irvan, Bill Elliott, Chevy Ford of the 50th anniversary I'm wearing at $142.50. Call us at 1-877-577-SHOP as we go back to Charlotte.
Today you can log on to tbssuperstation.com and ride along with 6 drivers from their in-car cameras. Also, you can get the showdown from Charlotte. Batman and the Joker, that'll be a moment. Hope we got one on pit road. Crucial car in this race.
Jeff Burton's pulling in right now for the attention from his crew. You see right... Oh, wow, I can't imagine.
It sure was quick.
Yeah, it was. It just sort of touched that right front fender.
You got pushed in, bothered the aerodynamics a little here.
Wasn't there long enough to push it out.
It looks like the right rear tire there has been up against the wall. To me, it's got the concrete dust against it.
Yeah, you can see around that tire, looks like he picked up a little white paint somewhere. Back comes Jeff Burton in the 99. Falls well off the pace. Going to be back in 41st position. Back with the leader. There's Martin in the seating interval, back to 2nd and 3rd. Irvan and Labate 2nd and 3rd. There's the front 3. There's the distance to 4th with Cope. Following him comes Mayfield. He's got Wallace with him.
Ward Burton and the 22, the silver car there.
Bill Davis's car having a good run. And coming to the inside and moving in on Wallace.
Well, that thing's sticking in it. Staying down on the bottom like that.
Absolutely. Well, right now, Rusty knows that he's running quite a bit better. He moved up, and you can see right now, there comes the 4 car of Bobby Hamilton also moving in.
Ward Burton, number 22, in the 6th position. Great crowd here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway today. There's still a few seats left as I look over here in turn number 1. Turns 1 and 2, just a few. There was a few this morning. Thought they might go, but I guess this weather, some folks decided to stay home, and they're missing a heck of a race. You see the bottom end there. There are some seats there as well. What a show we're getting here as we watch Jeff Gordon getting around the number 43.
Gordon's moved all the way to 13th spot. He said he could have the race car. He thought he could go to the front. He's moving up as we speak, and the car looks very good in the corner, Doctor.
Halfway there. He started 26th. He's in 13th now.
Moving up on Terry Labate next. You can see that move up that he's done, too. 26th to 13th. Waltrip. Hey, Waltrip's having a pretty good day. 41st to 28th.
That he is.
He's not stuck now. That's Tabasco.
But you have to remember, he does have 6 wins here.
Leads over everybody. Earnhardt 2nd with 5. Looking at Rusty Wallace. Now he's back in 8th. Can't seem to hold that one down where he wants to, buddy. Watching Hamilton here in number 4. Wallace right behind him.
Yeah, Hamilton's got a super good car today. And, you know, in practice yesterday, he was always on the board there. Even happy hour, he was one of the top 5 cars. And he's proven today that, hey, that if you were fast yesterday, you're still fast today.
Mark Martin stays 1st. Ernie Irvan 2nd. Bobby Labate in 3rd. We're watching here as Hamilton has 7th place secured. Rusty Wallace just behind him in 8th, with Dale Jarrett 9th and Nemechek 10th.
Second place is tightening up here. You see Bobby Labonte looking on the outside as they head down into turn 1. Ernie Irvin running a very good line, but Bobby's made this top line work for him right now. He'll get a great run off this corner and probably pull even as they go down the back straightaway. Let's take a look at his telemetry here. You see 8,500 there on the RPMs, almost 9,000, 185 miles an hour as the tires start to wear a little.
We found out what happened with the 99 car a few minutes ago. It was paper on the grill. They just ripped that paper off. A little paper on the grill will cause the engine to overheat. Problem is they lost a lap doing that. So Burton has got his work cut out for him this afternoon to win. He first has to get on the lead lap. And then he's going to pass everybody.
Coming across just about 3 wide there for a moment.
No, that was a wreck that didn't happen there. They were 3 wide, and if the 97 car of Chad Little hadn't got on the brakes, there was a huge wreck on the way.
Still there. See Sterling Marlin in the 40 up on the outside.
Can't get much closer than that.
Can't get any closer than that. Let's go right at 43. I'll tell you who's struggling a bit is Dale Earnhardt. He's fallen to 35th. He's only 9 seconds from going a lap down. Earnhardt in number 3. Take a look a moment ago out here at some of this action.
Watch this as they come off turn 4, 3 wide. Watch Chad Little sandwich right there, gets on the brake and avoids a real problem because Sterling was coming down from the high side of the racetrack.
And that would have been a big wreck had that one happened.
Back with Dallenbach in the number 50.
John Andretti on the outside in the 43 drifts way up the racetrack. But Dallenbach tries to come under him as they go off turn 4.
For 14th position.
Still out there. Still with you.
Dallenbach making a good move. Andretti not willing to give him up.
Still there.
Now, you sit home and you listen to him say, still there, still there. That's Wally Dallenbach's spotter telling him that John Andretti is still on the outside. Side by side right behind him. The reason he has to do that, these cars do not have rear view mirrors on the side of the car the way you do on your highway car. They do have a curved mirror inside, but there's a pretty big blind spot back there on the right rear. And spotters are up on the roof and they're telling their drivers when it's okay to move out.
Now, you want to be drivers. There was a lesson to be learned there by Chad Little. Just a moment ago, he put on the brakes for Sterling Marlin. Now he's about 15 car lengths ahead of him. If you have the car, a little patience sometimes will keep you out of the garage area with torn-up cars.
Ricky Rudd, who qualified in the 14th spot. Here comes Sterling Marlin around him. But Rudd has been picking up some time recently. He's fallen back outside the top 20. Now begins to put it back in motion and go toward the front. 18th for the moment. He headed up as far as 16th.
Chad Little making another move. He's trying to get by John Andretti on the low side. Chad Little runs this racetrack very well, as we know. When a few years back in the Grand National Division, he won here.
It's a funny run by Rudd. Started in that 14th, fell out of the top 20, moves back up, now has dropped a couple of spots again. Here he comes after Marlin, who's just passed him. And here's Marlin, the number 40, underneath Andretti.
Ken, there's one thing that's changing right now. On the racetrack, there's just a little bit of sunlight now, so the heat is intensifying on the racetrack, and this racetrack is super sensitive to heat changes.
So however your race car was a few laps ago, it's not the same right now.
Second place has just changed. And here's Ernie Irvin right back at it again. He has put that car up in front, running the top 3 since the very outset, and we've completed 50 of the 334 laps. As Martin stays first, Irvin now second, Bobby Labonte in third, Derek Cope fourth, and Mayfield hanging on to fifth. That's your front 5.
After 50 years of sponsoring professional rodeo, you learn a few things about horsepower. Like when it's a good time to put your brand on the horse with the most power. Wrangler is a proud sponsor of the Dale Earnhardt Incorporated #1 race car. Driven by Steve Park and branded by Wrangler.
That looks tasty.
It's a big hint. I got this one for free.
Gonna eat them both?
Not if you let me play baseball.
Baseball? Well, I coach. What position?
Shortstop. No, second base. And I want a bat, too.
Welcome aboard,
slugger.
The Flame Broil Big King. It's like a Big Mac, but tastes better with 75% more beef. Buy one now, say it just tastes better, and get a second one free.
How'd you boys like to play ice hockey?
If you ask us, it just tastes better.
Let's say this is Castrol Syntec motor oil, and this is a harmful particle in your engine. Get the point? You see, Syntec's patented stabilizers seek out and neutralize harmful particles, protecting in ways other oils can't. Castrol Syntec, the active lubricant.
All dressed up and no way to get there. Do you need this from your car? Of course not. You may take it for granted until it doesn't start. We can't. We know how important your car is. We take care of your vehicle, so it'll take good care of you. At All Pro and Bumper to Bumper, that's a promise from us to you. It's a promise we take seriously. You're welcome. At All Pro and Bumper to Bumper Automotive Service Centers, we do the job right. Who knows? You might even make the last couple of innings.
Tonight.
First thing they asked me when we told them about the transplant was, are you going to die?
An extraordinary story of life, death, and the ultimate gift. CNN and Time. Tonight, 10, 9 Central on CNN.
Back at lap 55, about 5-6 laps away from when they should be taking on fuel. Great crowd out here today at the Charlotte Motor Speedway under rainy conditions on this 2,000 acres. There's some of the size of this place. 10 tons of beef for the Oktoberfest? Wow.
One I don't believe is 120,000 cans of beer for 144,000 seats. I think you need more beer, wouldn't you?
There's Mark Martin out in front. We could pick up on it. Look at Darrell Waltrip, and he is having a run. Darrell Waltrip from 43rd. How about 19th? Just went through Ricky Rudd.
Somebody put Tabasco in that seat. I know it. I know it. This guy's on the move. High side, low side. He's passing these guys at will right now. Darrell Waltrip's on a mission right now. He's 18th.
Closing up on Steve Park in a brand new car. That makes all the difference, doesn't it, Dick?
Yeah, it really does. And let's remember, too, that Darrell Waltrip really has moved over from a completely different team. Now this 35 team is a bit different. But crew chief Phil Hammer has a great analysis of it. He says we really had to do a lot of building. And he reminds us Rome wasn't built in a day. And then he adds, and they didn't have to tear down Italy to build it either.
Look at this on the outside of Steve Park. He's running the whole racetrack, sliding up high, but getting great grip off the corner and moving right by Steve Park down the front straightaway.
Keep your eye on Steve Park. Just a little over 20 laps ago, Steve Park, he was running Earnhardt for 34th, and now Steve Park is right up in this thing. He was showing 17th. He'll take a dip there as Waltrip goes around and drop back to 18th. But Steve Park having a very good run in the car that Waltrip drove in the midst of the season when Steve Park was injured.
It's just neat to see DW running so well with his own team.
He's got to be singing on that radio for sure.
Yep.
17th position currently. For Darrell Waltrip, after starting 43rd, he made up half the field.
And what a third round. Last year he didn't even make the field.
This was the first race.
Yep.
It was this race where Darrell Waltrip was stunned with that awful moment of reality as age comes along when you don't make the field and you haven't got a provision.
Yeah, and you have to remember one other thing also. He's used to setting a Chevrolet up with the aerodynamics and setups are different than a Pontiac. He's learning Pontiac right now and doing a great job of it.
Great pictures from that Duralube aerial platform. Now, take a look at Gordon. He's been nipping away. He's up there nipping away at Rusty Wallace in 8th position from 26. Gordon right back where he usually is in the thick of it.
The going gets tough.
What, buddy?
The tough get going.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, Rusty's lost 2 spots from the start of the race. He started out in 6th spot. He's now running in 8th. Gordon has come from 26th to 9th. Well, pretty soon 8th at the rate things are walking here.
He's down on both sides of the racetrack.
To look at the points as of now between Gordon and Martin, and take a look at Jeff Gordon as he scoots under Rusty Wallace. He continues his assault on the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Picks up that position, number 8. Drops Wallace back to 9th. Martin, Irvin, Lavonte, the front 3. Then it's Cope, Mayfield, Burton, the second 3. We've got Jarrett in 7th, and he'll begin to feel the hot breath of that number 24. The one you got to watch right now is that Waltrip rig back in 17th position. On by Steve Park. He's after Chad Little for the moment. Steve Burns can tell us more about that 24 car.
Yeah, boy, he's really making up the positions on the racetrack, Ken, as you guys have talked about. Now, Ray Evernham, his crew chief, has been talking to him on the radio, asking him about the handle on the car. Jeff says that it's just a little bit tight in the middle of the corners, meaning that it doesn't want to turn right in the center between the entrance and exit of a particular turn. So right now, again, he's having his way with the car, working his way to the front.
Jeremy Mayfield has had to come in. He was running in 6th position, and this would be a scheduled stop. Lap 63 on Mayfield. Mike Hogwood.
They've decided to put 4 scuff tires on, no adjustments on the 12 car. Jeremy Mayfield is down and away, a good stop. Meanwhile, when Rusty Wallace, his teammate, comes in, they've made the decision to go with 4 sticker tires. So some difference in strategy amongst teammates.
Dick Trickle has pitted number 90, and Dale Earnhardt is about 2 seconds away from going a lap down to the leader, Mark Martin.
Well, you're exactly right. And something else, we're talking about how well Jeff Gordon's running. Let me tell you where Mark Martin is on the racetrack compared to where he's at. Exactly 1/2 lap in the lead.
Wow. Earnhardt in 30th position. Earnhardt in 30th at the present time. Scheduled pit stops. We're working lap 65, and here's Rusty Wallace. The teammate car to Mayfield on pit road. Here's Rusty. Mike?
Well, as we said a moment ago, 4 sticker tires. Now, Rusty is complaining that he's running a little tight. They're not going to wait for the racetrack to come to them. They're going to go ahead and try to loosen them up, but they hope they don't loosen them up too much.
Waltrip up to 15th and closing on Chad Little all the way up against the fence in turn 4 as he comes down the main chute. The rest of the field is beginning to pit. They're all going to be on pit road in the next 3 or 4 laps in one of these top cars. Martin, Irvin, Cope stay 1, 2, 3. See Wallace pulling back on the track.
Given that the sun is coming out, I'm surprised to hear that Rusty's getting tight. Usually it goes the other way around. Usually you get a little more loose when the sun comes out.
Yeah, I just had a report, though, that one of Junie Donlevy's crew members on the 90 car, Dick Trickle, got his foot up under the car and got mashed a little bit. See right here? Ooh! Oh, man, that hurt. Wow! Ow! Look at that, though. He's right back in the business.
Yeah, hurting, but he's back there. That's the one-step dance he just did, isn't it?
Yeah, he'll go over there and complain now, but when that car's in there, you see, he went back and cleared that nose of the race car, got that rubber off the front of it so it won't run hot.
Did his job. 67 laps complete. 100 caution is out. Yellow going down. Oh, what a break this is. For those cars that have just been in. Off the back straightaway. Is that the 41?
Yes, that's David Green.
David Green.
A lot of damage to the right front corner. Looked maybe he had a flat tire or something, got into the wall.
David Green.
Look at Mark Martin letting these guys get their lap back there.
Well, hopefully they'll remember that somewhere down the road when Mark Martin needs to get back on the lead lap.
He did that earlier this year, and Ricky Rudd come up through the pack and passed him right near the end of the race.
That looks bad for the number 41. David Green aboard that car today. Heads on the pit road. We were just in that window of the first period to add fuel and tires on pit road. And about 4 or 5 laps into it, bingo, Green tags the wall, brings out the 3rd caution of the day, number 3.
Big change in the weather as well. The sun is out full bore. This gives the mechanics an opportunity to adjust the cars for this change in weather.
And the cars that just made their pit stop, they had to get in here and do everything they had to do in 19 seconds. Under the caution, you can do a lot more adjusting on your race car when you're under the yellow like this.
Watch the top 3. We'll give them to you on the screen. Martin, Labonte, and Burton as they get ready to pit. That yellow saved Earnhardt from going a lap down. He was that close to it. Pits are open. Field rolls in. And all the leaders come onto pit road. Gordon is there. Terry Labonte. Dallenbach comes in. Chad Little. Musgrave, who's had a very good run to date.
The incredible part is the 24 car now is back up there where a good pit stop will have him right up front.
And this is one pit crew that can make that happen. You see pit road here on the right of your screen. 3 cars that have been really fighting it out. Well, we've added number 22 in here now. That is Ward with his Pontiac, which has been such a story of recent. And you see them pulling out, coming back onto pit road. Looks like Mark Martin's going to win this.
Look where Jeff Gordon's at.
Yep.
He's all the way up to second.
Give you an opportunity to see how they come out pit road.
You hear the sound of the cash register? 40 cars, all putting 4 tires on it, $353 a piece.
Yes.
$56,480 just got moved into Goodyear's cash register.
You know, I knew that.
That's good. No,
not even close.
We'll take a quick break. Coming into the completion of lap 70 as they move around turn 4. And Mark Martin is the leader.
Who's that, Grandma?
That would have been your great-uncle Floyd. About 65 years ago, he was playing hide-and-seek with his friends. And they never found him.
If you're gonna play to win,
Nobody found me.
play to win. If you're gonna have roast beef, have roast beef. Hardee's tender roast beef, specially seasoned, oven roasted, fresh sliced to order.
You're gonna go? Come on out.
First you bought a home, and then you fixed it up. You added a deck, landscaped the yard, got furniture, and of course, appliances. Now your home looks great, but your bills are piling up. It's time to call First Plus. At First Plus, you can consolidate those bills into one lower monthly payment, and the interest may be tax deductible. And First Plus gives you more, up to 125% of the value of your home, so you don't need equity. Just call First Plus today at 1-800-510-PLUS.
They come from all over for the most agonizing test of endurance motorsports has to offer. The heavyweight championship of off-road racing, the legendary Baja 1000. Mile after mile of unforgiving terrain that can send even the toughest truck to an early grave, which means it can really be murder on a battery. That's why more drivers who tackle the Baja rely on the Duralast battery than any other. The same Duralast we stock at AutoZone. The Duralast battery, power you can depend on.
Catch all the football action with Circuit City and DirecTV. When you buy a digital satellite system and subscribe to 98 NFL Sunday Ticket and DirecTV Total Choice Platinum programming, you'll get an exclusive Circuit City $100 mail-in rebate. You'll also score 4 free months of Total Choice Platinum and 3 free programming certificates, a $300 value. DirecTV delivers NFL Sunday Ticket, and for just $159, you'll enjoy up to 13 games every Sunday. Now in Circuit City.
The UAW GM Quality 500 on TDS is brought to you by Midas Auto System Experts, a better system for you and your car. By Stanley, whatever it is, wherever it is, make something great. And by Hardee's, go all out.
Back with you live at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, and if you're just joining us, let's show you some of the highlights of how we've come to lap number 71.
Boy, Jerry Nadeau loses the back of the car in turn 4 and gets into the wall.
Here's Grissom, lap 12, also tagging the wall. Dallenbach and Andretti having a little meeting there. And David Green tearing up the 41. Walking the nose in on that one. Some of the action we've seen thus far. I'll tell you, as you see them go down the back straightaway, the story here are those that fall a lap down that pitted early. Then got trapped on this deal. Mayfield is in that group. Wallace is there. Hamilton going a lap back. Ricky Rudd. Sterling Marlin and Nemechek all back. Let's find out more from the pits now and do an STP turnaround in the pits. Get a report from all of our pit reporters.
Well, Ken, Jeff Gordon came in. They did not make any chassis adjustments to the number 24 car. Just put on 4 tires, 4 sticker tires, and just put in gasoline. No adjustments to the 24. Let's go to Randy Pemberton.
Well, Ward Burton has had a great run. He started 13th. He's up to 4th. They changed 4 tires on the MBNA Pontiac and made a track bar adjustment, putting the track bar down a little because his car was a little bit loose. Now to Mike Hogwood.
Some quick thinking on the part of Ernie Irvin. He was on pit road. The crew had just come over the wall when the yellow flag came out. Ernie immediately took off, did not lose the lap, came back around, and was able to get his service and stay among the leaders. Bobby Labonte took 4 fresh tires, made no adjustments. Now to Allen.
Mark Martin had a huge lead, almost a half a lap when the caution came out. He came down pit road for 4 tires, a slight air pressure adjustment. He said the car was a little tight. They've tried to fix that with air pressure. They've sent him back out after a very efficient stop.
There's the story on the STP whip around down in the pits. 24 cars remain on the lead lap. Jarrett, Mayfield, Hamilton, and Rudd are all on the tail end of that lead lap. Just right in front of that front car of Mark Martin caution light is coming back on. I guess we're going to turn another lap before we turn them loose.
You see the drivers there, they're letting everybody behind them know there's no tail lights on these cars, so they wave to each other. That's hand signals between drivers.
It's interesting in the scoring. They're showing Mayfield that 1 lap down, but as you see them come by, he's got a little bit of a chance here, they say. Let's see as they come to the line. Doubling them up. Getting ready to go race. Let's see if they're going to take the light off the pace car now. As that field rolls through, you have Mark Martin and you have Jeff Gordon behind those first 3 cars, which are a lap down. And there you see Mark Martin's number 6 sandwiched in here. Some people find that this race season has gotten a little long, with Jeff Gordon and Mark Martin winning 16 races. How does Mark feel about this?
Pretty exciting to me. I don't know. You can't find a seat in the grandstands, and you can't find a parking place, and it's you know, this sport is very healthy. Win last week was a very popular win.
Tail end of the lead lap, where you're finding Jarrett, Mayfield, and Hamilton. Scoring makes it read like they're a lap down, but they're still there, just barely tucked into that lap that is the lead lap, which will be 74 as they come by this team.
The big story, I think, is Jeff Gordon, though. He's already up to second, and right behind him, Terry Labonte, and we well know he knows how to get around this racetrack.
Yeah, watch the telemetry on this restart, buddy.
Okay, you can see they're in second gear right there. As they go up, you see the acceleration of these cars. Almost 9,000 there. He's right up to about 150 miles an hour way before they get to the corner there. Almost 160 miles an hour down into turn 1. Touched the brake a little bit. Must have run up behind the car that backed off just a little bit. You see Jeremy Mayfield on the outside there going right on by.
Remember that in this group, you have Mark Martin as your leader, and there's Rusty Wallace. He's just on that tail end of that lead lap. Electronic scoring shows him a lap down, but you see him there, scooting down to the inside, making a run on Kenny Irwin, on Ricky Rudd as he pulls himself up through. He tries to get himself firmly secured in that lead lap.
Ken, you have no idea how important it is to stay in that lead lap. As Jeff Gordon was taking the lead down the back straightaway.
Gordon hugging the bottom of the racetrack, found the hole and looped it through, pinned on the outside. Looked like a short track maneuver. Was Mark Martin in the number 6.
Got up there just behind Kenny Irwin Jr. and didn't have anywhere to go.
Has 25 cars, some of them in the pits, some of them on the racetrack. And when you wonder about Jeff Gordon's superiority and why he has won 10 races this year, whoa, there's a good example.
I think the pit crew has to be deserving there, too, to get him out in great track position. He has that 5 bonus points that he needed so badly.
Kenny Schrader back in 32nd position. Saw that number 33 for a moment of Andy Petrie. I'll tell you, the guy that's racing is Waltrip, who after that pit stop comes out, and he's still right among the front 10. He came out in 5th. He's fallen back 5 in this flurry of action on this restart.
Again, look at this. Gordon on the inside there. Sterling Marlin just in front of him. As they come off the corner, you see the 28 a little bit slower there as Gordon rockets by on the inside.
That was the pass that put Jeff Gordon into the lead, and that happened on lap number 75.
Jeremy Mayfield having a little trouble getting into turn 3 there. The 24 is going to put him a lap down as they come off turn 4.
So, all that speculation, all that concern about Gordon seems to be for naught. He's running like the mowing machine he's been. Would be the, what, 15th race in a row in the top 5, the way things are going now, Dick?
Well, it would be. The way things are going now, it could be the 11th win.
I'm going to tell you, I've been in this situation before. When you have a pit crew that brings you up through the field like that, it's like a shot of adrenaline to that driver to stay up there. If they work that hard, I'm going to work that hard to stay up front.
Here you see the battle in the front position. Taking a look at some telemetry here.
Ooh, 190 miles an hour. He touches the brake, just getting in the corner. That's to hold that low line, not let the car wash up the racetrack.
Rick Mast giving you these pictures.
Now, he's riding his left foot on the brake, and if you told him that, he'd say, no way in the world do I ever touch the brake. You see the brake right there. He's riding with his left foot on the brake, and he's unaware of it, I guarantee you.
And he's racing in 36th position. Back with the leader, Gordon. And he is trying to draw away from the field. What a run by Gordon. Qualified 26 if you're just joining us. And he's had 14 straight top 5 finishes. Was not that fast yesterday. Apparently didn't need to do that. All he had to do was prove he was ready to go. Look at this 3 wide. Jimmy Spencer right in the middle. Derek Cope, the pole sitter on the outside, and Mike Skinner at number 31 down to the bottom.
Riding with the number 99 now. Jeff Burton, remember he had problems early on, had to come in and get that paper removed from the grill. He just took a pit stop a few laps ago under the caution flag. They took 2 on the outside in his car. Skinner in the 31 has been running hard all day.
Yeah, Mike Skinner worked himself well up through the field in that number 31. Finds himself now in 11th place. Look at Burton still trying to peg a few more positions.
Jeff Burton right on the bottom of the racetrack. Cope gets a little better run up out of the corner as they go side by side down the front straightaway. Look at old DW in there. He's digging for every inch of real estate he can get also. That's him in the Tabasco car there.
That Burton car is being shown in 34th position for Burton fans. Oh, look at Mark Martin come on back. Big cheer from the crowd in lap 83. Mark Martin tucks it down to the bottom of the racetrack. He's going for first place.
It's not so fast. The 6th car, Mark Martin's lightning fast, so he pulls off the corner there. Right behind Kenny Slater, you see Gordon falling back just a little bit as Jeremy Mayfield also comes by.
There's your 2 contenders for the championship going for the lead in this race.
Schrader in that 31st position just in front of all of that. Wow, Martin and Gordon putting on a great show here in the early going. 83 laps are complete at the Charlotte Motor Speedway of 334. This 500 mile, $2 million race. Look at Martin. Boy, does that car look strong.
It really does. Kenny Slater there fighting for his life right now. He don't want to go a lap down, even though Mark Martin's a good friend. As Mark puts him away off the corner. Look at that car accelerate.
See you later. Well, if you watched the race in Bristol, Tennessee in August, you saw this same exact car lead 190 of the 500 laps. If you watched the Dover race in September, and it won that race, by the way. If you watched the Dover race not so long ago, this car led all but 21 laps. What a strong machine.
Looking solid for the moment is Mark Martin in 2nd place, 199 points behind Gordon as we came into today's competition. Trying to take a little back. Won't win the championship with just 1 position. You can stay up in front out of this lap traffic. And you got to think that sooner or later, as Dick Bertram said at the outset, 14 straight top 5, sooner or later with 43 cars and great drivers in every one of them, that sooner or later you're going to roll snake eyes. Here's Steve Burns.
And Terry Labonte's having a fine run as well, Ken, the former Winston Cup champion. He started this race 22nd, and he's moved up on that last pit stop. Talking to crew chief Andy Gray, he said they made a slight chassis adjustment. The car was a little bit tight, but a good run for Terry Labonte.
He was running in 3rd. We just saw him drop a couple of slots. As you see the Ward Burton, number 22 of Bill Davis, sliding down through, and Ernie Irvin right back in the picture again. Chad Little up there to challenge Labonte. Boy, this is turning out to be a thriller, and it's Martin versus Gordon. The one everybody's paid to see has come through here at Charlotte.
Hey, NASCAR fans, TBS
TBSSuperstation.com puts you in the driver's seat for the UAW GM Quality 500. Log on during the race and choose from 6 exclusive in-car race feeds. Check out the high-speed racing games and go behind the scenes of NASCAR with the king, Richard Petty.
If you really want to know your NASCAR, log on to TBSSuperstation.com.
Presented by Hardee's. Go all out.
I'm looking for somebody who knows their parts. That'll work.
For expert advice, go to the pros.
Need brakes? Come to Midas for a break on brakes. Now just $69.95 after rebate. You'll get our standard brake service and our guarantee. Midas is $69.95 brakes. It's worth stopping for.
Where does stock car legend Mark Martin race when he wants great food, fast, fresh, and ready to go?
Hi, welcome to Sonic. May I take your order?
That'd have to be Sonic. Thanks. For our Sonic drive-in deals, your choice of 5 combo meals with fries or tots and any medium Sonic fountain favorite, all at a special low price. Hey, Dave, run. Gotta go.
What? No dessert?
Drive-in deals made fresh to order at Sonic.
The year was 1923. The automobile was changing America, and Purolator invents the oil filter, coining the phrase, pure oil now, pure oil later. Purolator. And the rest is history. After all, we invented the business.
Hi, I'm Ken Schrader, and I'm Mike Wallace. We'd like to congratulate Purolator on 75 years in business and your involvement in racing. You've been there for the sport, and you've been there for the customer. So happy anniversary, Purolator, and congratulations on 75 years of being the leader.
Under caution for the 4th time. We'll get to that in just a moment. Lap 90. Yellow is out, front of the field, on pit road. Leaders are there, Martin and Gordon. Burton pulling in, Irvin. Let's go to Alan Bestwick.
Mark Martin's crew goes to work. The right side tires are off so far. Things going smoothly. Let's see if they come around to the left. It will be a 4-tire change. Trouble on the right front. Slow on the right front for Mark Martin's crew. So this is going to be a long stop. He's going to lose a lot of track position. Let's go up Pete Road to Steve Burns.
Alan, 4 tires for Jeff Gordon also. Just a tick over 18 seconds on that stop for Jeff Gordon. 4 tires, no chassis adjustment.
You see Mark Martin coming out several cars behind Jeff Gordon. There's Waltrip staying right in this punt. Now, the story that we have, there was a piece of aluminum down in the corner. But we also have a little issue on the back straightaway.
Yeah, there's water coming across the racetrack there, and they'll put the stay dry down right here, right in this part there. You can see it's about a car length wide there. And they're now pulling the water over the top of the wall there.
Take a look a moment ago, buddy, at what we saw for those cars running down through this very area of the racetrack.
Yeah, you can see that would be a little disconcerting at 190 miles an hour. You know, some people really have a lucky break. For every caution that comes out, somebody gets lucky. Jarrett is now back into the hunt again. He's right back up there. He was just about a quarter of a straightaway going down a lap. Hamilton in the number 4 car, he made up that lap. He's back in the fight again. Rusty Wallace, Joe Nemechek, and Sterling Marlin.
That gives you an idea of exactly on the track where that problem is. And it's right in the middle of the back straightaway. And we had a tremendous amount of rain overnight. If you're just joining us, there was a real question as to whether or not this race would get underway at its scheduled time.
And it was on the walkway of the back straightaway over there. It was not the track itself. It was up on the wall pouring over.
Randy?
Well, we've had a bunch of guys on pit road. Some of them got caught under that last caution as they came down for green flag pit stops. Everybody taking this opportunity to come down pit road that was a lap or more down and get 4 fresh tires and fuel. Everybody back out on the racetrack.
I would imagine if you had to have a place where there was water coming, you want it in the center of the backstretch. You sure don't want it any closer to these 24-degree banks, buddy.
You don't want it in turn 3 or turn 1, I can promise you that.
Here's Mark Martin, and moments ago, let's take a look at the problems he had on pit road.
Right front. Yep, lug nut came off the right front. Billy Wilburn is the front tire man there, puts it back on, makes sure all 5 lugs are on that thing. If NASCAR sees that there's only 4, you're in trouble.
The reason it fell off...
Sorry, that's not Billy Wilburn.
Let me tell you why that fell off. They glue these lug nuts on the wheel with like a 3M cement, and apparently it wasn't done properly, and it fell off, and he had to chase it around there. But you need all 5 of them. You leave one off, and the wheel starts to wobble.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you. Sure. Give you several experiences, including David Pearson's on such a thing. Hey, some people find that this race season has been boring. Well, Jeff Gordon and Mark Martin winning 16 races. How does that make Mark feel? Let's go back to that.
Pretty exciting to me. I don't know. You can't find a seat in the grandstands, and you can't find a parking place, and it's you know, this sport is very healthy. Ricky Rudd's win last week was a very popular win. I felt like Jeff Burton's 2 wins this year were very popular. You know, Bobby Labonte's wins have been great. I think that it's been a good year. I don't think that any one particular race team should win 10 races in a season, and I certainly don't think that 2 teams should win 16, and we're not done yet. But, you know, if you're good, you're good.
And he's good. He's become such a fine ambassador for the sport, so timid for so many years, but this year he seems to be speaking his mind even more as you see him in 7th place. They're re-gluing on those lug nuts. They're not taking any chances, but
it's pretty good glue, but if you leave a little bit of that glue off when you put it up on the wheel, they'll knock it right off there.
There you see Martin again. That stop on pit road and that problem with the lug nut cost him some positions, track position being so important here. You'll look up from 7th with Ward Burton up in front, Jeff Gordon 2nd, Bobby Labonte 3rd, Ernie Irvin in 4th, then you've got Terry Labonte in 5th, and in that series of pit stops, guess who's back? The man in black. Dale Earnhardt will be in 6th position, right in front of Mark Martin. Then comes Bodine. It'll be Brent Bodine. Mike Skinner will be 9th. Chad Little will be 10th. Waltrick's back in 13th.
Thanks for the compliment, but I'd rather have that WD brand steak. It's great no matter how you cook it.
There you
You
go.
know what, Grandpa?
What?
Oh, Mommy said that Grandma's pizza will make your heart burn.
My heartburn.
Oh, heartburn.
Well, your mommy doesn't know about my secret weapon for heartburn. Pepsid AC. See, I always take one before I eat your grandma's pizza.
So your heart won't burn?
Not even if I put green peppers all over the whole thing.
Green peppers, you eat those things?
Yes.
I like anchovies.
You can be heartburn-free with Pepsid AC.
I'm Brian Collard. Welcome live to the Super Shop here on TBS. Ward Burton now in the lead after 93 laps out in Charlotte. We have the exclusive Jeff Gordon die-cast metal car. This is the one on the track today in Charlotte. It's the 1/32nd scale die-cast metal car. It is available in a limited edition of only 4,500 for all the collectors out there. It's done to exact detail underneath that open hood, around the body of the car with the decals and logos on that Monte Carlo Chevy. It's that DuPont Rainbow car you see at number 24 around the tracks. Available here on the Super Shop exclusively at only $38.50. Call us toll-free at 1-877-577-SHOP. Also, the new Press Pass cars, the exclusive launch at $78.50. Call us at 1-877-577-SHOP as we go back to more live race action out at the Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Back with you live at lap 94, 141 miles complete, and the stop paddle has just been put up on pit road. Field has been brought onto pit road and halted because of the situation here on the back straightaway. red flag condition here in the 39th running of the UAW GM 500 as they work on this problem with water running across the track right in the midst of the backstretch.
Well, I just had a report that it might be a water main over behind the grandstand there, and it's leaking across the top of the wall there and running across the racetrack. Looks like they have it contained pretty well right now, though.
Trying to get it dried up before they turn these cars loose again. A tough situation for the racetrack and just as tough for these drivers.
Well, we got a plumber on Sunday afternoon that wants to show up at Charlotte Motor Speedway and turn off the water.
Don't start that. There'll be 400 plumbers on the phone immediately. Watch.
Well, they've got people here to handle just about any kind of emergency that happens, including those that have never happened before. This is surely one of those. I don't ever remember a red flag for a water main break.
They seem snake bit. Remember, they had the little problem in Texas, and they went to great cost to get that one solved.
Look at Kenny Irwin Jr. there, just kind of cool, isn't it? Another day in the office.
And his day hasn't been that good in the office, has it?
So that last change, all we did there, with the rubber and air pressure, really couldn't tell much with it.
Larry McReynolds out there on pit road.
I mean, maybe a marginally better, but I don't think that's all you did, really, is just make us tighter in the center. Off. Not so much.
That's Kenny Irwin, isn't it?
That sounds like him.
Yeah.
Back in 40th spot.
They can't work on them, but they can certainly listen right now and find out what problems they have and plan what they're going to do on a pit stop.
Ray Evernham apparently talking to Gordon, checking his situation. He's in second place. And here you see
Jeff Burton
climbing out of number 99. Turns off the switches. Bobby Labonte standing there talking with a NASCAR official. And pointing over to where we know the problem is for sure. Here's Gordon popping out. Well, there you see from another angle what they're trying to take care of. And the water is running over that concrete wall in the back straightaway. Darrell Waltrip out. He's talking with Jeff Hammond, isn't he?
Yeah, his former crew chief. Won more races with Jeff Hammond than anybody else.
Jeff Hammond now with Chad Little. Runs like a deer out there.
My goodness, Darrell.
Steve Burns is there. He's going to try to get a word. Yeah. Well, Ernie Irvin thinks he's the Joker. Going after the Batman. Let's go to Steve Burns.
And Ken, the man himself, Darrell Waltrip is here. You've been having a great ride. We've been watching you.
Well, here's the deal. When I got up this morning, they put Tabasco all over my eggs, and man, this red flag couldn't have come at a better time. I got to go to the bathroom. And I was going like crazy, and they don't know how lucky. This is lucky right here, boys. I'm telling you.
Darrell, you were saying the other day that you want to do something big and win from last place.
In a Pontiac. See, I've won in a Buick, Oldsmobile, and Chevrolet. I've never won in a Pontiac. I don't know if anybody's done there or not, but I'd like to be one. If I have, I want to be the other one to do it, because that'd be big. But we're running good, and they're doing a good job in the pits, and we had a good car yesterday in hot laps at the end of the day. And, man, I don't know. I don't want to get too excited. I just want to get this thing down to the end. And if it stayed up under green all day, I think I'd be really, really good. I'm a little apprehensive on the restarts. The car's a little loose in traffic, but once I get out by myself and get up in that high line, if the rest of them don't discover that, I'll be okay. Don't tell anybody, y'all. Don't say anything about it on the TV or anything. Just keep to yourself. Baker, I know how you are. You'll have to go tell all your friends. Go tell Earnhardt.
Hey,
I know what you'll do.
Tell him he's done a pretty good job himself.
Hey.
Buddy said you're doing a pretty good job yourself.
Isn't that just like Baker? I'm doing a pretty good job. If it's anybody else, he'd be up there jumping out. He would jump out of that little box up there. But I'm just doing a pretty good job.
You know, he's talking about the first time in a Pontiac. The last time, thanks, Steve, the last time a race was won from 43rd starting position, buddy, 1953, was the Raleigh Speedway.
That is us right here,
there
folks.
You go.
Hey!
Bonnie Flock was the last guy to win from 43rd position. So Waltrip's trying to change the old record book around. There's Derek Cope, who's set on the pole, and Rusty Wallace is standing by with Alan Bestwick.
All right, Rusty is here. He's just climbed from his car. First of all, you got a lap down. Now you're a lap back. Tell me about your adventures here.
Yeah, the car's running pretty good. I was just real tight. I was pushing the front end pretty good, and they got away from me pretty good, so I'm just biding my time waiting for the pit stop. So we made a pit stop. As soon as we came back on the racetrack, the caution flag falls. the same scenario that no driver ever wants to see or a pit crew. So we went through that, got some new tires on the thing, lined up on the inside row and dropped the flag, and that baby took off. And we checked out and got the lap back. But as we're running on the back straightaway, I told Robin across the radio, I said, you're not going to believe this, but there's so much water coming across the back straightaway, every time I hit it, I get broadside. And they're thinking, hey, it's one of these stunts we're trying to pull to get a caution flag, right? But guess what? I wasn't joking this time. I mean, I felt like I was driving a boat coming down the back straightaway. I don't know what happened back there, but my gosh, it's just a river coming across.
All right, well, Rusty's back on the lead lap now. Well, it's not quite a Sunday drive on the boat, but he's back in the hunt for the win. Let's go to Randy Pemberton.
Well, Rusty Wallace said he thought he was driving a boat going down the back straightaway. I don't know, how did you feel out there? Did you hit it at all or feel the water up there?
It was there, and it was, it could have gotten dangerous. We've raced in conditions like that before, but I know those guys that were making their laps up were hollering for a caution real bad. We needed to. We couldn't keep going. You know, it was getting worse. I thought at first that we would run through it and get it better, but there's so much coming that they had to stop it. They're going to have to do something to plug that up.
Mark, you are holding a pretty wheel out there today.
Great car. Valvoline team's doing a great job for me. Put me in the best cars I've ever driven, and car's really working well. We had a problem on that last stop, but it's a lot of racing. I hope we get back going here pretty quick.
Good luck to you. Alan?
All right, well, Dale Jarrett just sat down on the pit road here, and we have just run into dueling interviews here at the moment. Dale just climbed out of his car. Let's see if we could slide in here and join in on the conversation while he's talking with the radio network folks, and hear what he says.
Exactly what I thought. Something broke in the rear of the car because it actually spun the tires and got the car a little sideways, and I thought maybe I'd broken an axle. And then the next time I saw there was water running across there. And of course I hollered about it, but they weren't going to believe me right at first because I was needing a caution to get the lap back.
All right, that's Batman sitting here. Dale, you got your lap back as well. We were talking this kind of a break for you.
Yeah, we needed it. You know, it was unfortunate we were sitting on pit road whenever the caution came out the first time. But we got a pretty decent car, and we're able to get the lap back. So got a long way to go to the front, but we still got a long way to race, too.
There you go. Dale Jarrett right now back on the lead lap and taking an unexpected break.
Red flag condition at lap number 94. Richard Petty is down there right now. I understand he's doing a little drawing at the present time, charity at the present time. Let's see what he's going to pull out there.
Way down in there. That's right.
Look at it. Going
down there. Come on, go for it.
Get a little bit of everything here.
There it is.
Let's see who got it.
Got it?
Richard, is it Bryant? Yep. Down in Georgia, Marietta. I'm not sure what they won. But, looks like a motorcycle.
Oh,
yeah.
I'll take it.
Gee, I'm surprised Berggren didn't win now. Nice. And an autograph from Richard Petty. We've got the vice president of competition. 42,000. 42,000. Gee, where were you, Berggren?
I should have been in line to get that one.
Yeah, we have Mike Hilton right here with us now, the vice president of competition for NASCAR. Had some pretty strange red flags. This is one of the stranger ones.
They continue to turn out that way, don't they?
What's happened over there?
There was a source of water that came through a manhole that's running along the grandstand back there and just very quickly showed up on the racetrack across the top of the wall and made what we saw. Your audience at home's already seen what the results were. And so now they're over there getting the water to move, finding the source of what created the overflow, correcting it, and we should be back in about 15 or 20 minutes racing.
So that's the remedy, and you figure 15, 20 minutes you can get it back.
They think they found the source of the blockage, and they're over there correcting that very quickly, and hopefully in the next 15 minutes we're back to green flag.
So it wasn't because of the excessive rain this morning?
I don't think this is in related to the excessive rain.
All right, let's talk about weird red flags for a moment. There was the grandstand that burned down over in Wilson, North Carolina back in the 50s. Remember anything about that one?
No.
Mike, that was before your time.
Just a little bit.
Then there was Columbia, South Carolina, where, and this is way back. I mean, this is all the way back in the 50s, where a spectator drove his car across the track and was hit by one of the race cars. Huh? You haven't had anything like that in your experience, Mike?
Fortunately, not
this
that.
This is just minor stuff today.
A couple of dust bowls and some water coming up from underneath the tracks, but no, not.
Mike, thank you for coming by and sharing this information with you.
Thank you, Ken.
Mike Hilton with us, Vice President of Competition for NASCAR, to tell us about
what is transpiring on the back straightaway at lap number 94 of this 334-lap race, and has brought the drivers out of their cars. Hey, we've got a moment here. Let's take a look at the Auto Week in Racing. The Auto Week in Racing began Wednesday night at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Fourth-generation driver Adam Petty made his Super Speedway ARCA debut, a successful one, claiming that first win, an emotional victory, and a preview of great things to come. In Winston qualifying, Bobby Labonte took the point early at 181.165 miles per hour. But Mark Martin looked like the guy to beat. He went quicker. And then the big surprise. Derek Cope winning his first career pole at 181.690. Yesterday, trouble early in the All-Pro bumper-to-bumper 300. This wreck KOs Mark Martin. Dale Earnhardt Jr. with some tire smoke there. Kevin Schwantz into the wall. Late in the race, it was Earnhardt Jr. taking the lead. And then fuel became the story. Dale Jr. pitted. Mike McLaughlin didn't. And give it to Mike McLaughlin. He dove into the victory celebration. Call 1-800-232-1522 now for a 52-week subscription to Auto Week at the special TV price of just $19.95. Every week, Auto Week is the first with all the inside news of racing personalities and driving impressions.
All dressed up and no way to get there. Do you need this from your car? Of course not. You may take it for granted until it doesn't start. We can't. We know how important your car is. We take care of your vehicle, so it'll take good care of you. At All Pro and Bumper to Bumper, that's a promise from us to you. It's a promise we take seriously. You're welcome. At All Pro and Bumper to Bumper Automotive Service Centers, we do the job right. Who knows, you might even make the last couple of innings.
Donald Keatley drove a truck. Then he hurt his back. It was the longest 2 years of his life. Do you know how hard it is to ask your in-laws for money? So he called the money store. We paid his first mortgage, his second mortgage, and gave him the money to pay back his in-laws. Today, he's back at work. He's getting his credit back on track. He's saving money every month. And his pride, that was the first thing he got back.
The Money Store. 1-800-LOAN-YES.
Synthetic motor oil. Even at 35 degrees below zero, nothing outperforms Mobil 1.
A boy with an insatiable curiosity.
Get out of here before I call the police.
Call them if you want. I'm sure they'd love to meet you.
A man with a dark secret.
What did you do during the war? To the whole world, I am a monster, and you have known about me.
From the director of The Usual Suspects.
Have you lost your mind?
Comes a new lesson in terror.
Stop it!
Now we see what you're made of.
Apt Pupil, rated R. Opens everywhere October 23rd.
Tonight on the Superstation, join host Harry Hamlin.
Come with me on a uniquely American adventure.
This is the story of the American buffalo, the Great Bison Chase. Tonight, 9 Eastern, only on TBS Destination Sunday.
Back with you live at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Live but not moving. As you see, we have a little problem in the back straightaway. Water main has broken. And at lap number 94, waiting for repairs. It put out a lot of water, and you could see great plumes coming off those race cars as they came down through there. So it took them no time at all to say enough is enough. Put the red flag on the field, brought them onto pit road, and that's where we sit at the present time. When we resume, we're going to have Ward Burton in Bill Davis's car. That's a Pontiac. Up in front, Jeff Gordon in second. With Bobby Labonte in third. Ernie Irvin will be in fourth. Terry Labonte fifth. Earnhardt in sixth, and Mark Martin in seventh. Brett Bodine is in 8th, Skinner 9th, and Chad Little in 10th. Hey, let's take a look at a flashback here for just a moment. In 1989, Mark Martin was making a push for the championship until an engine blew. Dale Earnhardt dominated that race, leading 294 of the 328 laps and winning the race. But when it was all over, Rusty Wallace finished 15th at Atlanta, giving him the championship by a mere 12 points over Earnhardt. Yeah, we're talking about weird situations with the red flags, and everybody thinks about Pocono. Remember all the livestock that they used to bring? There was deer and bunnies. And
come off the corner one time, and Harold Kinder, the flagman, he put the yell out like waving it, and all of a sudden he put his hands up on top of his head, and I said, what in the world?
Like
so
antlers.
I couldn't stand it. I
like
said,
antlers.
I have to find out what he went. And he said that was just making everyone aware there was a deer on the back straightaway. I said, okay.
Here's Steve Burns.
And we're with Ernie Irvin, who's talking to Darrell Waltrip. Ernie, you got a strong-looking car out there today.
The Skittles Pontiac is performing pretty good today. Again, this is the first part of the race. There's a lot more race to come. Now Jeff started. He's running up there in the front. I don't know if anybody's going to do anything with Mark right now.
All right, let's go to Randy.
We've got the leader of the race here, Ward Burton. You've got a nice horse underneath you today, too, Ward. But you took on 2 tires that last pit stop. Why?
Car was a little loose, and that ought to tighten us up a little bit. Tommy and all the guys have been doing a really good job on the chassis. We started off tight, we got loose, and it changed really quick on us, so we're going to have to work on that a little bit. But I do have a lot of horses on there. The guys in the motor shop done an excellent job. I've had good motors last couple of weeks and really all year, but we're going to hopefully show today we got a lot more motor than a lot of them do.
Good luck to you the rest of the day. Alan Bestwick. All right, Jimmy Spencer's just taking a seat over here by the wall. Unexpected halftime in the race. Jimmy, you're up to the 11th spot. How's your car?
Not too bad, Alan. This reminds me of football now. Everybody's on a Sunday afternoon and halftime. No, I guess something broke on the back straightaway, and that's too bad for the fans and everybody, really. You get in a rhythm here and you want to keep racing, but our car was a little loose at the start, and the Winston crew worked hard on it. First pit stop and the second, and we're not too bad now. We feel like we have a competitive car, and we feel like we could be in the top 10 the rest of the day. Well, get there, I guess. We're not there yet, but we're gonna try and get there.
One spot from it. Jimmy's 11th right now to Mike Hogwood.
We're here with Jeff Bodine, and I'm telling you, we better watch out for that number 7. Started 39th, and you moved up all day, and when we stopped it here, you're in the top 15.
Now we have a great car. It's running good, handling good, and haven't run into anything yet. I think over on the back straightaway, those race fans ate too many hot dogs, drank too much soda over there. I think a sewer came loose over there. It had a little odor when we went by.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day. It's been a long day so far. But what about your car? Is it a car to contend with?
Now the Phillips Ford is running really good. It is. We had a little miscue in the pit area. On one of the stops, I passed about 15 cars, and the car fell off the jack, and they all passed me in the pit. So I had to go back out here and do it again. And that just shows we have a great car. Handling really good. It goes around the bottom of the racetrack good, and that's what counts.
Jeff Bodine feeling good about things. To Randy.
Well, it's a big-time casual atmosphere down here. All the drivers getting together, comparing notes, seeing how their cars are running. Now Jeff Gordon is forward to converse with Ward Burton. We'll see if we can jump in here and get a word with Jeff. Jeff, you've come from a long way back. Man, you must have a pretty good horse.
Well, we got a good car, but we've had some awesome pit stops. Man, that caution caught a lot of guys behind. They had come down the pit, and we stayed out, and luckily that made up some spots too. But we got a pretty good car, and we have our car set up to be in traffic, and I got out front there and got a little bit loose. So, I need to ride behind for a little while until we can adjust on even a little bit more and see what we got for him. But it's early in the race. We're just real proud and real happy to be up front right now.
Good luck the rest of the way. Back upstairs.
How do you deal with Jeff Gordon? How are you going to contain him? Here's one of the ways you might want to consider. There's Bobby Labonte. There's Ernie Irvin. There's Jeff Gordon. I don't know. I just got up to second. Yeah, right. Jeff Gordon getting ready to come back out in second spot. You just heard Jimmy Spencer, 11th. You heard from him there for a moment. And Jeff Bodine is running 15th. More in a moment.
Some things are obvious from the start. Like, things turn out better when you work together. That's why the UAW International Union and General Motors Corporation got together to create programs to improve skills and safety, to educate, to promote teamwork and build better quality cars and trucks. Assembly line to finish line. Teamwork wins.
This is no ordinary leather jacket. Because when you put it on, you're not just saying you're a NASCAR fan, you're saying you care about kids.
Buy any Exide NASCAR Select battery in 1998 and get the special 50th anniversary NASCAR jacket for just $150. And on behalf of NASCAR fans everywhere, Exide will donate all profits to Give Kids the World Foundation.
The special edition 50th anniversary NASCAR jacket. Look for details wherever Exide NASCAR Select is sold.
Nice jacket.
Thank you. Next.
Howard Sherman.
You'll be a fair and impartial juror in this trial?
Yes, sir. I think I can. I think everybody has the right to a fair trial in this country, and innocent until proven guilty. That's my motto.
Excuse.
If you're going to get out of jury duty,
What?
get out of jury duty. If you're going to get a burger, get a burger. The Monster Burger, only at Hardee's. 2 large, juicy patties with the most bacon and cheese you can get.
You gonna go? Go all out.
A lot of folks in Johnson City, Tennessee will tell you when you need a part for your car, go to AutoZone. The parts are top quality, the prices are low, and the people are helpful, like Gary Jennings. You see, when it comes to auto parts, folks will tell you Gary really knows his stuff. Oh, sure, they know there are other parts stores in town, but when it comes to getting the right part, the right price, and good advice from folks like Gary, there's just no place better than AutoZone.
The UAW GM Quality 500 is brought to you by the UAW International Union and General Motors Corporation. Assembly line to finish line. Teamwork wins. And by All Pro bumper-to-bumper auto parts stores, the auto parts specialists.
Well, I might have gone fishing. I guess the thinking over it. That road to the river, it's a mighty long way.
How you doing out there?
That's what everybody's singing out here right now.
There's my,
There
Bobby
you see
Hamilton.
Bobby Hamilton. Yeah, Bobby Hamilton. And I think Alan Bestwick's down there with him.
Yeah, I sure am. He's sitting here with his car owner, Larry McClure, and some members of his team, and Ken Schrader, and I'm going to see if I can slide into the conversation here. They just put a radio on him for a second. Bobby, come here and talk to me for just a second. You got tools in your hand, and you're stopped about a half a mile from the rest of the field. What happened?
I don't know. That's why we got all this stuff sitting here. We lost all our juice coming in right here, and the car was running excellent. We was able to get back on the lead lap and all. So I don't think it's anything major. It's either something's come loose at the battery. I know it's not anything in the dash panel or around the ignition boxes or anything like that. So we've narrowed it down just a couple of things.
You see Bobby Hamilton's car sitting about, quarter mile from where all the rest of them came to a stop. Fortunately for him, it quit as he was coming to the red flag, so they got a chance to diagnose it, try and figure out how they can get it running again.
When he gets running, he'll come from the 25th position unless they get that flag out and he drops some more.
And the great part is he can fix it himself. He builds motors for quite a few people in the Nashville Speedway there. He's a great mechanic.
Yeah. There you see where he is as to the rest of the field down here on pit road. All right, that's the picture. At the present time, static. 94 laps complete in the running of the UAW GM 500. And let's go through this entire field right now for you. There's the front six with Earnhardt up in there. Great pit stop by him has put him right back in the thick of things as we've completed 141 miles today.
Well, they're certainly going to take another pit stop yet when we get back to the green flag, so that may shuffle it as well.
24 cars. That's what we had called off in the lead lap. I think you can add a few now. You can get back to like 28.
Just like that. If we looked at Rusty Wallace in that group right there, they had made up a lap.
Just on the tail end of that lead lap. Advantage is theirs.
These guys are all a lap down. Kevin LePage is the last car on the lead lap right now. Schrader, Mayfield, Rudd, Andretti, all a lap down.
So stay with us here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Delay. Unusual conditions, to say the least. Something's wrong in the waterworks.
From the beaches of Daytona to today's super speedways, Purolator remains the oil filter. Pure oil now, pure oil later, Purolator. After all, we invented the business.
something big is happening. Bigger than Ford or Dodge. It's the truck, and it's coming.
Need brakes? Come to Midas for a break on brakes. Now just $69.95 after rebate. You'll get our standard brake service and our guarantee. Midas is $69.95 brakes. It's worth stopping for.
I'm Brian Collard. Welcome live to the Super Shop today here on TBS with a break in the racing action. The water main problem delaying the race. Ward Burton leading after 94 laps. But here is the official Dale Jarrett die-cast metal package exclusive to the Super Shop. It's the dually and trailer combo. Listen to the addition on this. Only 3,500. Already a third of these are spoken for. Quickly go into the secondary market. It's only $52.50 today, only on the Super Shop. Call us toll-free, 1-877-577-SHOP to put this in your collection. And Dale currently standing third in the Winston Cup point standings, just behind Martin and Gordon. Also available today on the Super Shop, the official driver hats, either Mark Martin, Ernie Irvin, Bill Elliott, the 50th anniversary of the Chevy or the Ford. Call us for either one at 1-877-577-SHOP as we go back to more at the Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Promotional fees and considerations have been paid by LCI. Race fans, you make the call. New LCI long-distance customers receive 30 minutes of free calling and a calling card featuring participating drivers. Call now. LA West Luxury Vans. LA West vans are available at select Ford dealerships nationwide. Call us at 800-786-VANS. Visit, experience, and shop Simpson World, a racer and race fan superstore, now open in Mooresville, North Carolina, Indianapolis, Torrance, California, and Hershey, Pennsylvania. And by Featherlight, the official trailer of NASCAR, IndyCar, World of Outlaws, IRL, and a major sponsor of NHRA. Remember to call Featherlight for all your trailer needs.
Well, the party's on hold here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. They do some work on the back straightaway. Water main broke. Poured water right across the middle of the back stretch. Here you see Dale Earnhardt having a little chat with the NASCAR officials. I bet that's political. He always comes on so easy and smiling, just setting that guy up. You wait till he needs him. Let's go to Alan Bestwick.
All right, well, Jeff Burton might get the Hard Luck Award from earlier in the race. Jeff, we reported initially that you had some paper across your grill, which is why you made the unscheduled pit stop back at lap 38. In actuality, it was what?
It was a windshield coat. What we've got on these cars now is we've got a plastic with an adhesive on it. We put that on the windshield. About halfway through the race, you pull it off. You've got a brand new windshield rather than have to clean it all the time. The windshields get pitted up. That takes care of it. Came off somebody's car, it covered up the grill, and we had to pit. If we had to pit it, it would have overheated, and the engine would have eventually expired. So it was a bad break for us, but we've got a great race car. We just need to concentrate on getting it back in the lead lap and not try to get into a big panic and just take our time. And car's good enough to get back in the lead lap. We just need to take our time and get ourselves in position, then get ourselves back in the lead lap. And then after that, we got to take our time getting back to the front. But it's a long race, a long way to go, and we're not out of it yet.
All right, thanks, Jeff. To Steve Burns.
Thanks, Alan. A moment ago, we heard an interview with Mark Martin. Mark was talking about how healthy the sport is, how many fans are in the grandstands. You can't find a parking space. Well, I've got something here, came in the mail the other day, that shows you just how big it's getting. This is a catalog put out by Ingersoll Rand. Open it up. You can get Ray Evernham merchandise. He has hats, knives, jackets, even mouse pads. So now we see that the crew chiefs are becoming superstars just like the drivers.
That's a great story.
Sell.
Yeah.
You know, Burton was talking about coming down, getting back into the lead lap and having a shot at this thing. In 1986, this race was won by Dale Earnhardt. He came from 2 laps down to win it. In 93, they penalized Earnhardt for speeding on pit road. They penalized him a lap for rough riding with Greg Sachs, and he won that one. So don't count Burton out yet.
Got H.A. Wheeler coming in here in a moment. President of the Charlotte Motor Speedway.
I don't see his tools.
No, don't see any of his tools. I knew he was a plumber, though. You know, he used to run the Robin Hood Speedway, and he had all that equipment ready at every moment for any perhaps mishap that came along. And we've got a big perhaps over there today. I bet you've never had one of these before, Wheeler.
No, I think it's where Buddy Baker hit the wall a long time ago.
Oh, yeah.
Finally come through.
Lay it on me.
Oh, I like that. Good start.
Yeah, we've got a broken water line, and we're trying to find. We've stopped it, so we ought to be ready to go here in 10, 15 minutes, if not sooner.
We were talking about times with red flags, like in Columbia when the grandstand burned down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, can you recall any other red flag situations that are unique in this game?
Well, this has happened before, not here, but I can't remember where I was, but the water line busted and was going over on the track. I think we had a deer loose somewhere one time.
I told that a while ago.
Okay.
Yeah. yeah.
Let's see.
I recall the time that the guy drove across the racetrack and got hit by one of the race cars. He was in a hurry to get home and didn't want to wait for the race to end, and they didn't have tunnels like the 2 tunnels you got here at Charlotte.
Well, a few years ago at Talladega, a fan stole the pace car. That delayed the start of the race. They never even got that thing going until they got the, fan, whoever that guy was, out of the pace car and hauled him off to jail.
Yeah, and, we've had gates work loose before and so forth, but I think this is probably only the second time for a broken water line.
See, I was thinking maybe the Joker had something to do with this.
We've been looking for the Joker, buddy.
We're looking for Batman.
Yeah.
Get this thing
to
back together.
Get it stopped.
Well, quite a pre-race show. You know, when you come to the Charlotte Motor Speedway, you always get these special events. We had the invasion of Granada one time. We've had the darndest stunt shows the world has ever seen. It has been Ringling Brothers. Today we had Batman and Robin. What are you going to do for an encore in the future?
Well, if you notice, we started these pre-race shows when Buddy quit driving.
Well, this is not my day. What do you think? I thought maybe the reason we were doing this was your wallet
Dick,
fell on the back straightaway.
I told you every word of it was true about Baker.
Yeah,
exactly.
right.
Yeah. No, it's always interesting. You always come up with a new caper. What can we look forward to?
Well, I don't know. You know, we get a lot of ideas from fans and people watching on TV. They send us ideas of some things they'd like to see. So
there you go, folks. If you've got an idea about a pre-race show, you can tip cars over. You can blow them up. Any idea you've got, invasions are always accepted. Drop a line to H.A. Wheeler at the Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Now, if you listen who's talking, I was with Ken Squire last week at his racetrack, and a guy had to kiss the cow for winning the race. Now, come on.
No,
he's been there. He's been to the milk bowl.
I've been to the milk bowl.
Yeah.
I thought the next thing we do, guys up in Delaware started the National Pumpkin Throwing Championship, and they've actually built a cannon that the record, they fired this pumpkin 3,280 feet.
That's almost a mile.
How did they find the pumpkin?
If we'd had that, we'd have won a Civil War.
Sore loser. Always got to have an excuse. You didn't have a pumpkin cannon.
Yeah.
Well, that figures. Hey, well, thank you for coming by. What's your expectation as to when we might get this going?
Well, we got the water stopped over there, and now it's just pumping it out and making sure it doesn't go back across the racetrack. Well, we started this morning out with water because it was raining, and we got up to this point, so now we get rid of this water, we'll be ready to go.
Wait a minute, quick before you go. This is Captain Weather. As you know, H.A. Wheeler's other title is Captain Weather. Now, we've got a cloud cover at the present time. Are we going to be okay when we get through this?
No, we're not going to have any more coming down from the sky, I don't think. And hopefully we won't have any more coming up from the ground.
Thanks very much for coming by.
All right.
Humpy Wheeler. Let's go to Alan Bestrick with another unique story here at Charlotte.
All right, Ken, earlier in the race, we showed you one of Dick Trickle's pit stops where it looked like something unfortunate was about to happen to the right rear tire carrier. Watch Mark Irving as he gets around the race car. And he's still at it. He's still at it. Well, we're with Mark down here on pit road now, and he says, how come you guys only come see us when bad things happen? First of all, you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. It's just one of those things. Just when the tire came off, it hit the jack, and let the jack down, and the front skirt of the car just came down on the top of my foot. And thank goodness there's a little bit of plastic there, so it gave a little bit. And I got a short foot too, so it doesn't hurt too bad.
Now, he said to me just a minute ago, that you hadn't missed a pit stop yet.
I haven't missed a pit stop yet, so a couple weeks ago, busted my butt. And got up and kept on going. We can keep on going today, unless it gets hurting real bad.
All right, so Mark is just fine after getting his left foot a little bit banged up. He says, come back and show me again later, and I'll be just fine. Let's go to Steve Burns.
All right, thanks a lot, Alan. Sitting here talking to Richard Petty about the Redskins, of all things. But now, Richard, the big story here was your grandson on Wednesday night comes to this racetrack for the first time. We're looking at footage now, and he wins the race. Tell us about it.
Well, you know, they everything worked. You know, they come with a good car, one of our 93 cars, I think, and, you know, our crowd built the motors, and we had 2 or 3 different crowds working on it, some of the ASA boys and some of Kyle's boys, some of our boys, and they put a good car under him, and he was able to miss everybody and won the race.
Adam told us before the race one of the best things about it was he got a hug from the king.
Well, I felt good about him. How he felt about it. I like to give him that kind of hugs. And, you know, we come to the winner's circle, and, you know, he was about 2 foot off the ground. I had to pull him back and put him on the ground. But I think he's okay now.
Richard, can you believe your dad, Lee, started 50 years ago with NASCAR? I think you said he raced not far from here on Wilkinson Boulevard, and pretty much had to hitchhike home because he rolled the car over, and here you are today, 4 generations later.
Yeah, it changes all along, you know what I mean? And I'm just glad I've been part of it, and glad that the Petty crowd's part of it. And, you know, if we can pick them up a little bit today, maybe we can, we'll be okay. I told John and Kyle both that their jobs were in jeopardy because Adam's looking good.
All right, thanks a lot, Richard. Let's go to Randy.
Well, from one legend to another, we have Cale Yarborough standing by here. Cale, you had such a stirring win last week with Rich Bickle behind the wheel. Your driver was in tears. I know what that means to a driver to finally make some accomplishments in this sport.
Well, it sure does. Rich is a good race driver. You know, he came up through the short tracks and the trucks and all, and it's just taken him some time to get accustomed to these Winston Cup cars, but I think Rich has got the makings of a good race driver. We're struggling here today. We had a carburetor to go to bed as soon as the race started and got a lap down, made the lap up, and then we came in and changed carburetors on that caution and lost another lap. But we hope we're back in the chase now anyway.
Okay, good luck to you the rest of the way. Back upstairs.
One of the legends and one of the former winners of this race, Cale Yarborough.
Let me tell you something. You don't see the intensity in that man just talking to him. That was one of the greatest drivers that ever sat down in a Winston Cup car.
Drivers are back in their cars, buddy. We're getting ready to crank this one back up.
All right, business again.
Yep.
Look
They've
at that
moved away
helmet.
from the
That thing's
backstretch.
scary looking. Ooh.
Moved in the equipment. They'll have to dust off that track a little down there. They put down a lot of speedy drive. So I think we'll probably have 2 or 3 laps before they see green for sure. We'll take a commercial break and be back with you at the UAW GM 500 in Charlotte. Delayed water main problem. Imagine that.
Rather go to a real race? During the Napa 500 Great Start Sweepstakes, you could win one of 8 trips to Daytona Speed Weekend, or the grand prize, a trip to Daytona, $10,000 cash, and be the honorary starter of the Napa Auto Parts 300. So come into any Napa Auto Parts store for details. Napa Oil, 59 cents a quart after rebate.
Who else but Sonic could take a great American invention like the toaster and go it one better?
Introducing new toaster sandwiches from Sonic. Served on Texas toast made fresh to order in your choice of bacon cheeseburger or chicken club. Both topped with crispy bacon and tangy smoked cheddar cheese.
With a terrific taste of something totally different. They're the greatest things since sliced toast.
Drive in for a change at Sonic. This month, try our new chocolate-covered peanut butter shake made with Peter Pan peanut butter.
Some things are obvious from the start. Like, things turn out better when you work together. That's why the UAW International Union and General Motors Corporation got together to create programs to improve skills and safety, to educate, to promote teamwork and build better quality cars and trucks. Assembly line to finish line. Teamwork wins.
It's good to know that in an era of superstars, big corporate sponsorships, and network TV deals, there's an organization that also cares about fairness and sportsmanship, that realizes its fans are the sole reason for its success, and knows it should never go so fast
that it can't slow down if there's a good enough reason. This is NASCAR, and this is the way we've done things for 50 years.
ESOB is the official supplier of welding equipment and filler materials to Petty Enterprises.
In Winston Cup racing, we all know that good drivers are hard to find. That's why when you got a great driver like John Andretti, you want to work hard to protect him. One of the ways we work hard to protect him starts with the seat. There are several seat manufacturers out there. You can see here with this Richardson seat, it's been heliarc welded along all the seams for strength and durability. Now we'll go over to the car and show you how it's mounted inside the car. Here we are with the car we're getting ready to mount the seat in. Just as there are several different seat manufacturers, there's several different ways that teams like to mount the seats. Here at Petty Enterprise, we like to weld the main seat rails to the door bars. That way, in a side impact, the door bars will move over, the driver moves over too, therefore protecting his body from the impact. Once the seat has been welded and properly mounted in place, it is one of the most important safety features in protecting a driver during a crash.
How long? Back with you again at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. It's been over a half hour, maybe 40 minutes. Started out really like a major distraction, but it really has been sort of minor. When it started, we thought it might flush the whole race here. They had that water just pouring across the racetrack. They've done a great job, got it all back together. Hello, with Buddy Baker, Dick Berger, and I'm Ken Squire. We're 140 miles deep into this 500-mile race, and it certainly has been eventful, gentlemen.
Yeah, and the cars are moving, so we're going to get going again very soon. Earnhardt from 33rd to 6th. Incredible. Gordon from 26th. He's running in second spot right now, so it's been an interesting race so far.
And Waltrip, your old buddy DW from 43rd up to 15th.
That Texaco or Tabasco car, I mean, he's really flying around the top part of the racetrack. One of the few guys that's making that work. You know, if Darrell Waltrip wins this race, I would buy a ticket to go down in the winner's circle, because you talk about somebody that's excited about his new car here and everything. I can't wait to see what happens in this race.
He's been running that line that Harry Gant used to run all the way up. You think he's ready to wreck it. You think he's in the marbles. He's been so far up on the track, and it really did work all the way around.
Well, he's getting business done. That's what you have to do. You change your lines to stay active and stay up front. And Darrell Waltrip doing a great job today. But you know, the Pontiacs are the story today. They're running very, very well.
Indeed, they're running up in front right now with young Ward Burton from South Boston, Virginia. Hope John is here today. His prodigy really having a good runner. Progeny. They're in first place, and then Jeff, who's had such a good year with a couple of victories, is well back. He had that pit stop that he really didn't need early.
Wonder whose tires those are.
Oh, they sell them. They sell them. You can pick those things up, and they're great souvenirs.
Cocktail tables.
Yeah, make coffee tables out of them, cocktail tables out of them. People actually make lamps out of them, believe it or not.
Lamps?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, use it for the base of a lamp and also for the shelf.
Big lamp.
What do you think?
Yeah.
Whoa. Okay, we're back underway. They've just completed lap number 95. Today, you can log on to tbssuperstation.com and ride along with 6 drivers with their in-car cameras. As long as the waterworks don't break again. You can get the showdown from Charlotte. It's all here on TBS. That's superstation.com. There's the address for you right there. All right. So the wheels are turning. We're back underway. The wheels are turning. The water's been turned off.
Right in this area is where they had the problem, down the back straightaway.
You'll see them come to it here.
Right
There's so
there,
much
you
speed
see the
right
oil
now.
dry.
The kitty litter. Picking that up. And of course, you folks are brand new. One away.
Bill Elliott's in the pits right now with the hood up on the 94 cars. You can well see there. They're putting it back down now. They're adjusting on the front fenders there a little bit.
Car had a great run over Dover and Kent's at the board that day. Bill not at the racetrack. The passing of George Elliott, grand guy George Elliott. We used to enjoy him on a great coin flip.
Yep.
Wonderful collection.
Bill had a good run last week at Martinsville, finished 7th.
You know, he came from where the U.S. Mint originally was, up there in Dahlonega, Georgia. And he had some great coins from that period.
I think with all the success Bill Elliott's had in Winston Cup racing, he doesn't need a mint. He's earned it.
George will be missed. There's no question about that. Nice one. All right, looking back through the field as they get up to speed here today. Getting ready to go. Now 96 laps are complete. We're seeing a few cars pull on the pit road. Kenny Irwin among them. Bobby Hamilton comes in. You saw the story. And let's get that story on Kenny Hamilton, or rather Bobby Hamilton right now, from Mike Hogwood.
They have no idea what the problem was. As we heard Bobby Hamilton say, he thought it was a battery. They checked the battery. It wasn't that. They shook a few cables, and the car fired up again. Then they just came in and topped off with fuel. Whatever it was, they don't know. But the good news is the 4 is running now. Bobby Hamilton's back out.
Here's what I find interesting. We've had a delay of 40 minutes, and all of these guys who are top athletes are running at 190 miles an hour in 130 to 150 degree heat in those compartments, get out of their cars, and they stop and have a chat with you. Yeah. I can't think of another sport. They usually go hide somewhere. They're all out there, all making themselves available, and it is the magic in this sport. There's no mystery to it.
Talking to people, that wears the tension down just a little bit. Gets them back to normal, then they go back racing. The adrenaline starts flowing again.
Yeah, but they do it before the race, and they do it after, too. You just don't see that much of it in other sports, and it's so special to this particular game. They feel they owe everybody here something, and they're more than willing to share their feelings. Like Baker.
Well, you see, y'all, right now, we're just running around here about 70 miles an hour. 5,000 RPM.
John Nemechek, Sterling Marlin just pitted, topping off on fuel. Dick Trickle, too.
How many people were here when you won your very first race?
I thought it was everybody that ever could be here. It's about 30,000 people, and they have that many on pit road today, it looks like. This is the new Crown Grandstand over in turns 2 there. That's a new addition to
that
the
could
Speedway.
Be the villain. That's back where the water main is.
Yeah,
there
I think right up here might be the villain. These nice suites up there. Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how Ward Burton, who's going to take the green flag in the lead, fares. He only took 2 tires. Everybody else behind him pretty much took 4. See if 2 will work. Schrader down a lap. 12 of Mayfield down a lap. They are on the inside. Lead lap cars are all upstairs.
Kenny Schrader
cars a lap down on the bottom.
Excuse me. I think Kenny Schrader has a great car. Right now, Ward Burton's going to have to really struggle to keep him from getting that lap back.
Ward Burton on the point. Jeff Gordon in second. You have Bobby Labonte in third. California's Ernie Irvin in fourth, followed by Terry Labonte, the senior of the Labonte brothers. And 2-time Winston Cup champion back there in number 5 car, running 5th position.
Fighting to get back in the lead lap right now with Ward Burton. He's doing a great job, by the way. He's on the bottom part of the racetrack, which is a little bit quicker in the corner, but he can't get the angle off the corner because Ward Burton is right there.
Schrader in 30th position. This is where you have to try to get it back. It's not to happen.
Nope.
Ward Burton's got him covered.
Mayfield didn't get it either. Meanwhile, good fight for third spot there with the 36. Ernie Irvin, the 24. Gordon, 18. Labonte. 2 Labonte, side by side, right in front of you.
Labonte brothers finished the race over in Atlanta a couple of years ago, just in that manner. Right back at it. Joe Gibbs, number 18, down on the inside. And look at Andretti pulling up in the 43. Here comes Jeff Gordon, number 24, slipping right down the bottom. That's your second place car for the moment.
Jeff Burton going down in the corner. You heard him say in the break a while ago he thinks he has a car he can make that lap up with, but right now, hey, everybody's flying around here. They've had time to rest. Everything's cool. As they go along, the better cars will come back up.
Juicy Steve Park in that yellow car come out of the corner with a wiggle in the nose and a wiggle in the tail, and somehow he hung on to that number 1.
Gordon has fallen back into third. Irvin has moved around and into second. The number 36, Ernie Irvin, up to second spot. Ward Burton stays first. You have Terry Labonte in fourth, and his brother Bobby right there with him. And Schrader still hanging it on the outside. the one car that has been truly effective out there today has been Waltrip.
Bobby Labonte following his brother right down the back straightaway into turn 3. You can see there's varied lines through this racetrack. Right now, Ward Burton's checked out.
Wow. With 2 tires, he has checked out. Look at the gap that he has on Ernie Irvin.
Call it 1 8/10 of a second.
Yeah.
No, call it 1.2. 1 1/8 the last lap, 1 2 this time around.
Jeff Burton goes by the 24 car. Jeff Gordon down in the corner there. He wasn't kidding when he said, I have a great car.
That's the one that could make it up, the 99.
I'm so glad the stuff on his grill was clear plastic. That's why we couldn't see it. Right, buddy?
Exactly. And Terry Labonte's looking under his teammate there. Jeff Burton's down on the bottom part of the racetrack. I think he's caught up behind John Andretti coming down the corner there.
Schrader is 32nd, Andretti 33rd, and this 99 runs in 34th.
What a beautiful shot as they head down into turn 1 there. You can see everybody's varying in their lines. Trouble. Steve Park. You said he wiggled just a lap or 2 back.
This is an overreaction. Darrell, nice job.
Come on. He was so soft on the pedal. All he had to do was touch it just a little bit harder, and Waltrip would have been history in that one. Here's the mark of a 3-time Winston Cup champion. It's so easy to get in trouble when something like that happens in front of you. Steve Park. And a little fire coming out of the back, quickly extinguished. 5th caution of the day.
You know, he was hurt down in Florida not long ago, running the test program down there just out of Miami. Hurt his back. So Steve Park looks to be okay. He's coming out under his own power there, sitting on the wall.
He's had such a tough year. Hurt at Atlanta, had to sit out much of the season.
And really hurt.
Yeah.
I mean, serious hurt. Let's take a look at what happened to him a little earlier. Dick Berggren was talking about this number 1 car, Steve Park.
That's him right there. Excuse me. It's a
Wiggle
little loose.
way up
against the wall there. That wasn't that bad right there. A lot of people, when you come off that wide, you will do that. Let's look at him now. Yellow and black
There's
car
wiggle.
wiggles, gets up towards Bobby Labonte there, spins around. Now he's at the mercy of the court. Hard with the left side and across. You see the flaps on the roof there, keeping it from getting off the ground. Everybody behind him did a great job of dodging here.
Yep, Brett Bodine just snuck by. Darrell Waltrip virtually stopped on the racetrack in order to avoid that incident.
Here's what Jarrett saw.
See all the smoke in front of him.
Now,
Everybody checking up, trying to figure which way to go. I'll take the high road, he says.
Spotters so important. Those guys talking to the drivers from the top of the roof here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Another angle.
Well, you see him under Bobby Labonte. He loses the back, and he really spins the car to keep from taking Bobby Labonte out. He would have got right in the left rear corner had he stayed like he was.
If he didn't hit Labonte in that left rear corner, he came awful close. Labonte was lucky with that deal.
Well, it's unfortunate for Steve Park, but on the other hand, it's very fortunate. He didn't get collected. We saw one yesterday when Mark Martin at 175 miles an hour went head-on into young Grubb's car on the back stretch. It was such a horrendous wreck. I got to believe that Mark Martin is sore and hurting today. Did you talk with him this morning? Excuse me, buddy.
Yeah.
Well, you look at the number 1 car. They've had such a tough weekend. They've had 2 engine problems and now a crash. Tough weekend.
Buddy, what were you going to say?
Well, I was going to say Phil Parsons went all the way up on the side of, just hitting head on into Mark Grubb like he did. That was bad enough. But then when or Mark Krogh, and then to have Phil Parsons come down in there wide open and climb right up over the top of Martin's car, it was a scary moment.
Schrader's pitted.
Ken Schrader on pit road. Going to make an adjustment on the number 33. We'll take a commercial break and should be back just in time to see them restart here. 107 of 334 laps are now complete with the UAW GM 500.
In the City of Angels, practicing law can be a devilish occupation.
Welcome to the bar, boys.
Legalese. See it for the first time anywhere. Tonight at 8 on TNT.
Flip Log Day 19. Traveling the circuits of NASCAR.
Darlington, Daytona, Talladega, Charlotte.
The drivers, the cars, the action, bumper to bumper, mano-a-mano at speeds of over 200 miles an hour, with us covering every heart-pounding, adrenaline-pumping moment at the incredible speeds of over
35 miles an hour, fast as it goes.
What? It's a good thing they keep going around in circles.
Rogaine Extra Strength works for 4 out of 5 men.
What do you mean works?
Regrows hair, or at least stops hair loss.
My luck, I'll be that 5th guy.
Probably not. But here's our guarantee. Give Rogaine Extra Strength an honest chance. You be the judge. It stops hair loss, or regrows hair, more hair, thicker hair, faster, or we give your money back. Guaranteed. Rogaine Extra Strength works for you, or your money back.
I can't lose.
They come from all over for the most agonizing test of endurance motorsports has to offer. The heavyweight championship of off-road racing. The legendary Baja 1000. Mile after mile of unforgiving terrain that can send even the toughest truck to an early grave, which means it can really be murder on a battery. That's why more drivers who tackle the Baja rely on the Duralast battery than any other. The same Duralast we stock at AutoZone. The Duralast battery. Power you can depend on.
In the RC world, one soars above them all. Skydriver. Skydriver's virtually unstoppable. You hit the button, you hit the sky. It's easy.
No sweat.
Gonna hit a wall, Skydriver soars above them all. Ground-ripping tires drive almost anywhere. Then Skydriver tears through the air. Revolutionary body fin and big tires launch you high. Now you're skydriving. Think you're beat? Skydriver gets back on its feet. Off-road might, skydriving height. Soar above them all with Skydriver. Skydriver with flip-on command controller. Battery pack sold separately.
Promotional fees and considerations have been paid by Racing Radios. Radio communications are provided by Racing Radios. For all your racing communications needs, call on Racing Radios at 1-800-669-1522. Mack trucks are furnished by Clement Chevy Mack Sales. For all your truck and tractor needs, call Clement at 1-800-369-MACK. And by RaceShop.com. Visit RaceShop.com for the latest NASCAR news, driver stats, easy-to-use online store, and more. www.raceshop.com.
Back with you live, 108 laps complete, 162 of the 500 miles as you look over the Charlotte Motor Speedway, where the pictures are coming from today.
Yep, let's look inside the videotape room. Those guys make sure that you get to see all the replays, see everything that happened. One of the 21
folks.
One of the 21 cameras up there on the roof.
Hello, Wayne. When we get ready to go again, Ward Burton out in front, number 22, Bill Davis Pontiac. Last time he led was at Pocono back in July. Like this guy, outdoorsman. Well, he started his own wildlife foundation. And that's not like the wildlife foundation of the old days of Stockton.
I knew that was coming.
The Virginia Department of Game and Inland Fisheries has this Ward Burton Wildlife Foundation. And since this kid was little, his idea of a great time was to get out of school as fast as he can, get his beagles, and go out in the woods. I mean, he is a very quiet guy, and just wouldn't expect that he'd be the kind of guy leading on a Sunday afternoon in the 39th running of this 500-mile race. Low key. Alan Bestwick on car number 94, Bill Elliott's rig.
Yeah, Ken, we talked about Bill making a couple of pit stops earlier. Two different problems there. The first time, one of the braces that holds the front fenders out with all the air that rushes on the fronts of these cars at 180 miles an hour. They have metal braces behind them. Well, one of the fender braces on Elliott's machine broke. And that'll change significantly the handling performance of the car. So they had to come in and fix that. The second pit stop was just to correct a problem that occurred because of the fixing of that. While they were trying to make another adjustment on the car, they kind of got it backwards, so they had to come back and undo that.
Thank you, Alan. We're back underway. 110 complete, working 111. And you watch working the number 22, trying to scoot away from Urban in that second spot. Some lap cars sandwiched in there. Walking down the back straightaway, there's Mayfield trying to take that lap back.
He is in the 10 car there. Ricky Rudd also. He needs to get back in the lead lap, and these guys are really putting a lot of heat on these guys right now at the front.
Mayfield working the bottom. There you see Ernie Irvin right on the rear bumper. That number 22. And the two of them together get a bead on the 12. And it springs the 22. That Pontiac loose another time. Came out of there like a rocket ship off the second corner.
John Andretti in the red and blue car, also a lap down, trying to get it back. A lot of guys up front need to get a lap back. A lot of guys up front want to make sure they stay out of trouble. The guys on the lead lap just don't want to get involved in the wreck that happens so often on these restarts.
You want to talk about speed, just to let you know just how fast these cars are running. That's a frightening looking camera angle there.
How close they come to the edge of the racetrack as well. They're right on the edge.
Got trouble.
Darrell Waltrip. Oh, Darrell.
Smoke coming out of both sides of the car.
Lap 112. Caution is out. Yellow down. Lap 112.
Mayfield did not get his lap back.
That looks real like either an oil line or an engine just expired on that car because there's a lot of smoke coming out of the back.
Big time. Darrell Waltrip hauls her down on the pit road. First pit in, 43rd starter. 6th caution of the day. Let's see what gave. From 43rd position up right into the 5th spot at one point in this race. And running about 15th when it all came to naught coming out of turn number 2.
Well, it's not a blown engine or they would have given up on it. This has got to be something that at least has some potential for being fixed.
See Waltrip on the bottom of the racetrack. He's running in probably a lot of oil right there. The back of the car sails out a little bit. A guy that's been there before knows what to do. His brother's trying to get by and said, how much oil are you going to put out here?
Waves as he goes by, I'm sure. They haven't found it yet.
Steve Park crashed just a moment ago down there with Mike Hogwood.
Steve, you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I mean, everybody at home, I'm okay. It's been a tough year. You know, it started off in the beginning of the year. It was a little bit tough, and we had a good race car. Pennzoil Chevrolet was running good, and we're trying to get one of our laps back. We pitted and the caution came out and got us 2 laps down on the leaders, and we're up there racing with them guys, and I think I just got the air taken off the back of me. The car was real good and just, you know, just come around in that pack of cars. So I'm just glad I didn't collect anybody else. There's a lot of leaders there. I'm just glad nobody else got collected with it.
We're glad you're okay. Steve Park is okay. He's had, as he said, a tough season with the injuries, but fortunately he's all right here.
East Northport, New York runner Steve Park. Young face for the future. And Waltrip's car going back to the garage area, and in a hurry, too.
Yeah, they're pushing pretty quick. Maybe they can fix it. Maybe it's just a fitting or something that broke.
But, you know, even if they do fix it, Darrell's not going to have the day that everybody here was hoping that he might have. He's already down laps, and no chance of really salvaging anything out of today unless he comes back and runs a couple good laps. Makes himself feel good for that.
Sure gave us some moments, though.
Yeah, he did. Nice to see some of these senior drivers getting around as well as they are here.
What a mix, however, up in front. I mean, this is a bit of a surprise in this race. You've got Burton and Irvin up in front. Gordon currently in 3rd. Then the Labonte brothers, 4 and 5. You've got Skinner running in 8th, doing a good job. And here's Chad Little back in the top 10 in 9th spot. And you've got Jeff Bodine in there. Jimmy Spencer is there. Rusty Wallace, 12th. Kevin LePage still hanging in. He's 14th. More on the story in a moment.
Rather go to a real race? During the Napa 500 Great Start Sweepstakes, you could win one of 8 trips to Daytona Speed Weekend, or the grand prize, a trip to Daytona, $10,000 cash, and be the honorary starter of the Napa Auto Parts 300. So come into any Napa Auto Parts store for details. NASCAR 50th Anniversary Travel Mug, free with $20 purchase.
If you end up using anything but AC Delco parts in your car, who knows where you'll end up? AC Delco. If you're not asking for it, you're asking for it.
To get AC Delco and other quality parts, visit your local All-Pro or Bumper-to-Bumper Auto Parts store. For the location nearest you, call 800-888-4074.
I'm Brian Collard. Welcome live to the Super Shop this afternoon here on TBS. Ward Burton still in the lead. 115 laps already underway. How about this special Mark Martin package? It's the die-cast metal car, the one he's driving right now, standing in 6th place in today's race. It's the Valvoline Ford Taurus done to exact detail and a 1/24 scale. Along with the package is the special TBS promotional 164 die-cast metal car, the 50 noting the anniversary of the Winston Cup World dating back to 1948. As a package, it's available at only $29.85. Call us here on Super Shop, toll free at 1-877-577-SHOP. Also available, it's the Jeff Gordon exclusive die-cast metal car. We're down to about the last 2/3, so quickly go into the secondary market. Call us at 1-877-577-SHOP as we go back to more live race action out at the Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Oh, yeah, Charlotte Motor Speedway. Now, that is an infield shot.
That's the North Carolina Riviera, isn't it?
That's right.
Yeah.
Bring your couch, enjoy the race. And there are the folks up in the suites down in turn number 4. How many suites have they got here now?
A lot.
100?
A lot. Look at it. They just ring this whole area coming off the second corner.
There's the points currently, 209. So Gordon's on a pickup here. He's made a few. Came in here at 199 point advantage. Now he's got Mark Martin covered by 209.
Impressed this guy has been able to hang on to the lead despite the fact that he took only 2 tires on that last pit stop. That stop was on lap 90. We're now on 117, but so many of these laps have been run under caution.
STP pit roundup. Appropriate time. Let's go trackside.
And John Andretti came in just a moment ago, Ken, and they're trying to improve their track position. He put just 2 tires, right sides on the 43. You know, John's had a great string of races. He's worked his way into the top 10 of points, so every position on the racetrack is critical to them. Let's go to Randy Pemberton.
Well, there's been a lot of discussion under this caution flag from Jeremy Mayfield's team to Ward Burton's team as to whether or not when the next caution flag flies, if Jeremy Mayfield is close enough, would he be able to get his lap back if Ward would let him? That's the question. They decided no, they're not going to do that because they had an opportunity to exchange that at Pocono and let the 12 or the 22 back on the lead lap there, and it didn't happen. So now let's go to Allen. Well, I talked to Ernie Irvin's crew chief, Ryan Pemberton. Ernie right now running well. Said, how's your car? He said, it's just fine. Then he said to me, how's the weather? The cloud cover keeps coming and going here, and the crew chiefs are all keeping one eye on that weather radar in the NASCAR truck to make sure they're racing to full distance this afternoon. Mike Hogwood.
An incredible story on Darrell Waltrip's car. We thought he was out. No way. Look how hard they're working on the car. A line came off, the oil line that goes to the gauge came loose. That's responsible for the oil on the track. It also meant that the gauge didn't work, so Darrell thought everything was cooked. They've come back in. They've rehooked it up. Darrell's strapping back in this race car. He's going to be back out on the track in just a moment.
As they come down to complete lap 118, 177 miles, they're back under green after the 6th caution of the day. With Ward Burton, winner of just 1 race in his career, leading the pack. Rockingham, 1995 was the last time he rocked them. Can he hold on today?
You're riding with Jeff Burton just that second ago. Now, he said he can make this lap up that he needs to. He's the 99 car there running in 4th on the track. As you see him taking the high side right now with Ernie Irvin on the high side as they come off turn 4.
First and second, almost side by side. And Ward Burton's brother ready to try and overtake him and get back into the lead lap of this $2 million contest.
I bet Ward will be more inclined to let him by than he was Jeremy Mayfield, who clearly is not going to get his lap back. Ernie Irvin has now passed Mayfield. You see Mayfield there on the bottom. Oh, 3 wide. Schrader in the middle of that.
Mark Martin there in the 6th car. Look how fast that car is in the center part of the corner. When he starts to accelerate, catching Bobby Labonte up out of the corner, you're looking back at Mark Martin down the front straightaway here.
Jeff Gordon pressing his way on the high side. He's been using that high groove over the last several laps, and it's working for him.
Bonnie a little bit high right through there as Mark Martin closes in on the back bumper as they go down the back straightaway. Look at the RPM now, right at 9,000.
Riding with Mark Martin, 6th position. Bobby Labonte telemetry now.
Okay, there's 8,000 right there as they go down the front straightaway, about 8,500. close to 9,000 near the end of the corner there. 190 miles an hour as he touches the brake going in the corner.
Just barely touches it, ever so slightly, ever so lightly. John Andretti down to the inside.
That one's not for position. Andretti is down. Down one lap.
Bobby holding that outside line. Gets a good run up. John Andretti comes off the corner. The back jumps a little bit. Mark Martin sitting here just going, okay, guys, I'm patient. Go ahead and make your run out, and then I'll get by.
And that's what he needs to do. Mark Martin has got to be patient. Not only does he want to win this race, he's got a championship in store if things go well for him between now and Atlanta in November.
John Andretti back in 31st position. Here's Martin in 6th. Getting underneath the 18. This is for position. Fighting for 5th. Mark Martin on the bottom. Bobby Labonte high side.
Not much of a battle when Martin gets back in the throttle there. He pulled almost 2 car lengths on Bobby Labonte coming out of the corner.
Does he go in deeper or pick it up earlier on those corners?
Well, you see he goes down in the corner well, moves up just a little bit off that preferred bottom line, but when he gets back in that throttle, it's like a rocket ship.
Jeff Burton in the 99. Still trying to make up that lap. When he does, he's still got a day's work to do. He's running in 29th position. He's right on the tail end.
Yeah, but he's run them down. He's less than a car length back there as they go into turn 1 right now. The 99 of Jeff Burton just behind Ernie Irvin there. This car is nailed to this racetrack.
If he can get by these two, get himself back in the lead lap, catch a caution. Whole new race for Jeff Burton.
He sure is looking good right now, isn't he?
Ernie Irvin slides a little bit, goes up. That brings Ward Burton's tail out just a little bit. As they come off the corner there, Jeff Burton making a run right now to get back in the lead lap on his brother.
What a move by Jeff Burton.
A little bit of a fade on Ernie Irvin to the high side. Hole opened up and the 99 pounced. He's back into the lead lap. Doesn't give him a position, but it gives him the most important thing of all as Tabitha Burton looks on. Ward's wife watching. Her husband leads. Brother-in-law has just scooted by him and back into that lead lap, and notice that we've got Ernie Irvin pressing his luck up in first.
I'm watching Jeff Gordon there has moved into 3rd place now, right on the back bumper of Ward Burton as they go through the corner.
Jeff Burton just said, you know, he and Ward used to have some real knockdown dragouts when we race late model stock cars up at South Boston, but we learned that that didn't help things very much. They toned it down. I'm sure their father John had something to do with that.
For the Darrell Waltrip fans, DW is coming back to the racetrack now. You see him going down pit road. There's still some oil still up under the car, but that comes from that oil line being off earlier.
And you saw the mechanics underneath that thing in the garage wiping as much of the bottom clean as they could, but you can't get it all, and there's still a little bit of smoke.
Working lap 128 as Waltrip comes back on the track, and he has lost 15 laps. He's at 113. Randy Pemberton can tell us more down on pit road.
Well, if you remember the last time Ward Burton was on pit road, he took on 2 right side tires to try to see if he could get some track position, and the car was a little bit tight. Now he says the thing got real loose, real quick. So they might have learned something for later on in the race. It can get him track position, but it might not be enough to keep him out there.
Earnhardt side by side with Schrader.
Got his teammate just behind him there, 31, Mike Skinner. Jeff Bodine in the 7th.
9th.
Skinner's in 8th spot right now.
Rudd a lap down. Mike Hogwood on that number 3 of Earnhardt.
Well, this team started out tight, then they were loose, and Dale Earnhardt a minute ago said, oh, it's feeling good. And then he just, as soon as he said that, radioed in, it had developed a bit of a push, and he's still having trouble chasing the handle. But remember that in our happy hour yesterday, Dale Earnhardt said it was going to be a lot on the driver today. Well, that driver in the car 3 is doing a whale of a job keeping it up there in the top 10.
Yeah, he just chased it all the way across the racetrack, right through the wall, within a couple of inches of it. You got Pontiac first and second out here at the present time in this race. They're really having a day at Charlotte currently. Here comes Skinner, getting under Schrader. Inches his way along.
Jeff Bodine in that number 7 is having a nice run for himself this afternoon, and he sure needs it. No one has told him he is out of this ride yet, but he does believe that when the 1998 season ends, that he will necessarily have to find something else. His partner bought out his remaining interest in it. Bodine no longer owns anything in the car. He's looking for a ride.
Owns a big interest in trying to get himself a whale of a finish here today, if he possibly can. It's such an up and down season over the last 2 or 3 seasons for Jeff Bodine. Got a race summary here for you. You watch Irvin, Burton, and Gordon, 1, 2, and 3. We've had 6 leaders, 9 lead changes, the average speed 112.938, 6 cautions, big red flag in this race, 33 laps of caution, and 1 official retiree from the event. Green, number 41, only car out of the event today.
You know, we were talking about Jeff Bodine having a sporadic year, but you have to remember he's building this race team all the whole time he's trying to drive, and Darrell Waltrip will be the first to tell you it's very disconcerting to try to do it all. When Darrell Waltrip got in the number 1 car for Steve Parks this year, he started running closer to the front because all he had to concern himself with was actually getting out on the racetrack and driving.
Yeah, Bodine has had some horrible things happen to him this year. The car fell off the jack earlier today. The wheel fell off at Martinsville last week. They forgot to grease the rear end at the first Dover race for his time trial, and he had a bad performance there. I mean, just everything has happened to Jeff Bodine.
Oh, boy, second place. Yep. Gordon closing in.
Well, Ward Burton right now is probably just holding on as best he can, because when you don't take on left side tires, that means the left side's giving up quite a bit. As you see Gordon there moving up the racetrack, he looks like he might be a little tight.
There you see the 3 leaders just up in front of them, drawing away, and you can see by how much there for just a moment. That 99, there you see Jeff Burton. He has really heated up that car as he tries to make up time. Here comes the number 6 down to the inside, working for 5th position, or 4th position on Terry Labonte. Terry Labonte, number 5 car, is in 4th. Mark Martin, 1 peg behind him, trying to pick it up right here.
2 thinking drivers, they won't defeat each other by trying to hold each other off this early in the races. You see Bobby or Terry Labonte move up and let Mark go right on by, because at this point in the race he's a little bit quicker.
Well, Terry Labonte in that number 5, something of a dark horse in this race, but listen to this. 5 races in a row, the last 5.
Caution, trouble in turn 2.
Yeah.
Gary Bradbury in the wall. Last 5 races in a row, Terry Labonte has done better than the race prior to it.
Bradbury running well back of the field. He was 38, hugging the wall, holding it right up there against it after he tagged it. Gave it a pretty decent hit, too. If you can stay up there, you're a whole lot better off than to try to float down across that track. Caution number 7 is on the track. It'll come out with lap 136, the marker for the 7th. And a very slow speed on today's race. Plus, a considerable delay after we had a water main break on the back straightaway, and we had a little Mississippi pouring right across the backstretch. Oh, that's a bad break for Bradbury. They had a good qualifying run. They qualified in 16th spot for this race. Yeah, a lot of cautions on today's race. Gary Bradbury looks like his day is done. Walter Giles, the crew chief, was so pleased with the way that car had qualified and the way he had performed. All over now. Bean also ran. If he gets back at all, leaders are going to come on pit road. Here comes Irvin, Burton, Gordon, Martin, the whole tribe on the pit road, ready to fuel. This will be at lap 137. That gets him 205 miles into this race. There's the activity on pit road on the top of your screen. You're watching the Ernie Irvin car, then Ward Burton's 22 and Jeff Gordon on the bottom. Down to Steve Burns.
And Jeff Gordon's in for service. He's going to get 4 tires. Now, he told Ray Evernham on the radio, don't change anything to the car but the tires. And a great stop, just over 16.5 seconds for Jeff Gordon.
That's a 4 tire change?
Yeah.
Randy?
Well, it was a round of wedge in for the 22 car and Ward Burton. 4 tires. That kind of makes up for the only 2 tires that he had on before. Good pit stop for them.
Ernie Irvin's team had some trouble on the right front changing the tires on their car. He lost a lot of positions leaving pit road. To Mike Hogwood.
Well, Dale Earnhardt in, and he corrected that little bit of a push, but he got 4 fresh tires. Says he's ready to go now.
Costly stop perhaps for Ernie Irvin here. Jump back to positions. And Jeff Burton gets the big advantage on this one. He can close up on the pack now. He'll be right back up with those leaders when they come back to green. We'll take a break and be back. They're working lap 138 under yellow for the 7th time. The games go on at the Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Some things are obvious from the start. Like, things turn out better when you work together. That's why the UAW International Union and General Motors Corporation got together to create programs to improve skills and safety, to educate, to promote teamwork and build better quality cars and trucks. Assembly line to finish line. Teamwork wins.
Here at the first hole of the Cooper Tire Invitational, a tough par 8000, dogleg left from San Francisco over the Mojave. A quick update. Earlier leader Arnold Palmer in front of a pesky Giant O. Then he found the rough, and lots of it. Yet he seems to be moving along quite well. Bill?
Thanks, Jim. Arnie, what are you using on this rough terrain? Cooper tires. All right, you heard it. Arnie laying 6,020.
The world is your course. Drive on.
A lot of folks in Johnson City, Tennessee will tell you when you need a part for your car, go to AutoZone. The parts are top quality, the prices are low, and the people are helpful, like Gary Jennings. You see, when it comes to auto parts, folks will tell you Gary really knows his stuff. Oh, sure, they know there are other parts stores in town, but when it comes to getting the right part, the right price, and good advice from folks like Gary, there's just no place better than AutoZone.
The Superstation brings you another Connor family moment.
When you first went out with Daddy, did you want to kiss him all the time?
Well, somebody had to do it. And you know me, work, work, work.
When did you know that you wanted to spend the rest of your life with him?
Oh, well, I ain't decided that yet.
Roseanne, 1 full hour, weekdays at 7:05 Eastern on the Superstation.
It's the funniest show ever made. That's what everyone tells me, anyway.
Back live at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, the UAW GM Quality 500. Sun's out now. They've had a bit of everything as far as weather, and so has this race. 7 cautions to date. Hey, coming up, end of November, a couple of special names for that race. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has unveiled his #1 car he'll drive in Motegi, Japan. And his dad, not going to be outdone, has a neat-looking new red #3. On Saturday, November 21st, 10 p.m., NASCAR history to be made as Dale and Dale Jr. go after each other for the first time ever. NASCAR Thunder Special from Motegi, Japan. Top drivers from NASCAR, Busch, and other Winston Cup divisions competing in that spectacular event live on Saturday night, November 21st at 10 o'clock. Hope you'll be with us on the Superstation 4.
Big gainer on that thing for sure was the number 31 of Mike Skinner. He went into that round of pit stops in 8th spot. He has come out in 3rd. Gordon was 3rd before the pit stops. He now leads the big loser. The number 36, Ernie Irvin, he was leading. He is now 12th. Big shuffle up front.
1 lap and they will be racing. Mike Hogwood on Ernie Irvin.
Well, Ken, down here on pit road, the problem with Ernie Irvin's pit stop, let me slide over here in front of the camera. See, they're looking at the air gun that the right front tire changer uses. It didn't work. It bogged down in the middle of the pit stop, except that the gun is working fine. They think something happened to the hose that connects the nitrogen supply to that gun, and that caused the troubles that have set him from the lead back to 12th position.
Thanks, Alan Bestwick. Got a cross signal there. And that was certainly Alan's doing a good job down, as is Mike, as is Steve Burns, as is Randy. Thank you all for hanging in there. Been a long, tough day down on pit road. They've done a yeoman's job. Well, as we get ready to get this thing back underway, you'll have Gordon in front, Martin in 2nd, and Mike Skinner comes up to 3rd. Ward Burton relegated to 4th.
Look at this. Just what you were talking about. From 1st to 12th, Ernie Irvin. Ward Burton from 2nd to 4th. Jeff Gordon, 3rd to 1st. Wow.
Every time Gordon pits, he picks up spots unless he's leading, in which case he comes back out with a lead. Well, let's see what Mayfield can do now. Let's see if he can get back on the lead lap. He keeps trying with different folks. Now he gets an opportunity to try with Gordon.
4th time he's had the opportunity, been right there to knock on the door. I don't think Gordon is going to open that door for him. Let's see. Spotters getting it on with their drivers. Go, 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 go. And that's just about what they're going to do. And there is Gordon getting the jump on Mayfield to keep him a lap down. They weren't successful in doing that with Burton in the 99. And after those pit stops, he's already picked up 4. He's to 25th position.
3 wide down in the turn 3 there. John Andretti makes the move.
It's okay as long as you get in line before you get to the turn part of that deal.
Jeff Gordon loves the parade, and he's leading his right now here at Charlotte. Here comes that 99 sailing up through cars.
I'm going to tell you, they're going to regret letting him get that lap back. I don't think there was anything they could do about it, but this car is lightning fast. As you see Bill Elliott there on the inside, look at this car when it gets to the corner here on the cars in front of it. Michael Waltrip, he pulls right up the side of him, right on by.
Got a long ways to go. He's in 26th spot, but at the rate that car is running, not going to be too long before Jeff Burton is going to be knocking on the door up front.
Back in that lead lap comes Jeff Burton in the number 99. Closes up on Kenny Wallace in the square D car down on the inside. And now you're riding with Wally Dallenbach in the Budweiser number 50.
Boy, Wally's got a handful there. You can see him stalling on that steering wheel as he started off turn 2 over there. Down into turn 3, right down to the bottom. He's running right there with Jeff Burton.
Trying to move under Kenny Wallace. There you see him up on the outside.
Heavy traffic.
Talk about heavy traffic. And look at that Skittles car, Ernie Irvin, trapped back there behind Jeff Bodine. He can't go to the outside. Pretty much got it nailed on the bottom. Dale Yarborough's number 98 up there with Rich Bickle aboard today, doing a very good job.
Did we say a moment ago the sun was out? Clouds are back.
Rick Mouth not up to full speed there. You can see the other cars getting by him pretty well down the back straightaway. You're riding with him there.
Totally different racetrack now.
Rick Mouth down the straightaway. You see 8,000, 8,500. A little bit off. We had noticed most of the telemetry we looked at today was close to 9,000 down the straightaway.
That's Circuit City telemetry in the Remington number 75 for Rick Mass. He's running 34th.
Looking back at Sterling Marlin, who right now is running in 13th spot in the number 40 car.
Positions may be jumbled, but the driving is...
Yeah, they may indeed.
So good.
Dale Jarrett in the 88 car there was down on the flat with the left sides coming out of that corner very, very close. Just behind him, he knows that Ernie Irvin's on the move.
Wide open, flat out, and so tender with that right foot.
You watch Irvin go into the corner. No one goes into a corner deeper than Ernie Irvin.
Except I think Mark Martin today.
I was just looking at Kenny Schrader there. He's running right along with him there.
We'll take a look at the move up. Jeff Burton currently 21st and closing in on 20th. Closing in on Brett Bodine.
Well, we're fixing to have a showdown in just a second up front as we look at these guys running side by side back here in the pack.
Somebody told these guys it doesn't pay money for these kind of laps. They've got it all stretched out, hung out, back ends right on the edge, all the way around this place. You get your pennies worth when you go to see one of these things. Here's Hamilton in the number 4, working around Spanaway, Washington's Chad Little.
No more electrical problems on that car. He's running quite well on the high side of the racetrack. You see Ricky Rudd there looking over Schrader trying to get by him. Here's the man himself. But look at this for the lead. Wow. Hear the crowd in the background. Anytime that anybody passes Jeff Gordon in Charlotte, North Carolina, you don't have to look to see who got past.
Just a little peek over the top of those motors. You heard that crowd respond when Mark Martin slipped beneath Jeff Gordon and took that first spot back.
Let's give a call just behind these two guys right here. You can see the crowd delighted. Look just behind them there. Mike Skinner is all the way up to 3rd place. Larry McReynolds and them having excellent pit stop. The 31's on the move.
Yeah, McReynolds is going to stay with that team all of next year, looking to build his own team in the year 2000. But they have really come together. The chemistry is working on that number 31, and proof of the pudding right here now. Up to third, running right with the leaders. Mike Skinner, the former NASCAR Craftsman truck champion. Those pickup trucks have got 750 horsepower and put on quite a show. And of course, he was a major part of that to get it underway. From the leader, Mark Martin, looking back at Jeff Gordon.
Incredible out of the corner. Just watching Mark Martin there, you could visibly see he's very, very quick.
Jeff Gordon, in October and November, has had his difficulties. This has not been a friendly race for him. Just fell back a peg to Mark Martin. You can be sure he'll try to make that up, and he may be just trying to test things out for the moment. Ford and Chevy running 1 and 2 for the moment. We were mentioning that Jeff Gordon has struggled in October and November. Here is his theory on the reason why. Jeff Gordon.
We have maybe stuck with some of the same race cars that we started the year out when some other teams came out with some new stuff, you know, newer race cars, newer bodies, newer engines, and just you know, bringing some of their best stuff out in the second half of the season when maybe we brought some of our best stuff out the first half. This year, I think Ray has done an excellent job again with saving tests for later in the season and also planning on bringing out newer race cars towards the end of the season.
Well, Jeff Gordon has only run this race 5 times in his career. This is his just his 6th start. A couple of 5th place finishes there. The other 3 were terrible, 28th, 30th, and 31st. So they needed to do better. Ray Evernham said that a lot of people wondered why they didn't bring the car here that won in May. Evernham said that was only a 6th place car. We want to win this thing.
Looking back to 8th and 9th position, Dick, there you see Ernie Irvin had that pit stop that was costly, trying to get his way back in, and right behind him comes Earnhardt, 9th spot.
Earnhardt's turning a little bit better in the corner right now than Ernie Irvin when they went through the corner. But these two guys right now, you talk about playing grown-up chess, they're doing it right now. I think Jeff Gordon has a very quick car right now. He's riding along there with his eye right on Martin. I'm not sure that he don't have his faster car right now, and he seems to be holding his own.
Waiting game.
I would say.
Checkmate, perhaps. Just willing to sit there, 10 car lengths back, ride for a little while. Just behind him comes Skinner, then Bobby Labonte. Ward Burton, who had been leading in his Pontiac, falls to 5th. Terry Labonte is in 6th, and Jarrett has come up to 7th. Dale Jarrett's brought that old Batmobile up into that 7th spot. Ernie Irvin follows him. Earnhardt 9th, as we mentioned, and Bobby Hamilton into 10th. And Chad Little stays right there at 11th. Chad had a great run here in the 600 earlier this season on this track Memorial Weekend. Points as of now. Martin's making a little bit of an indentation. 199 to 189, the differential right there with Martin out in front. Swings back and forth like a pendulum.
Do you mind? Like a pendulum. Yeah, look at the 24 though. Jeff Gordon is moving in on Martin right now. He dropped back about 10, 12 car lengths. Now he's pulled it back to about 3 or 4 car lengths right now. These two cars are very even, I think.
It's a 5-point bonus for leading the most laps in the last 2 times that Mark Martin's run the car he's in now. He has indeed led the most laps.
And there you see Mike Skinner in the number 31 having this very good day. Crew Chief Larry McReynolds is standing by with Steve Burns.
There you guys have come from 19th to 3rd. How have you done it? And can you be a factor at the end of the race? Well, you know, we fell back pretty bad when the race started, but we knew the track was going to be different. It got washed down last night. This morning opted not to really make any changes because it was pretty good yesterday. It's like we keep gaining on it. We just need a little bit more. I'm sure the track's going to keep tightening up, and we'll just see what we got. All right, thanks, Larry. He knows how to adjust to this track. He's done it with a lot of drivers during his career.
Shakes it out and goes around the Caterpillar rig of Steve Grissom, number 96, does Skinner. And hauling the mail right with him comes Bobby Labonte in the 18. I like to watch Bobby Labonte run. He is smooth and he is fast. Of course, you can say that about almost any of these guys up in these front seats today.
Yeah, but Bobby Labonte is especially good here at Charlotte, I think. Won his first ever Winston Cup race in a Coca-Cola 600 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and it just seems as if every time that team unloads, they're fast.
think it runs in the family. Bob Labonte was that kind of a racer back in Texas. And Texas Terry himself and young Bobby, man, can they get it on.
While we're riding with him, I'll talk a little bit. I talked to him about that very subject earlier in the week, and the first thing he told me is I never overdrive the car going in the corner. That's the key to getting around Charlotte, Atlanta, Texas, those types of racetracks. If you drive too hard in, you don't pick up the throttle, you don't have the straightaway speed you need.
Pretty much the story wherever you go, isn't it, buddy?
Well, except for Talladega and Daytona, you can't run too hard there.
Just leave it on the floor.
Down the straightaway, you could see almost 9,000 there, and he's still running 185 miles an hour down the straightaway, Bobby Labonte.
Don't see much brake light on that run.
Nope.
No, he uses it going down into turn 1. You'll see as he goes around the second dog leg here, about 85, well, close to 9,000. There's the brake on. He's holding it right on that white line. You're looking very low line through there. Looking ahead at Mike Skinner right now. Does not want to let the car drift up the racetrack, so he's using that brake to hold it.
Jimmy Makar's kind of having a hard time with his car not leading. He's got a little kid named Dylan, and Dylan watches these races whenever that number 18's not in the lead, especially if Jeff Gordon's leading the race. Little Dylan says there, and he says, Jeff Gordon won't share. He's very annoyed about that. They're trying to teach the kids sharing, and Jeff Gordon is just leading too many laps, winning too many races. So it's okay, Dylan. Jeff's not leading, and your car's running very well.
Glad you got that all straightened out for the kid. Do you realize that 42 other drivers feel the same way as Dylan?
Just won't share. This guy's doing great today, isn't he?
Isn't Ward Burton having a run? That's fifth spot.
Well, he took on 2 tires to get the track position. Then he had a lucky break there and had a caution. Took on 4 tires. Now he's equal with everyone else, and he's right up front.
And he was good here in May as well. Remember, he started in second spot in May, led 35 laps until he had that engine problem. He was very strong here at Charlotte.
The Burton boys from South Boston both have run well on this racetrack. They seem to take to well, but this track hasn't treated them well. Dice haven't fallen their way. They sure can get them around. Let's take a look at number 99 for a moment. Now, remember he was a lap down out of this thing? Well, he's back in the lead lap, and look at him. He's in 16th, and he's on a manhunt looking for Rusty Wallace in number 2. Wallace is running in the 16th spot, and he's got him in his gun sight.
And his lap times are consistently as fast as the leaders, lap after lap, despite running in traffic. Jeff Burton in that 99 has been quick.
Just like Mark Martin, coming out of the corners, you can see him really catching the 2 car there. You see Rusty just moving over, giving him racetrack.
Yeah, on the high side. Not going to give him the bottom.
Now, that was unused fuel. There's nothing wrong with that car. When you see the fire coming out of the exhaust, that's when he backs out of it. That's just raw fuel that burns in the exhaust like that. There's nothing wrong with Jeff Burton's car when he goes in the corner and it shoots that fire out.
Usually give you a little pop and a bang. So he's picked off Wallace. Who's next on the headhunter list for the number 99? Musgrave in the 13, who is in 14th. That's where he begins to center his attention. Martin stays first and Gordon in second. We have now completed 166 laps here in the UAW GM 500, 249 miles.
Hey, race fans, Budweiser asks, who won? October 5th, 1997, Charlotte Motor Speedway. Jeff Bodine in car number 7 started on the pole, but was immediately challenged by the 88 of Dale Jarrett. Bobby Labonte in number 18 started on the outside of the front row and looked to be the car to beat early in the race. So who won? Check the list of contenders. The answer after the break.
After 50 years of sponsoring professional rodeo, you learn a few things about horsepower. Like when it's a good time to put your brand on the horse with the most power. Wrangler is a proud sponsor of the Dale Earnhardt Incorporated #1 race car. Driven by Steve Park and branded by Wrangler.
John Graham, veteran stuntman. This is how he lives. This is what he drives. What else would he drive? Chevy S10, like a rock.
I'm Brian Collard. Welcome live to the Super Shop today here live on TBS. It's Mark Martin leading after 166 laps. We've got the exclusive now on this Jeff Gordon die-cast metal car. It's only available here on the Super Shop. Already nearly half the quantity spoken for in this limited edition of only 4,500. It's done to exact detail in this 132nd die-cast metal car. Available here only on the Super Shop, folks, at $38.50. Call us toll-free at 1-877-577-SHOP. It's done to exact detail under the hood, around the car. The logos are the primary and secondary sponsors of the great DuPont Chevy Monte Carlo number 24. Also available, the exclusive launch of the Press Pass Stealth cars at $78.50 with all the inserts. Call us here on the Super Shop at 1-877-577-SHOP as we go back to more live racing action at the Charlotte Motor Speedway.
The checkered flag on this day went to Dale Jarrett. Pole sitter Jeff Bodine had a good run going until a crash put him out 100 laps into the race. After 500 miles, Dale Jarrett took home his third Winston Cup win at Charlotte with Bob finishing second. Who Won was brought to you by Budweiser, the king of beer. This Bud's for you.
Have a new leader for you in the UAW GM Quality 500. Jeff Gordon sprung one going into turn number 1. Boy, what a move.
Well,
take a look.
What's happened is Jeff Gordon's changed his line. Watch this. Jeff Gordon goes way up high there. He figures that Mark Martin's hugging the bottom part of the racetrack. Mark pulls over. He said, I want to see why you caught me from 15, 20 car lengths back. And now he's in the tire track. Mark Martin is very, very smart, and he picks up on things.
Well, we got a report that Jarrett's lost an engine. 88 coming in.
2 weeks in a row. Same engine.
Joker got it. Yep. Gordon and Martin battling 1 and 2. Jarrett's battle is over. The defending champion in this race, Dale Jarrett, sliding on into pit road. Let's go to pit road.
Well, you got it. Right now, they don't know exactly what it is, but this will be indeed the second week in a row if, in fact, it is an engine problem. It must have been overheating. To go ahead and flush the system, they're trying to put cold water in. The motor is off. Dale Jarrett sits on pit road. He will not win the UAW GM 500, that's for sure.
Came into this race third in points. Took a big hit last week when he wound up having to sit out much of the race. So this was not helping either.
We're just past halfway. Consecutive winners of this race. Hey, there have been a few, but there won't be another this year. Junior Johnson, Freddie Lorenzen, Bobby Allison. That really attests to how difficult this thing is. 39th annual. And just because you're a winner doesn't mean you're going to get invited back to the champagne breakfast the day after. Here is number 6, Mark Martin.
You see where Jeff Gordon's running right now. That is the one thing that a lot of people underestimate Jeff Gordon on. He's run so many sprint cars on slick dirt tracks that he'll look for a place that the car really works. He changed his line down in 3 and 4 not long ago, and he caught Mark Martin from about a 20-car deficit in about 3 laps.
Now he's dropped it right back on the bottom as you look at the summary here with 6 leaders.
That's in 1 and 2. 3 and 4, he'll get right back to the top of the racetrack.
12 lead changes, 7 cautions. And that 38 laps under caution tells a big story as to why we don't have much speed.
Yeah, and Dale Jarrett's running again.
He's back out?
Yep.
So Jarrett's coming back on, but he'll be several laps down. He'll be shown in 36th position, having completed 173, while the leaders have completed 177. Does Dale Jarrett feel that his season has not met expectations?
No, nothing that we can say that's really the same. We've just been working with the car. I guess, you know, those guys have set such a standard. We've had to try some things different, and you know, we're still working with the car, finding out exactly what it wants. So even though we've been through almost an entire season, we're still learning things about it. And I think that, you know, we were pretty good in certain parts of those races, but in the end, it just seemed like that I made the wrong decision telling Todd what we needed with the car, and it backfired.
It's really an important point. This same chassis is the chassis that won the race here last year, but it was a Thunderbird body at that time. All the Fords have switched over to a Taurus body for 1998, and it's been a bit of a struggle trying to figure out what they really want.
Get an update on what the condition is on that number 88 that comes back out. 4 laps down to the leaders. Gordon, Martin, Skinner, Labonte, Burton, the front 5. That's Ward Burton in 5th. And Jeff Burton, where's the 99? Jeff Burton is back in 12th position. Well, you see Jarrett back on the track to make up some time, but this is going to be hard digging from here on. 4 laps down, better than halfway.
You can see him heading back to the pit road there as Jeff Gordon streaked by as he entered pit road there. Dale Jarrett having all kind of trouble today.
Jarrett's in with the 88, and Randy's got the story.
Well, they think it's either a cracked cylinder or possibly a head gasket, but this baby is well over 300 degrees right now. It's pushing water out. They're in for a long afternoon if, in fact, they can keep this number 88 running until the finish.
And back we go to Jeff Burton in the 99. And here you see him closing on Jeff Bodine. This is for 11th position. Jeff Bodine, the number 7, 11th place car. Goes a little high.
Boy, I tell you what, if that 99 right now of Jeff Burton keeps running like he's running on the bottom part of this racetrack, he does not fall off like some of the other cars. Whatever he starts out running, he's running when they put new tires on it after 100 miles. So I tell you what, this car is not out of it by a long shot.
He's knocked down Bodine. He's taken Sterling Marlin and Musgrave. He's just put him away at Reason. And he continues his assault on the leaders. The 99 now closes in on Chad Little in 10th position. These cars are on the lead lap. We're showing 14 cars up in front on that top lap. That's being shown on the board as 182 at the present time.
Jeff Burton has never won a Winston Cup race here. Started in 28th spot today, all the way up to 11th after going a lap down.
273.5 miles into this thing. Been running under green for a while. When are we going to see that window open for fuel?
Doing my math. Hang on. Well, they get about 65 laps or so on a tank of fuel. Everybody pitted right around lap 138. So coming up soon.
Hey, remember when we saw Bobby Hamilton down there with the tools waiting? They can't work on the car during the red flag condition. Had the tools in his lap getting ready to go. Well, apparently he knew what to do because he sure got her fixed. After that minor malfunction, he's come back, and that car, number 4, Bobby Hamilton's up in 9th spot.
And see how many people are running upstairs now? You better believe the spotters have seen what Jeff Gordon found, and they're all talking to their drivers and telling them, upstairs is quick, give it a try.
High side of the racetrack, the hot way to go. Here comes the 36, proving us wrong, right down on the bottom.
That's a battle for 6th right now. As Ernie Irvin wants it, he goes to the bottom of the racetrack. Terry Labonte cannot hold him off. He's using a lot of racetrack up right now.
Got him clear. He's through. Back again comes Terry Labonte. I think Schrader's ready to cave it in. And number 33 looks to be in a little trouble out there. You can see some smoke now and then on the number 33.
Smoke trailing out the exhaust pipes. You see him down in the corner. He gets back in the throttle. That's
out of the
not
headers.
a good sight.
When is it going to turn around for him? He is star-crossed. Just 4 wins. He should have won a dozen races by now.
Yeah, he sure should.
But he hasn't lost his fan base, and he's waving them by, indicating he knows he's got a problem getting out of there.
He's on the flat now. He's headed for pit road as we speak. They don't last long when they start smoking like that.
Remember May 95? Lost that engine after 537 miles in the 600-miler.
Had it won.
Oh, yeah, it was his
going
show.
away.
Yep.
32nd position as Schrader comes in.
Well, Kenny Schrader has radioed in. He believes he has dropped not 1, but tried 2 cylinders. So he is in for a long afternoon. If, in fact, they can get the stall machine back out, he's going to pull it into the garage.
tell you one thing, when he knows it's done, he's not one to stay out there for a while, put other people at risk. He'll get out of there. He's a real racer, respects the others immensely.
Looking ahead there, you see the telemetry right now, the Bobby Labonte's car as we go down the front straightaway. Just in front of him, Mike Skinner in third place. Just close to 9,185 miles an hour on the brake, holding it down on the low side of the racetrack as he heads off towards the back straightaway.
Boy, Labonte came right out to that wall, didn't he? When you think about trying to park your street car sometime at about 3 miles an hour and just make sure that you don't hit the car next to you when you're pulling into a parking space, imagine this kind of stuff all afternoon at 170 miles an hour, and you come off the corner and the car is sliding and you just manage to avoid hitting that wall lap after lap.
He's after that 31. Skinner closed right down on him. Loses a couple of car lengths here. That's a pretty good battle. You've got Skinner in third, Bobby Labonte in fourth. Incidentally, further back in the field, that other Burton boy, up to 11, is about a second and a half behind 10th place Chad Little. Watching this struggle, here you are riding in the X side, number 99, as it continues to nip away at Chad Little in the Old Deer. See you in a moment.
I thought you quit smoking.
I did.
Really? What's up with that?
It's a Nicotrol inhaler. It gives me the nicotine I need to fight my cravings and help me quit.
Really?
But you can only use it for up to 6 months. And you have to use it as part of a stop smoking program. You have to stop smoking first, then you can't use it with anything else containing nicotine.
It's important to tell your doctor if you have heart or lung disease or are pregnant or nursing. The most common side effects are mild throat or mouth irritation, cough, and upset stomach.
How do I look?
Surprisingly intelligent.
Ask your doctor for product information.
Hey, little pumpkin, you are so cute, aren't you? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Honey, look how cute. Honey, wait a minute. I think he's going to say something. Say hi to Dada. Say hi, Dada. Come on, zoom in. Zoom in. I think he's going to say it. Zoom in. Hey, say hi to Dada. Say hi, Dada.
Oh, Daddy, you paid too much for that camcorder.
Circuit City. Experts in every department. Low prices all over the store.
It starts here. It starts here. It also starts here and here. And it all starts right here at Walmart, home of the EverStart battery. All the coal cranking power your truck, car, boat, or more will ever need. Power you can count on when you need it most. And since it's at Walmart, you can also count on a good price. EverStart. The name says it all.
The UAW GM Quality 500 on TBS is brought to you by Circuit City. Answers in every department. Low prices all over the store. By Exxon, the best way to get there. And by EverStart Battery, available at Walmart.
Back with you at Charlotte, North Carolina. Under caution, 8th one in the race. The most since 1988 when there were 10 caution periods in the 500-mile event. This latest, kind of serious over in turn number 2. It commenced when Dallenbach's number 50 rifled up into the outside fence, and it collected a couple more and darn near collected Jeff Gordon. Now all the leaders are addressing pit road. Here come all of the top runners down to fuel and tire. Bobby Labonte the first in, Mark Martin into his pit. Ward Burton, whole gang is here. So we'll go trackside. Find out what the situation is as they begin their pit stop. Steve Burns.
And Jeff Gordon's in. We don't expect any chassis adjustments. He's going to get 4 tires, 2 cans of gasoline. Mike Skinner, the third place driver, is just behind him, also getting 4 tires. Let's check in with Alan Bestwick. 4 tires for
for Mark Martin. A pound of air down in the right rear, trying to loosen his car. Good clean stop. He's away.
Bobby Labonte got 4 tires. He was complaining his car was running us a little bit tight, so they made a couple of adjustments to loosen it up. Hopefully he'll be able to get up there and compete more with the leaders. Randy?
Wedge adjustment to Ward Burton's car. 4 tires, as well as Dale Jarrett. 4 tires down and away. Everybody up this end looks like 4 tires and fuel.
So there you have it. They've all been on pit road. And at lap 194, that pit stop was made. We'll show you what happened 291 miles into this thing. Here's the incident that brought out the 8th caution.
The Dallenbach loses the back of the car behind Rusty Wallace there. Gets into the outside wall. Benson, Rick Mast right up against the wall there in the yellow car.
That's 2 down, and I thought there was a 3rd car behind them.
Johnny Benson. Johnny Benson nailed the wall hard.
Yep. Here's that 50 back in. Tail feathers a little dampened. Car number 50. Wally Dallenbach out of Colorado.
He wiped it a good way.
Good shot. 32nd was where he was being shown last time by. Get a little more on it than that. There goes the old 200-mile tape to work.
170-mile-an-hour tape here, Ken.
170-mile-an-hour tape here?
Yep.
A couple of more angles of that wreck may give us more.
Rusty Wallace in the 2 there.
You're riding with Dallenbach.
Dallenbach kind of wiggles there and gets into the outside wall.
Sure happens quick.
Rick Mast's vantage point.
Rick Mast hit pretty hard there on the right side of his car also.
And behind them, Benson was also collected.
Bring me your 1-inch wrench, 7/8 wrench. Hurry up.
So Dallenbach is in, and they're looking there to see what they can do with the suspension parts on the number 50 to get it back in the race. Wally Dallenbach has had a chance to drive for, what, 6 different teams this year? Been all over the lot. Now driving for the John Hendrick stable.
Well, they've had a tough time this second go-around. Only ran 3 races earlier in the season. They managed to lead 2 of them, got a couple of top 10s out of them. This one here, all but 1 race, they've been in the 20s and beyond.
And I'm sure you've caught up with it, but that Budweiser sponsorship's moving on. It's going to Dale Earnhardt Jr. for 6 years. He's going to run 5 Winston Cup races next year, then the full deal in 2000 and onward.
Well, Dale Earnhardt Jr. is just going to run like 5 or 6 events
next year.
Next year. It'll be the year 2000 when he takes the Budweiser sponsorship.
Doesn't want to gum up his opportunity for Rookie of the Year. Earnhardt's fallen from 6th to 12th here in this change on pit road. He's the big loser at the moment. Back with more in a moment.
Hey, NASCAR fans, if you really want to get inside the sport, log on to TBSSuperstation.com for exclusive in-car race feeds, driving games, and more.
If you really want to know your NASCAR, log on to TBSSuperstation.com.
Dude, get down. It's my chair. Let's go. I'm not playing games.
Okay, here we go again.
Oh, dude.
Outside.
Hey, those dog obedience classes really paid off.
Some things are obvious from the start. Like, things turn out better when you work together. That's why the UAW International Union and General Motors Corporation got together to create programs to improve skills and safety, to educate, to promote teamwork and build better quality cars and trucks. Assembly line to finish line. Teamwork wins.
Plunger.
Hello.
Spud wrench.
Hello.
In my mind, Bart the greeter parrot would end up being as friendly and knowledgeable as our True Value salespeople.
Quarter-inch variable speed drill.
reality, he was, well, was friendly. Come on, Bert.
They come from all over for the most agonizing test of endurance motorsports has to offer. The heavyweight championship of off-road racing. The legendary Baja 1000. Mile after mile of unforgiving terrain that can send even the toughest truck to an early grave, which means it can really be murder on a battery. That's why more drivers who tackle the Baja rely on the Duralast battery than any other. The same Duralast we stock at AutoZone. The Duralast battery. Power you can depend on.
Once again, 198 laps now complete. Charlotte Motor Speedway is the site. UAW GM Quality 500. Jeff Gordon still in command with Mark Martin running in that second position. Let's take a look at some of the incidents that have happened earlier in the race. Go back to lap 105. Steve Park away and into the wall. A little later,
Darrell Waltrip had an oil line come off. You can see a lot of smoke out of the car.
And just now,
Rick Mast into the wall, Wally Dolan back in front of him.
So the caution periods continue to build up around this racetrack. Let's go to Alan Bestwick.
Well, we were just about to step in here and get a word with Wally Dolan back, and they put the window net back up trying to send him out onto the racetrack. We'll see if we might... Wally, what happened?
I guess we got in somebody's other oil. I guess the 35 car blew up. All I know is car went in, and next thing I knew I was sideways. Too bad. We had a good race car.
Yeah, sure did. Right now they're trying to make sure that the rear end is still aligned properly in the car and that the front end is still aligned properly in the car. See the old strings out as we get set to go back racing.
You know, I did notice that the 2 car of Rusty Wallace also, just in front of the 50 car there, Dallenbach, did wiggle in the middle part of that corner like there was some type of fluid out there.
Waltrip car went away a long time ago.
Hey, car's off. You ready?
In that number 35.
Yeah, but he
was
come
up
back
up and up. When he came back out, he's dumping oil. All right, green is out. 199 complete of 334. There you see Gordon from the outside. Cars in that lead lap deployed in that outside lane. Those that are a lap down on the inside on these restarts. And we're away.
Jeremy Mayfield again can't do it.
Ripping it up in Charlotte this afternoon. Jeff Gordon, Mark Martin, and Bobby Labonte. 1, 2, 3 with Ernie Irvin showing 4th. Mike Skinner staying 5th. Terry Labonte in 6th. Chad Little in 7th, followed by Bodine, Hamilton, and Ward Burton.
You can see Mark Martin's car a good bit faster than Jeff Gordon's on fresh tires as Bobby Labonte looks over Gordon trying to take away second spot. Ernie Irvin, what a great job today. He's been right up front all day long, battled with everybody out here that's run pretty well in the front part of the race all day long. Ernie Irvin is by a long shot not out of this show.
No, indeed. If you look back through the field, you try to find Ward Burton and Earnhardt. Both of them lost positions in that round of pit stops. Ward lost 5 spots and Earnhardt lost 6. So they're both deep in the field again. Oh, John Andretti's also hung on in the... Oh, Bobby Labonte just lost it. Wham!
Wait a minute.
Oh, Rusty.
You're awesome, man. Come on. How come they won't park this?
Oh, big crash.
You were more right than wrong on that one, huh? There must have been something down there. All of a sudden, everybody was in trouble there.
Boy, I tell you
There was
right
some
now,
checking up,
Bobby
but those are
Labonte
good cars.
hard in the corner there. Rusty Wallace hit almost head on into him.
Yeah, Earnhardt was into it.
There's Mike Skinner's car. A lot of damage to the left side.
Edvin running 3rd. Earnhardt had a great day.
From this side, it looks okay. It's the other side to be concerned about.
Yep.
Mike Skinner thrashed in that 31. Bobby Labonte has climbed out of his. Here's Rusty Wallace clearing the number 2.
Boy, that's good to see. That was a hard look by Rusty Wallace. He's out checking the car.
Jeremy Mayfield on the pit road. Oh, look at the nose on that one. Rusty Wallace, his teammate. Sterling Marlin walking away from the number 40.
Had to tell him he's got to get into the ambulance. That's part of the rules here. Get in the ambulance, take a mandatory ride to the care center if you can't drive out of it.
Oh, take a look at that side.
Oh, man. He's all done. Or at least if he's not, they're going to have to do an awful lot of work to get him back out there.
Garage area is going to be humming for a while on this one because a lot of the top point guys really got clobbered. Steve Burns.
And Mike Skinner's on pit road. Ken, heavy damage to the left front of the 31 car. The left side is flattened. They've got him back out on the racetrack, but he's certainly going to have to come back in here. Aerodynamically, the car has been seriously compromised, so they'll have to bring him back in.
Lap 202. When it all broke loose. Mike Hogwoods with Terry Labonte, where it all started, very close to it.
Terry Labonte is walking around here and taking a look at his car. Terry, what happened?
I guess there was oil in the track. I don't know. Everybody went in a corner and got the oil.
Pretty much done here for the day, huh? Short and sweet, not happy.
Walks away from the Kellogg's car. And there's the 18 of his brother, Bobby Labonte. And here's a look.
Terry Labonte gets hit there by Ricky Rudd. You can see Mike Skinner there in the 31. Bobby Labonte had already gotten sideways in front of this bunch. They were just collecting each other. It's kind of like on a freeway where everybody just starts stacking up when trouble like that becomes a major problem in the corners.
I think the point you made about Wally Dallenbach when he was talking about the oil is key, that's that same area of the racetrack. Those are drivers that don't throw cars away. There's where it began. That was Bobby in first. Terry gets caught up. He went up into the wall. He slid up the track into it as well.
Yeah, Ernie Irvin was right there with the 18. You see Rusty's car just take off there.
Jeff Burton just appears to have touched Rusty Wallace a little bit, sent him along, but it seemed as if Burton kind of got through it without an awful lot of damage.
This angle will show you what happened exactly right here. Wow.
And when the 18 went, the 5 went almost simultaneously. Another look.
There's your leader, Bobby Labonte, going down in the corner right here. Back end comes out on him, gets in the oil right straight across in front of Ernie Irvin. You can see the 18 in big trouble there, and behind him, everybody starts stacking up.
Alan Bestwick with Ricky Rudd.
Well, Ricky's car does not look nearly as pretty as it did just a few moments ago. What happened, Ricky?
Well, not really sure, Alan. Somebody either lost an engine or a radiator hose came off or something, but just everybody just went in the corner, started turning sideways, and there was something on the racetrack, and I really don't know what it was. I guess it was a surprise to all of us.
All right, Ricky. His car with a lot of work to be done. Let me step over here and grab Johnny Benson and get him in here. Come here, Johnny. You were involved in the earlier accident. What happened to you?
I'm not sure. Somebody broke. They said maybe the 75 broke and just went down into one. We were already pretty loose today and just got the oil and backed it in the wall. And just it's been a long week up for Chero's course. There's no doubt about it. But the guys working real hard. We're going to try to go and get a couple laps, but it's pretty much done for today.
All right, thanks, Johnny. Over to Mike Hogwood.
Yeah, Dale Earnhardt's crew working hard here on the right side of his car. It is really crumpled in as they try to hammer it out. Dale Earnhardt doing some interviews here, see if we can get a word with him. Dale, you okay?
Yeah, the 18 car blew an engine, and when he spun down, I was in his oil when I was trying to drive, and there's about 30 cars it looked like between us starting to spin and wreck, and it was just one of them deals you just had to try to dodge it, but I slid in there on top of the guys trying to dodge just like I was and got caught up in it.
Tough day for Dale Earnhardt. Randy Pemberton.
Well, Jeremy Mayfield sits in his Ford Thunderbird. We're going to Ford Taurus, I should say, and this thing is badly torn up. I'm going to jump in here and try and get away with it. Jeremy, how did you see it?
I don't know. I just seen looked like
There's some, you know, I don't know. Everybody went into turn one, and 18 car got sideways or spun or something, and almost seemed like you're something on the racetrack. Everybody was sliding around and wrecking right there at one spot.
But everybody's saying something on the racetrack.
Battlefield triage here as you take a look at the Winston Cup points after 27 of 33 races. And the fourth position, Wallace. The fifth position, Bobby Labonte. The sixth position, Mayfield. The seventh position, still in business. Earnhardt is out, the eighth position. The ninth position is out. Andretti is still running. So there's going to be a wholesale change in the top 10 on this one. In-car camera pictures of this incident in turns 1 and 2, and they're saying that 18 lost an engine as he went down into the corner. That's where the oil came from. Take a look from Mark Martin's view.
I can see some smoke from underneath it.
Inside with Labonte.
Oh.
Taking a stretch after he was solidly hit. Kenny Irwin's car coming to a rest on the bottom of the track. You were right in the thick of it.
Riding with Rich Speckle down in the corner here, you can see everybody diving to the bottom, trying to get away from harm up there on the racetrack, going back up on the racetrack, trying to dodge everyone. Wow, you can see the headrest right up here. It bent it way over. Thank goodness it was there. You could see such a violent crash in there as he goes up into the outside wall there with the right side of the car.
Was it you or Petty that got stretched all the way and hit the helmet on the roll bar on the right-hand side? Oh, wait a minute. Here's Bobby Labonte. Let's get there first.
Yeah, Bobby's here. First of all, Bobby, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
What happened out there? You were running so good.
Yeah, I was tucked up underneath Mark down the front straightaway. Had a great run off turn 4, and got up underneath him real close, and the car started lifting a little bit, and I turned the wheel, and it wouldn't turn as I was going through the second trial, and then I kind of got a little bit underneath him, and he kind of went high and let me go, and when he did, got all the air on the nose, and I just flat spun out.
Report there might have been some oil on the track.
There was a lot afterwards, but I just spun out. I caused the biggest wreck of the day right there, I guess.
Well, that's brutal honesty. Bobby Labonte, who is having a great day, but no longer.
There's the story. No quibbling. No second guessing. Bobby Labonte says, I spun out. No oil. It happened when the 18 went in, digging on the inside. Martin tried to give him room, and it broke away, buddy.
Boy, you don't hear that often. Just honesty.
I don't know. You do hear it here. You hear Craven say it. You hear Terry say it. All these guys. We'll be back with more on this race. 208 laps with 334 complete.
TBS Destination Sunday. Tonight on National Geographic Explorer. Meet 3 men who risk their lives daily. They're jungle pilots of the Amazon. Head to South America and fly with a sky bandit, an air patroller, and a man who saves lives in the bottom of the jungle. Go on a dangerous mission with Jungle Pilots. National Geographic Explorer, tonight, 7 Eastern, only on TBS Destination Sunday.
Rather go to a real race? During the Napa 500 Great Start Sweepstakes, you could win one of 8 trips to Daytona Speed Weekend, or the grand prize, a trip to Daytona, $10,000 cash, and be the honorary starter of the Napa Auto Parts 300. So come into any Napa Auto Parts store for details. Napa Power Battery, $32.99 after rebate.
Most companies that make canopies for our nation's jet fighters look to this oil company for a critical component to make them bulletproof. When it really counts, they seem to be the one to count on. With that in mind, what kind of gasoline do you think they'd make for your car? You'd be right. Citgo, when it counts.
Where does stock car legend Mark Martin race when he wants great food, fast, fresh, and ready to go? Hi.
Hi, welcome to Sonic. May I take your order?
That'd have to be Sonic. Thanks. For our Sonic drive-in deals, your choice of 5 combo meals with fries or tots and any medium Sonic fountain favorite, all at a special low price. Hey, Steve, run. Gotta go.
What? No dessert?
Drive-in deals made fresh to order at Sonic.
The Craftsman Truck Series hits the scene on TBS Saturday, October the 24th. The GM Goodwrench Service Plus AC Delco 300, Phoenix International Raceway, where last year's winner, Joe Ruttman, will be out to try to make it a repeat. That's on TBS, coming up October the 24th. Charlotte Motor Speedway, and boy, has this been where the action is this afternoon. The 9th caution of the day at the present time after a big crash in turn number 2. 4 drivers in the top 10 looking for their first career win right now are Chad Little, Musgrave, Kenny Wallace, and Nemechek are right in there. And LePage now finds himself up to 13 and running in that lead lap. Buddy?
There's a lot of guys that have moved up here. You know, one thing you know about Charlotte, just like that wreck down there, you never have anything sewn up when you start in this race. Anything can happen on this racetrack. And, you know, Jeff Gordon and those guys, they were just behind that deal and squeezed through there.
Just squeezed through there.
11 cars were involved in that, and now you're riding with a principal player in this event, the number 99, Jeff Burton. Now, he may have gotten just a little piece of Rusty Wallace's deuce as it spun and crashed.
I think he did. They've worked on the left front corner of that car 3 or 4 laps now. He's come in the pits just to make sure everything and adjust on it to make sure everything's good on that car.
Looks like he has a front fender that is crumpled a little on the number 99, but he stays in the lead lap. And we can get more on the 97 car for a moment here. And the beginning to be a factor is Chad Little, who's running in 6th, and Chad's chief, Jeff Hammond, is down there right now.
Kent, Chad Little has been around the top 10 all afternoon. Now he's 6th. And, Jeff, we were talking a minute ago about the replay. Boy, Chad, that was a close one.
I don't think it can get any closer. I'm telling you right now, I told him on the replay, as far as what we could see right then, that somebody had to have a hand on that car because there's no way he should have missed that wreck. When he went around the corner, we seen the smoke and where he was as far as position. He shouldn't have been able to avoid it. He said, I just turned the wheel left, and I think God took over from there on out. We just barely missed it. Thank God for it because we've run good all day today. John Deere cars has been really up there toward the front. He's done a great job of just being patient and trying to avoid situations like this. And, you know, we're just trying to get a good day out of it. Hopefully at the end, maybe we'll pull something really sneaky out for him.
Okay, best of luck. Let's go to Alan Bestwick.
All right, Mark Martin's crew chief, Jimmy Fennig, going to lean down and talk to us. Jimmy, these weather conditions have changed about 8 times all day. How's that been affecting your car?
We've been adjusting every time we've been coming in. That last session we were a little bit too loose, so we tightened up. So right now we'll have to see what this one does. But we've been working on it, trying to find it. We haven't found it yet.
Mark break a little sweat there and just barely missing that whole big mess?
Yeah, Mark come on the radio. It says there's oil in turn 1, and he said he was going high, and Bobby went low and wrecked a lot of race cars.
All right, that's Mark Martin's crew chief, Jimmy Fennig. Right now, they're doing well here today. He's very confident.
11 cars in this altercation, which has tied the current record of 10 cautions in this race. Another look at that incident. Riding with Bobby Labonte. You don't think they earned their money, Randy?
Well, you're looking down here now inside the trunk of the Interstate Batteries Pontiac that Bobby Labonte was driving. I want to show you the fuel cell down here. Not 1 ounce of gasoline spilled out. Look at the mess the rear end of this car is. Here's the filler neck that you fill the fuel thing, that you fill the 22-gallon tank up with. That used to be up on the rear quarter panel, now sits down here. But look at this fuel. Did exactly what it's supposed to do. Not 1 ounce of fuel out of this car. Absolutely amazing.
That could have been quite a fire.
You know, those rubber tanks have really saved race cars and drivers over the years. Once they had the real problem here with Fireball Roberts on the back straightaway, and they realized they had a problem with steel tanks, they went to the bladder tank like that. It has rubber inside the tank to keep the gas from sloshing around. It looks like a honeycomb almost, but that outside there is so strong in that metal case. When it gets pushed, I've seen them just pushed absolutely flat and no gas come out.
What do they say? 3,000 to 5,000 lives a year could be saved with those fuel cells. They're just about rupture-proof.
Well, if highway cars were at all built like race cars, you could just about crash them at any highway speed and get out of it uninjured. But Detroit doesn't seem to be much interested in being able to solve that problem because the price would be so high. Fuel cell is an expensive proposition, as are these chassis and the seat belts in the seats and all the rest of it. But
come on, I mean, you'd think that, you know, in the mass world we live in today, and they're all concerned about so many things to make them safer, it would seem like that'd be such a step. Anyway, Mike Skinner was one of the victims of this crash. So was Jeremy Mayfield. The Ricky Rudd car was collected. You saw what happened to Terry Labonte, to Bobby Labonte, to Earnhardt, to Wallace. Also involved in it was Sterling Marlin. Mike Hogwood's got an update with Rusty Wallace.
Now, Rusty's here, and our first question, same with everybody else. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm okay. Just kind of got a hell of a headache right now. Head hurts a little bit, but I went down to the hospital and got checked out. I feel fine.
Fourth in the points. Does this hurt Dad at all?
Well, it looks like everybody that was in the points with me's crashed. So I really thought when 88 had some problems, we were going to gain some points there. And my car was just getting ready to be the best it's been all day long. We chased it all over the place, and right there at the end, the tire pressure adjustment I made, some things like that, I think we're going to be really good, but didn't get a chance to find out.
Do you think it was some oil on the track?
I don't know what happened. I really don't. I just saw the big melee going on up front. I got through 3 or 4 cars, got it avoided, and it had a clear road ahead of me. And then all of a sudden, man, I get drilled in the right rear quarter panel. I don't know who it was.
Fortunately, Rusty Wallace is okay. Well, that's not the same for the race car.
Tough break for Rusty Wallace. Deep guy, hard charger.
Well, going in Jeff Burton's car now, we'll see how he damages the left front corner right there with Rusty.
Coming down to green, we're back underway with 214 laps now complete. Martin, Gordon, Hamilton, the front 3. Then it's Ward Burton, Irvin, and Little, the next 3, followed by Cope, Musgrave, Wallace, and Nemechek back to 10th. And Kyle Petty comes up to 11th, buddy.
Kyle's having a good run. He's very patient at this racetrack. He's a past winner here for Charlotte Motor Speedway.
One car not mentioned in that incident, but spun long after he was trying to avoid out there, maybe 2.5 seconds after it started. That was Kenny Irwin. He was just trying to miss some of that stuff. So he was involved as well. Kenny Irwin, number 28.
Bobby Hamilton with a great run in that number 4 car, running in 3rd spot here at this point. 22, Ward Burton is in 4th.
Yeah, look at Ward coming on and that Pontiac back on the bottom.
Ward Burton, he has those tires. He has Ernie Irvin right behind him in another Pontiac. They're getting by Bobby Hamilton, getting into turn 3. Ward Burton is fast today. I mean, he has been fast. You can see him closing in on the back of Gordon as we speak.
Hamilton drops a couple, puts him back to 5th. Cope stays 6th, Little 7th, Musgrave 8th. Al Petty still there in 10th. Check between Musgrave and Petty. And there's Chad Little in that number 97.
7th spot for him.
Running like the old proverbial deer. He's really gotten better here in this last several weeks of the season.
He's gotten better since Jeff Hammond joined that crew. He earned his career best finish at Texas earlier this year in April, and he has shown some flashes of absolute brilliance.
Studied to be a lawyer, took a little time off to be a racer. Darn good ski racer, too.
People like racers better than lawyers anyway.
You bet they do. Martin and Gordon, 1 and 2.
Ernie Irvin got by Ward Burton just a second ago.
And here he comes. Into the picture, Ernie Irvin. Candyman is back, making another delivery.
He stole my line from yesterday.
I don't remember that. I did call him.
They got a Ford, a Chevy, and a Pontiac in the top 3 spots right now.
I guess you could say that's a sweet car right now as he gets by Jeff Gordon down the back straightaway.
All right. Martin is in 1st. Now we've got Ernie Irvin up into 2nd.
And that is Derek Cope just going by on your screen. He started on the pole running in 6th. This is his best run of 1998. They came here with 2 cars and tested and worked harder than perhaps they have for any single race all year long, and it has paid off for Cope. First with the pole and now with this terrific run this afternoon.
see Ernie Irvin have these kind of runs. Here he is, right back up to second spot.
Ernie's a much better racer than his record in 1998 shows. 6th 5 times. That's his best finish, but incredible to finish in the same spot 5 times and not to have a top 5 this deep in the year.
Look how good that car hangs the bottom of the racetrack as he goes by John Andretti. That's the lap car as he works down the back straightaway. You can see the straightaway speed of that 36 car.
Andretti in 20th. And nosing down to the bottom, here comes Gordon. Getting through as well. Skinner has been back on pit road. Number 31 back to the pit area a second time. Third time.
The problem now is he's losing laps as they work on this car. Oh yeah, the tire came apart. Left rear, right? Yeah, left rear tire.
Ernie Irvin bearing down, trying to find Mark Martin, and that's number 6.
John Andretti in the 43, still a lap down.
Look at the interval between first and second. There you see the 6th car, and here's Irvin coming on. Then Gordon back in third.
Looks like Ernie Irvin picked up the pace a little bit. He's running the 6th car, Mark Martin, down just a little bit. Look at this. Jeff Gordon's getting a challenge back there also as they come off the corner there. Ward Burton looking to the inside.
Goodbye. Ward Burton. Another one of those Pontiacs up. Kevin LePage makes his first appearance in the top 10 this afternoon, driving in one of the Roush cars. There you see Dollenbach back in number 50, and that car looks a little unsettled. Wheels down into turn number 1. Third and fourth coming by, the 22 and the 24. Burton and Gordon respectively. Leader. Definitely closing ground is Ernie Irvin. Moving in on Mark Martin. What a comeback for Ernie Irvin. 1994, that terrible crash at Michigan. Ernie has said the doctors told me not to worry about racing again, just worry about living. And he made it back. He has not. He said, my comeback is behind me. Today is another adventure. He's sure having a good one right now. 20 car lengths back from Mark Martin for the lead in this $2 million UAW GM 500. Ernie Irvin is closing down. Gains a little, loses a little. Gains a little, loses a little. But for the moment, he's picking it up. Down to just about 0.5 of a second. It was 0.8, down to 0.7, now to 0.5. Getting in there.
Where he's picking him up is the same place that Jeff Gordon was running so much faster a while ago. Watch him in turns 3 and 4 here. He takes a higher line than the 6th of Mark Martin. He'll go up the racetrack right now. And he really rockets off this corner. What he's doing right now, that higher line, for some reason, after the tires get worn in, 3 and 4, you need to go higher there to make it come off the corner good towards this front straightaway. So right now, the high line in 3 and 4 is quicker, low line in 1 and 2.
You watch some of that field motor on through. There you see Kyle Petty in the number 42. He's having a very good run today. He's being shown in 13. And Joe Nemechek, Joe Nemechek in the 42, and Kyle Petty in the 44. Petty is in the 13th position. And Nemechek, as you saw, he's up to 7.
You know, Ted Musgrave's in the 13 is having a great run there. You can see the car handling quite well, Dick. If he goes down into turn 1, he's all over the back of Nemechek's car.
You know, it's incredible, but since he's left the Roush organization, and that was a great ride, he seems to have done so much better. But the difference in Ted Musgrave is right now there's a smile on his face at every race. And it seemed when he was with Roush, he always felt the pressure that he actually had to perform. Now he's jumping around from car to car to car, having a great time. And look at him. He's up front race after race as a result.
And he's making a pretty good move here. The Dan Marino, Bill Elliott, number 13, on Nemechek in the 42. That would be for 7th spot.
Watching these guys go at it. Mark Martin has led 110 laps right now in this race today. Won't be long before he'll be getting the most laps led if they're not careful.
Green and yellow colors of Chad Little. Stays 6th, 7th, Nemechek. 8th.
Nemechek's
There's
going to be
Musgrave.
Nemechek's going to be tough to get by for sure. He's had a rough ride. The last time he led a Winston Cup race was right here at Charlotte in May, but this is for sure his best car. He's got his only top 5 finish in this car. His best start of the year came in this car, and in California he led 23 laps in this car. That's the most laps he has led at any race. So this is by far his best car.
And here comes Kevin LePage, now in 9th. This could be his best Winston Cup finish. Kevin LePage out of Shelburne, Vermont, now driving in the car that was driven by Musgrave in the 13. Hey, this could be a bare-knuckle battle between these two.
You bet, because I'll tell you, this guy in the 16, highly underrated right now. Kevin LePage is a great driver out there, and as he goes along and gets more experience on what to do to the car later on in the race, you could see the flames coming out of the car going in the corner. Don't worry, that's just unburned fuel that makes it pop like that. It'll shoot a fire out like that, but there's nothing wrong with the car.
Good picture of that interval between Musgrave and the 13, running a little lower line than the yellow and blue car of LePage up there in 9th. And back to 10th comes the 99, Jeff Burton.
LePage has surprised so many people this year who just didn't think he had it, but everybody now knows that Kevin LePage does indeed have it, and he's got some great years ahead of him with Roush. He will be back in this race car again in 1999, and boy, hang on.
And 2000.
Yeah.
And the people in Vermont, they love him up there, and there's great race fans in the state of Vermont. I'm kind of an adopted son in that state. I love to go up there.
You can get him to go anywhere for quarter maple syrup.
Oh,
it's amazing. Kevin LePage, Vermont native, has a chance to win that Rookie of the Year award. Look at this 99 closing down. This is for position. Keep an eye on Jeff Burton and that number 99 as he goes lickety-split up through this field. He didn't get by. LePage giving him a scrap.
Well, Jeff
LePage's not going to give him up.
Jeff Burton has one of the quickest cars all day long. He has come back from a lap down, but he has some damage to the left front corner of that car. You can see it right there. So, wow.
He shot up right underneath him. He came from about 8 car lengths back, and LePage isn't going to have any part of it. He wants to hold on to that spot. LePage has a chance to win that Rookie of the Year award, and how much would that mean to him?
Nobody gave us a chance. And, you know, our first race together, we out-qualified all the rookies at Daytona. And, you know, to be a first Vermonter to do that, that would be very special. There's not a lot of people, a lot of drivers come out of the state of Vermont. It's such a small state. And, you know, racing is big up there, but it's only big in its own way. And, you know, I don't know if there's going to be another Kevin LePage to come out of there. So I'd like to go down in history as the only Vermonter to win the Rookie of the Year title. But again, if we don't, nobody gave us a chance in Daytona, so let's see what happens.
He's making it happen right now. He's had to give that spot up to Jeff Burton in the 99, but he's still very much in this top 10. LePage falling back one spot to 10. Burton, as he continues to rip up through, as you look at the legion of Zoom out here today, Roush Racing, Martin, he currently is first. LePage is 10th. Benson 36. Had his problems out here in that altercation up in turn 2. Chad Little's having a very good run today, as you see.
And Benson is back out on the racetrack. There he is. He's on the apron of the racetrack, I guess I should say.
Look at LePage.
Jeff Burton goes way up there, about 3 stories high in the middle of turn 3. LePage right on the bottom of the racetrack. You know, this is fun. When you're back in the field like this and you're racing position, it's the same as you were trying to win the race. You go as hard as you can go every lap when you're on Western Cup races. And right now, he's learning a lot about the racetrack. Next time he comes here, he'll have a lot more experience.
He collapsed one here the last time by. Had a pretty good run and then got it beaten up pretty well. Right now, LePage looks fairly solid. Top 10 at the present time for him. Martin leading.
Obvious from the start. Like, things turn out better when you work together. That's why the UAW International Union and General Motors Corporation got together to create programs to improve skills and safety, to educate, to promote teamwork and build better quality cars and trucks. Assembly line to finish line. Teamwork wins.
The Madigans were like a lot of us, just making ends meet.
with their credit card. Paying the mortgage, putting 2 boys through college. When the student loans came due, that was it. So they called the money store. With their home equity loan, we paid off the cars, paid off the school loans. Now they're saving $500 every month and getting their credit back on track. And their sons? They won't be starting out in debt.
The Money Store. 1-800-LOAN-YES.
Making it to the pros takes a certain level of excellence. The experience to get the job done right and a reputation for quality.
Like newly formulated Valvoline DuraBlend motor oil. A synthetic blend that helps protect vital engine parts so your engine runs cleaner and better, longer. People who know use Valvoline.
So for the best possible performance, install what the pros install. CarQuest. Welcome to the pros.
What do you want, boy?
From the director of The Usual Suspects,
I have your fingerprints. I have your photographs.
curiosity drew him in.
You did those things. I want to hear about it. Everything they're afraid to show us in school.
But when fascination turns to fear...
Be careful. You play with fire.
The real game begins.
Have you lost your mind?
Ian McKellen, Brad Renfro.
Now we'll see what you're made of.
Apt Pupil, rated R. Opens everywhere October 23rd.
The UAW GM Quality 500 on TBS is brought to you by Midas Auto System Experts, a better system for you and your car. By The Money Store, where America goes for money. And by GMC. See your local dealer today.
Back with you live, 363 miles remaining to be, there have been run to date in this race, 241 complete. That leaves 138.5 miles to finish this UAW GM 500. And the storylines of the race, Gordon came in here with the advantage of 199 points over Mark Martin with 6 races remaining to decide the Winston Cup title. For the moment, Gordon is back and forth, and some of those points are being erased. Earnhardt's attempt for a sweep is going to be. And the first career pole for Derek Cope. Hey, we haven't talked about Derek for a while. Derek Cope is having a really good run here. Here he is in the 13th position, running that car number 30 that came off the pole at 181 plus. We can get a story from Alan Bestwick about that car.
Well, Ken, one of the things that got Derek Cope that far behind is he was on pit road when a caution came out earlier in the race. He lost all the track position, having to scramble back onto the racetrack and then come around again and pit with the rest of the leaders. So that set him behind. He's really been hanging right there in that 10th to 12th to 15th place group all afternoon long. Right now his car is a little tight, which means the front end is not sticking as well as the back end. He's having to ease off the gas a little bit coming out of the corners, and that's slowing him down. They hope to adjust on that next pit stop.
Burton and Irvin. Here's the UAW GM Quality 500, last driver to win from the pole, Harry Gant in 1982. Might happen today, but that's a real stretch.
Dale Jarrett's back in the pits again.
There's a battle for fourth right here. You can see right now Gordon, the handle's gone away on that car as Bobby Hamilton in the 4 car there moves in on him. John Andretti a lap car right now. But Bobby Hamilton has really moved in on Jeff Gordon.
The 22 and 36 are having a dandy time. The Pontiac of Ward Burton and Ernie Irvin. They're getting ever
Hamilton,
closer.
he's up beside Jeff Gordon as they head down the back straightaway, takes that spot away.
You know, if Gordon had a cushion up there, he'd be all set, wouldn't he? A little bit of dirt firm.
Yeah, you can see the car right there, losing grip, getting into the corner, and Bobby Hamilton just driving away from him as they head off the corner.
Pretty good racing. Couple places around the track, 8 seconds behind the leader. This one is happening between the 4 and the 24. And Steve Burns can tell us more.
Well, at the very beginning of this broadcast, Dick Berger described this racetrack as moody, and it's sure living up to that reputation. Jeff Gordon is complaining that the car is loose. Crew Chief Ray Evernham radioed back and said, listen, the sun is starting to go down. As it goes down, we're going to be in great shape. So, again, you wouldn't think that the temperature, the climate, the weather would have that big of a difference, but it sure does. A moody racetrack.
So Hamilton clears some ground, gets himself fourth. Gordon falls to 5th, and Ray Evernham gets the pencil out. Getting up toward pit stop time again. We should be refueling fairly soon. What, about lap 260?
Somewhere in that area. And as far as the clouds coming over. Turn 1 is now pretty well in shade as a result of the condos taking it away. Turn 3 and 4, they're in the full sunshine, so if you run well in one, you're probably not going to run so great in the other.
260 to 270, where you'll see them on pit road, moving toward lap 249 of 334. And Gordon falling back. There you see Mark Martin out in front, and here comes that 22.
Ward Burton on the move. He's running Mark Martin down. If anything, he's a little bit quicker now than Mark Martin. You see the car handling quite well as he runs right on the white line around the bottom of the racetrack. Ward Burton is hungry for a win. He had one since he won back in Rockingham a couple of years back, so he's really turned it up here.
You talk about this guy being hungry. He is so intense. He burns fat while he's at rest. This guy, for those of you who are on a diet,
How did you find that out?
I talked to him. This guy has got to eat calories in order to hold his weight. For those of you who are on a diet trying to cut down a little bit, he is just a bundle of energy.
For the Rusty Rollins fans, he's going back on the racetrack. The right side door looks like a Z is on. Oh, Ward Burton right up against the wall there.
Jeremy's on the racetrack again. Jeremy Mayfield. Ward just went around him.
Leader, Martin. It was 1.6. It's about 1.4. No, it went down a little. Went down to about a second, back to 1.4. Skipped up the track on that.
Well, I'm looking at the computer, and it shows Martin running 168.792, and Ward Burton running 168.940. So he's a little bit quicker.
Thing moved up on it. May have cost him a little bit of space on the racetrack, but now he's got it all gathered back up as he comes after Mark Martin. And that cuts that point lead between Gordon and Martin to 174, the way they're running at the present time.
Boy, does that make that 132 points that he lost in Darlington even more impressive now. It can happen, but this guy just loves this racetrack. He told me, of all the tracks I run, I feel I can do more to make the car run good just from inside the cockpit and anywhere I go.
You talk about chemistry. It happens with Mark Martin in that number 6. When he joined Jack Roush in 1988, he says it changed everything. Mark has said, I changed my life. I wanted to be there so bad that I totally changed everything. I changed the way I ate. I quit drinking alcohol completely. I quit eating cheeseburgers and French fries, my favorite things in the whole world to eat. And I gradually got stronger, and the stronger I got, the cleaner I got, the more compulsive I got about it. And I'll never go back to the shape I was in those earlier days. I trained 70 minutes every day, 5 days a week, then we got races on the weekend. And there's the man that put it together for him, Jack Roush.
I got a great story on that hat. Rumor has it that Jeff Gordon and those guys have a $500 bounty for that hat right there. They want to put it on the Indian over in their shop. The wooden Indian they have as you go in there for the Rainbow Warriors.
Jack's got a lot of friends. They're going to have a tough time getting that thing off his head.
Bet you it happens. All right, let's go down to that 22 team for a moment.
Well, to talk to Bill Davis, the car owner. Bill, so many times you've been in this situation only to have something happen. It really looks like your car is great on old tires. Can you win this thing?
It is real good on old tires, and certainly this is the best it's been all day with the sun and the clouds and everything that's going on. So, you know, I don't know. There's a lot of racing to go, and Mark Martin's Mark Martin. You know, he is the man. But we've had a great day so far, and hopefully it'll end that way for us today.
That's Bill Davis, car owner for Ward Burton.
Boy, if there's anybody that knows what Mark Martin's all about, Mark Martin used to drive his Busch Grand National car. So Bill Davis knows both these guys, and he knows Mark Martin is very special.
1 and 2/10 seconds between first and second. Burton scratching away, trying to collect Martin. Now you see the 97. That's Chad Little. He's in 6th spot. He is in 6th spot.
Fifth now. Chad Little just passed him right there for position. Gordon's handling has gone off of that car. He's getting passed by a lot of race cars right now.
So Gordon falls back some more. It's now Chad Little to 5th. Gordon falls to 6th.
Gordon needs a pit stop to make some adjustments on that car and or certainly put 4 tires on it. Long way from being done yet. Don't count him out.
Long shadows down here as the sun comes out another time. Rain, clouds, sunlight, more clouds. Thankfully, no more rain since mid-morning. We had a downpour today. That was not what gave us a red flag for 40 minutes. Had a water main break. Spray the backstretch. Take a look on this replay. It's Chad Little. Dips to the inside. Jeff Gordon taking that spot.
Gordon's given the bottom completely away. There's nothing he can do down there. His fast lane is upstairs, so anybody who's quick on the bottom, they don't have to fight with Jeff Gordon. All they just have to do is be a little faster.
257 laps now complete of 334, 385.5 miles. And there are your top 6.
Sleek, sophisticated, stylish, and yet with an exhilarating V6. Chevy Monte Carlo lets you express that hidden part of your personality, just dying to get out.
Mr. Freeman. How are you? Tommy?
Monte Carlo. The side you show the world is up to you.
A lot of folks in Johnson City, Tennessee will tell you when you need a part for your car, go to AutoZone. The parts are top quality, the prices are low, and the people are helpful, like Gary Jennings. You see, when it comes to auto parts, folks will tell you Gary really knows his stuff. Oh, sure, they know there are other parts stores in town, but when it comes to getting the right part, the right price, and good advice from folks like Gary, there's just no place better than AutoZone.
I'm Brian Collard. Welcome to the Super Shop here on TBS as we have something very special for race fans, this die-cast metal car package featuring the Mark Martin 124 scale die-cast metal car done to exact detail underneath the hood, as you can see right there, the tires, the decals, and logos of all the primary and secondary sponsors of the number 6 Valvoline Ford Taurus. That's available at $29.85. Along in that package is the promotional TBS Superstation 164 die-cast metal car, the 50 noting the anniversary of the NASCAR world. Call us toll-free to pick up this package in the Super Shop at 1-877-577-SHOP as you can celebrate Mark Martin's incredible 1998 season as the second in the Winston Cup standings. You can call us toll-free in the Super Shop at 1-877-577-SHOP.
TBS is the host of the Grand Slam of Golf. From Poipo Bay in Kauai, Tiger Woods, Mark O'Mara, Vijay Singh, Lee Jansen tee it up Tuesday and Wednesday, November 17th and 18th. Coverage at 7:05 Eastern each night on the Superstation. The battle right now, hey, Burton's just driven by Gordon. That's for 6.
That's the third Ralph Scar ahead of him right now. They're putting him back there. These points are beginning to dwindle.
The 99 has moved around Jeff Gordon. Jeff Burton, who has come from a lap down, he was 29th, has made it up. And now he's ready to begin his challenge on the top 5 in this race, including one of his own teammates, Chad Little, in 5th spot. Jack Roush, Legion of Zoom, looking really good here now with Martin running in 1st, Little running in 5th, Burton in 6th, and LePage in 10th. See those are dropping back a little in here now, Dick.
Yeah, Derek Cope, now 13th. He slipped back a bit.
Gordon from 2nd back to 7th.
He started at 26th, and it's not over yet. They're going to have to pit at least one more time to adjust these cars and see what happens then.
Yeah, I
put the Rainbow Warriors to work and watch what happens.
You watched him in Michigan come from 12th up there and just take on 2 tires and drive right to the win. So he's not out of it as long as he's on the racetrack.
Take a look at the leader. Here's Mark Martin. He has clinched the 5-point lap leader bonus for today. Nobody can touch him with the number he's led. And we've got trouble again in turn 2.
Jerry Nadeau.
Second time he's had difficulty today. He brings it to rest on the outside of that second corner. So Jerry Nadeau.
That looks like Ken when I speak, when he's speaking. Scooby says, let me over a little bit on this hood. I almost got hit then.
Nadeau's got to be tired of that view, sitting up against the concrete wall off turn 2. At least this time he can drive it off. Or can
well, he's trying to. I think he's got a...
Right front isn't even turning. Look at that. Not even turning. The car is badly damaged this time. You see the sparks underneath the car right there? That's not good either. This thing is really torn up this time.
10th caution.
And sparks from the back, sparks from the front. Everything looks bent.
Old spark.
Well, they're all going to pit this time.
Yeah, it came at a perfect time, lap 266. Hit it just about on the nose.
Yeah.
So keep all those cars in that lead lap, of which there are 17. Back to Michael Waltrip. Martin, Burton, Irvin, Hamilton, and Little, the front 5. Here comes the reason for this 10th caution. I think that'll make the day for Jerry Nadeau. The Melling car, number 9. Pit road will be open in a moment, and here we are with all those top runners coming in, and never has track position been more important than right now. What they do on pit road when they turn these cars over to the pit crew, tell the story in this $2 million race. Steve Burns waiting on Gordon.
And Jeff Gordon is asking the crew. He said he wants some water and some ice packs. He's hot inside that race car. They're going to put 4 tires on this car and probably make an air pressure adjustment. Right side tires going on for Jeff Gordon. They get a water bottle in there so we can get something to drink. The gas goes in. This is a 4-tire change. Let's check in now with Alan Bestwick. 17.7 seconds for Mark Martin. A 4-tire change. Half pound of air out of the right rear tire. He's gone. Mike Hardwood.
And for Ernie Irvin, he also made an air pressure adjustment. He wants to loosen the car up a little bit. They did that, and they put 4 fresh tires on the car.
You saw Irvin at 19.7 there. Randy?
No chassis adjustments at all for Ward Burton. They did an excellent 4-tire pit stop. Down and away. They look like they're good to go the distance.
267. So the old mileage counter
Let's
begins
give
to tell its own story here.
Let's give a call to the 3rd place car right there, Chad Little now. He's moved all the way up to 3rd place in the 97. He's having a great run. You know, back in Texas, he had an excellent run also, Dick.
Yeah, career best run. He picked up 2 spots in the pits there. Jeff Hammond, his crew chief, has orchestrated a lot of success for this guy.
267, 400.5 miles. 99.5 to go. They can go home from you, can't they? Maybe a little ragged on rubber?
No,
you got to make one more
stop.
stop?
Got to make one more stop.
Think anybody will try to stretch it?
Not that far.
We'll see. Boy, it looks like a modified car that's brought in there in that number 12.
Wallace, yeah.
So Mayfield and Wallace back out there still trying to get some points collected. And there's the car that just caused the problem, the 10th caution.
Some things are obvious from the start. Like, things turn out better when you work together. That's why the UAW International Union and General Motors Corporation got together to create programs to improve skills and safety, to educate, to promote teamwork and build better quality cars and trucks. Assembly line to finish line. Teamwork wins.
Sometimes the toughest decision is deciding when to make your move. If you've been waiting to refinance, make your move now with the new Ultimate 125 loan from First Plus. It lets you refinance up to 125% of the value of your home, no equity required, so you can consolidate bills and get extra cash all in one loan. Make your move count with the new Ultimate 125 only at First Plus.
Hey, son, get back here.
Call 1-800-510-PLUS.
How do you brighten a room? Here's an idea. That's perfect. The Home Depot has everything you need to see your home in a whole new light. Like this stylish lighting from Hampton Bay. Designed to be both beautiful and functional. You'll find it to be quality lighting that adds the perfect accent anywhere, in any room. That's the beauty of the Home Depot.
I thought you quit smoking.
I did.
Really? What's up with that?
Nicotral inhaler. Gives me the nicotine I need to fight my cravings and help me quit.
Really?
You can only use it for up to 6 months. And you have to use it as part of the stop smoking program. You have to stop smoking first, and you can't use it with anything else containing nicotine.
It's important to tell your doctor if you have heart or lung disease or are pregnant or nursing. The most common side effects are mild throat or mouth irritation, cough, and upset stomach.
How do I look?
Surprisingly intelligent.
Ask your doctor for product information.
With less than 100 miles to go here in the UAW GM Quality 500. Anybody's game. Martin in front, Burton in second at the present time. Chad Little is surprised, holding on and getting up into third. Hamilton and Jeff Burton in the 99 and 50 just had an incident on pit road as he came out with Bobby Hamilton. We'll show it to you in a moment. Right now, the reason we're running so late, back on about lap number 90, this is the situation in midway down the backstretch. There was a broken water main, and the water poured over the wall, and it gave these friendly enemies a chance to tell a few stories to each other and mix it up. Ernie Irvin trying to do a job on Jeff Gordon. Right now, he doesn't need to. Gordon's back in 7th spot. Irvin's in 6th. Record number of cautions today, 10. The overall record for all time in this 500 is 12 in 1981. Ooh. Steve Burns, can you tell us more about that number 97 of Chad Little?
Yeah, sure can, Ken. I went down and talked to Jeff Hammond, the crew chief, and said, can you make it the rest of the way on gas? And he said, you just watch and see.
I don't know. I just ran some numbers again, and theoretically, at least, it is possible for him to do that. We'll see what happens.
Take a look at the pit roundup now. Before, after, they came in, they went out. Martin stayed right there. Great pit stops by that Rouse team. Musgrave having a great day. Stays in 10th position overall. Replay of what just happened on pit road, folks.
You're riding with Jeff Burton as he heads down through here. You'll see as he comes out there, the 4 car there, Bobby Hamilton comes right over. They make a little contact he has to take to the grass as Bobby Hamilton continues down pit road.
Burton had contact on pit road yesterday at the Busch Grand National race here as well.
Stays 5th. Hamilton stays 4th. Pace car is in. We're back to racing. 272 complete.
Trouble. Turn 2.
Oh.
Back in front of you.
Snarl.
Ernie Irvin's one of them.
Yeah, there.
I think Jeff Burton was also involved in the 99.
Snake bit leaders today, guys like Wallace and Mayfield, and the Labonte's getting collected.
Well, as they race back to the flag, the 43 is ahead of number 6. That means John Andretti's getting back on the lead lap.
Did it.
Oh, there's a picture of dejection.
So far, they have gone. Evident like this. Ernie Irvin in the number 36 Pontiac done. Lap 272. Doesn't matter what your status. Oh, and take a look. There's the number 90. It may not be the 99. Let's take it back down through. The 99 is still out there.
That's Dick Trickle for sure.
It's Trickle's car. Black number 90. Tyler's car. That got whaled.
Owner of that car, Judy Dunleavy, 50 years as a stock car owner.
Tailgate down on the trailer, get all that ready to go.
Probably one of the most beloved car owners there is in this entire sport.
Oh, yeah. His sponsor's going away next year. He's not sure he can hang on to Trickle. A lot of the crew members are interested in moving to Charlotte, so they're leaving him, and he's got a big smile on his face. He said, don't worry about this crew. I'll hire some young, energetic guys. I'll find a sponsor. I hope I can keep Trickle. He's just upbeat all the time.
In Richmond, Virginia.
That's where he's going to be, because that's home.
That's home. I'm not going to move to Charlotte.
Boy, that sounds right.
Mike Hogwood.
Well, we're here with Ryan Pemberton, crew chief on Ernie Irvin's car. What did he say happened?
He didn't say anything. He just said, Trickle, I think, got up into him. I don't know, something might happen, blew a right front or something like that. It's a shame. We had a really good car. It's our own fault. We didn't have a very good pit stop right there. And instead of coming out third, where we come out sixth. And, that's what it takes. You got to have good pit stops. You got to put everything all together all day long. And it's just a shame.
It's a tough day, but this team has been getting better and better every week.
Yeah, it sure has. We're excited about going into the last few races, and You know, we've got our sights set on the top 10 of points. We didn't need this to happen right here. It looked like we're getting ready to have a good points day, but, you know, you can never count the points until the race is over with.
Tough day for Ernie Irvin and his team.
Here it is, Baker. Total candor. Hey, we made a bad pit stop. We shouldn't have been there. Here's the voice of the crew chief, Ryan Pemberton. See what happened.
Okay, you can see Trickle got into the left rear corner there of the 36, and you see Ernie Irvin with nowhere to go. They keep hitting each other as they slide down the racetrack here. Ernie Irvin really hit hard there, getting into the outside wall.
1993 winner of this event gets collected in the fence, turns 1 and 2.
Trickle
Thanks,
just
buddy.
went up the racetrack and nailed him. Certainly nothing intentional, just one of those deals.
Ready for the big news, guys? Some of the spotters are saying October showers.
No.
Yeah, a few sprinkles. Told you, this thing's had everything. Here is the 1993 winner of the event, Ernie Irvin, thrashed.
This is from Dale Jarrett's car. He was riding around on the apron, right under where it started.
That's Earnhardt and the 3 there going down on the flat to go by the 2 as they make contact.
He's riding well down. He's completed 218 laps, so the leaders are at 274. Earnhardt in that big crash earlier down here in turn number 2 that took out so many. 11 cars were involved. 11 cautions, and the overall record of 12. Just about ready to say sayonara to that record. We'll take a quick break as the Candyman leaves the track today. Ernie Irvin will not get his 16th win this afternoon.
Live long day one on the road, in the air, to cover Major League Baseball.
It's the year of the home run, my friend. Jack City. We're watching the big boys launch the long-range missiles over and over again, higher and higher. In fact, this ball right here is a ball that Mark McGuire launched into the propeller of the Bud 1 airship, proving that he is the Red Menace.
Hey, man, call the FAA. These guys are a threat to our airspace.
Need brakes? Come to Midas for a break on brakes. Now just $69.95 after rebate. You'll get our standard brake service and our guarantee. Midas is $69.95 brakes. It's worth stopping for.
You know when you're traveling, you look for things you know. That's why it's always so good to see the Howard Johnson sign. And with Howard Johnson Super Miles, earn free hotel stays, car rentals, and airline mileage vouchers. Howard Johnson.
I'm Brian Collard. Welcome live at the Super Shop here on TBS. And as you're watching the big race in Charlotte coming to a close, it's Mark Martin leading after 274 laps. Jeff Gordon looking at 6th place right now. This is the exclusive buy on the Jeff Gordon die-cast metal car. The addition, only $4,500, already half were spoken for, quickly going to the secondary market. It's available at only $38.50. Call us here exclusively on the Super Shop for this at 1-877-577-SHOP. You can see it's done to exact detail under the hood, around the chassis of the car, the logos, the decals of all the primary and secondary sponsors of number 24. Also available exclusively here on Super Shop, the Dale Jarrett dually and trailer combo, a 164 die-cast metal. He currently stands third of the Winston Cup. It's available at $52.50. Call us at 1-877-577-SHOP as we go back near the end of the race, back at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Karen Kadavy and Paul Wiley take to the ice for the Vail Figure Skating Special. The night on ice begins at 9 Eastern, Sunday, November the 1st, right here on the Superstation. The skyline of one of America's new power cities, Charlotte, North Carolina. And here's where the power is right now at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Down to the final moments of this one. We have 276 laps complete. The cars can go home on this latest fuel stop. And Mike Hogwood is with a guy who's really had hard luck today.
I'll tell you what, Ernie Irvin, well, you were running the top 5. You'd made it up there contending for the win, and then this happened.
Yep. Not real sure exactly what happened. I pretty much know. Everybody will be able to see it on TV. Just is pretty senseless that a lap car, tries to run with the leaders.
Anything happened on that pit stop that got you back there a little bit?
No, I mean, they just didn't have as good a pit stop. I mean, it was just a little bit off. And when you're a little bit off on that pit stop, then, you know, obviously those are the, you know, top teams. And, you know, they had a little quicker stop.
And nothing you could do to save the car. It was going around.
Nope.
All right, Ernie Irvin, tough luck for him today.
Tough luck indeed. Inside of the finish, 86 miles to go. And Ernie Irvin has to walk away from this one. Talk about the long walks in sports. As far as I'm concerned, you walk away from a race car like you just saw Ernie Irvin with Kim do. That is the longest walk in sports.
Cars away if you're ready.
Okay, we're ready to do it again. Coming around a complete 277. They're ready to go green. Mark Martin is out in front. You've got Ward Burton in second. Chad Little is third. Bobby Hamilton fourth. And Jeff Burton lies there in fifth with Gordon sixth and Kevin LePage up to seventh. Kyle Petty, Musgrave, Derek Cope round out the top 10.
And believe it or not, the lights are on at Charlotte Motor Speedway. You can see him there in that shot. We've been here a long time today.
We had a report of sprinkles down in turn number 3. That little spattery apparently has abated. We're green to go. Let's hope we can
Musgrave
get
in the 13 showing a good bit of smoke going through that corner.
Musgrave having a great run in 9th spot. Dan Marino car has had a great run out here. Kevin LePage in that number 16 and
He's
7.
dropping to the bottom.
That's too bad.
There's Musgrave. Musgrave in the bottom of your screen all by himself now. Saw the smoke out the side of the car.
Talk about turning the heat up right now. You look at the 22, he's right there. Look at the 4 car and Chad Little fighting it out. Bobby Hamilton taking that spot away. But right up front there, these guys are going at it right now. There's going to be a race for the lead in the next lap or two.
Hamilton is now in the 3rd position. Little is dropped to 4th. You got Jeff Burton right there with him. For the lead, Mark Martin and Ward Burton.
2 great cars. You can see them running the very low line as they come off turn 4 and rocket down the front straightaway here. I don't see a great advantage right now of Ward Burton down the straightaway, but he gets through 1 and 2 quite well.
And Burton about like Ward. Pretty cool and relaxed. Don't get too excited about this kind of thing.
Couple of Roush cars. 3 Roush cars in your shot, all going at it.
Talk about the Legion of Zoom. There they are, all stacked up. And the 99 is breaking through for 4th. The Roush car of Chad Little falls to 5th, and LePage stays right in there with him.
Boy, Jeff Burton, he has really worked for these spots today. Been involved in 2 or 3 altercations out there. The team won't give up. They keep working on that car, and you can see Jeff Burton is really flying around the racetrack right now. He's in 4th.
Yeah, Roush cars have 4 of the top 5 spots right now.
Okay, now do you think there's any team orders
3 of
out
the top
here?
5. They get 3 of the top 5.
Yeah, run the best you can.
Yeah.
That's the only team order.
Yeah, and don't wreck each other. That's the rest of the team orders.
Here comes Gordon. Is he beginning to mount a charge once again?
Well,
Jeff?
fresh tires, he's fast, and you know the racetrack's changed quite a bit since the sun's gone down now. The lights are being turned on here at this racetrack. Jeff Gordon's real quick on fresh tires.
For 6th position, Jeff Gordon down to the bottom. Started 26th today. Worked his way up to the front, then worked his way back out of the top 10. Now, inching his way forward. Here's Jeff Gordon challenging Spokane, Washington's Chad Little.
That car is still off, so you can see as Jeff Gordon would enter the corner there, the back of the car goes way out. He's real loose getting into the corner.
Chad Little having his best day ever at Charlotte Motor Speedway at Winston Cup. He's never even finished in the lead lap in his 13 prior starts. Right now he's in 6th spot.
You see 1, 2, 3, 4.
Gilbert Hall to Bobby Hamilton there in the 4 car. That's the best this car has run all year long, especially on this type of racetrack. Bobby's really got her hung out.
Roush Racing. Here's Jack up on top.
He needs that big notebook to keep track of all these cars running up in the front of the pack today.
And boy, are they running up in front. The Legion of Zoom is 1, 3, 5, 6 on the top 10 scoreboard. Martin, Burton, LePage, Little. I tell you, Ward Burton is giving this one up not one bit.
He's tough.
The point that Buddy made early about how well that number 6 works in the center of the turn. You see that 22 gather some steam even here in the double dogleg. When he gets in the corner, look at that number 6 sprint away just a little bit.
Boy, it's strong off the corner. And I asked him, I said, what do you like to turn your car down the straightaway? He said, whatever it takes to beat the other people. My motors are bulletproof. I don't worry about it.
285 of 334 laps are complete. Gordon fades to the high side, the old Harry Gant Richard Petty line.
Or used up right rear tires. Sometimes you can't hold it on the bottom, and that's what Jeff Gordon's doing. He's trying to run a line that he can hold the car into the racetrack. But you see Chad Little now inching away from him as they go along.
Long way to go and a short time to get there for Gordon, if that is the situation. 44 in the pits. Kyle Petty run right up there into the top 10, falling back. Trying to get your report on that right off. Back to 16th in the present time. Here we are, watching Chad Little in 6th, trying to fend off Jeff Gordon, 39-time winner. Gordon continuing to close up and bust records seemingly every single week. 14 straight top 5 finishes for Jeff Gordon coming into the day. And here he is, just outside in the 7th spot and having trouble and dropping back from Chad Little, as you see here. Jeff Gordon at 24 won 7 of the last 12 races. Does not look like it's going to happen today, but we've seen him pull off those miracles in the final laps before. Ward Burton's 22. Stays right, perhaps where he wants to be for now. So to get down to those last 10 laps, what do you gentlemen think?
Well, if he's going to catch Mark Martin, he's going to have to do something different than he's doing right now, because he's almost a mirror image of what the 6 car is doing right now. You see the two running the same lines through the corner, and he's really not catching him that fast.
And number 22 has a big problem developing. There you see him in 2nd spot, because the problem is his brother, who is rapidly closing in on him in the 99. There he is. Jeff Burton very much in this thing, and he's making up ground and making it up about 2 car lengths a lap.
Boy, oh boy, this is the never-ending story here. The 99 car, Jeff Burton, always runs better and better and better. As the racetrack and the mileage goes, he always picks up speed near the end.
Saw that 94 for a moment. That's Bill Elliott. Give him a call. 9th position for the Dawsonville Flash. Wild Bill up in the top 10 now. It has been almost a demolition derby at times. Attrition. Remarkable number of cars beaten and battered in this one. They're still out here going. We've had a 40-minute delay because of the problem in the back straightaway. Water main broke. NASCAR shut the race down. Track got the problem fixed. And the folks are now seeing the race under the lights.
Jeff Bodine looking mighty racy in that number 7 car as he chases Joe Nemechek. Nemechek in 10th spot. Bodine's only finished on the lead lap 3 times this year. As incredible as that seems, that is in fact accurate. He is on the lead lap right now.
The Bill Elliott car. 7 Jeff Bodine, the 7 car, Jeff Bodine.
3170, Mark, 3155.
That's not a good sign. When you're running 70 and the other car is pressing 75, that's not good.
This is a good race right here.
You were eavesdropping on number 7.
Yeah, he's about 2/10 off of the leader, Mark Martin, right now, as far as the overall time. But the battle here is the position with Nemechek as they fight it out here.
Gordon just tried upstairs. Bodine just tried upstairs. Look at that thing. It's all beat up. And this is an aerodynamic racetrack. They go so fast here that aero is extremely important. And I don't think Jeff Bodine has much aero, but he sure has a lot of drag in that thing.
And a lot of heart. Right now, he knows that he's probably not going to be in that car next year. He's making a statement that he can still drive the race cars and run up front.
And he can. Indeed, he can.
Leader in traffic around Steve Christie. Clears him nicely. And along with him comes Ward Burton. There's the interval, 1st to 2nd. Coming up
to complete 295 laps. And here comes Jeff Burton, third place runner. The Burton boys are having a day. Looks like the old days of South Boston, Virginia, where they cut their teeth in late model racing. I think they started in the streets up there, moved their way along up. Their dad helped them as far as he could, a major supporter of their racing. And at a point, it was time to move out of the nest and move on. And haven't they done proudly by that racing tradition of Virginia? Here's second spot. Here comes third. That's the interval over the top three as we get down to the decision time in the UAW GM 500 for 1998.
Burton about 1.7 seconds behind the leader, Mark Martin. It's going to be interesting as this thing wears down. Burton's got his brother right in front of him, and the guy he respects most in racing is Mark Martin. He's leading the race, so two guys that he cares enormously about are ahead of him, and he has got to pass them.
Jimmy Spencer in the 23 there, just behind the 24 of Jeff Gordon.
7 spots. Spencer on the bottom, Gordon up high.
Gordon can't send him off. Spencer, better grip off the corner, goes right by the 24 there. Gordon falling back.
It's a bit of a surprise. I really thought when it got dark like this that Gordon was going to take off. He has done so well here in night races and so well when the sun is not around. And no sun here now.
And Kenny Irwin is back out here, running well down from the field. He's had his share of problems, but caught up in a couple of things. He's being shown in 20th position at the present time.
Let's see what Kenny Irwin's doing now. As we go along, you see he's dropping all the way down to 6,000 in the corner as he starts down the front straightaway here. 8,000 right there, about 175. He's on the brake right there with his left foot, letting the leaders go by. These guys are fighting for spots. He's a couple of laps down, so he's riding her out.
And indeed, he is just riding it out, and he is several laps down in this battle up in front. You want to get overrun. He's 291 laps complete as the leaders complete 299. 299 laps this time by. That'll bring him to the 450 mark. 50 miles to go. If you were to put a quarter on this one, where would you put it, Doctor?
Well, it's hard to bet against Mark Martin at this point. He has run so well today, and particularly in that race car. But I like Ward Burton. I like Jeff Burton. Those guys have a great shot at it, too. Bobby Hamilton has run so well. He is still in 4th spot. LePage in 5th right now. As Jeff Lodine moves upstairs to try and get by the 42 of Nemechek. Nothing doing there.
LePage working on his best Winston Cup finish ever. Steve Burns.
Yeah, we talked about Ray Evernham before that last pit stop, speculating that once the sun went down, once we lost some of the bright sun, that the track would come back to them. But we just heard Jeff Gordon radio in. His exact quote was, "This car is big time loose," so it's not handling the way they thought it would.
Ray Evernham looking on. You got to feel some compassion, not only for these drivers, but for a guy like Evernham. This is like being an NFL coach to be a Ray Evernham. When the season doesn't run 14 weeks plus a couple of shows and an exhibition season before you get to the playoffs, it's 34 weeks, and it's continual practice, and you literally sleep with these cars sometimes.
And it's day after day after day after day in the shop, and there is no such thing as a day off for crew chiefs and crew members on teams that run up front, including Ray Evernham. He works ever so hard.
30 or 40 guys, you've got to keep the morale up, and you've got to keep them focused.
He told me the other day, I was over at the shop talking with him. He said, if I make it 3 more years as crew chief, I'll be completely burnt out. He says, I live it, I sleep it, I breathe it. I don't have a regular life anymore. It's just taking over everything.
Not any of these crew chiefs.
No. Steve Meal told me this morning in the garage area he worked 243 straight days at Roush before he left. Straight days, no day off, 243.
And you hear story after story about Christmas was the big time I got the afternoon off.
Yeah. Well, the old A.J. Foyt quote, the harder I work, the luckier I get, and that's one of the keys of success on this number 24 team. But they work so hard.
But a record may end. That 14 top 5s that he's put together could conclude right here in this race But the number 24 still rides in 7th spot as we get into the final moments. There are 30 laps remaining. 304 have been completed. Mark Martin going to make a dent in Jeff Gordon's point lead for the Winston Cup Championship this year. And there are 5 races to go. And we said at the outset, remember 96, coming to this race was a 111-point advantage with 3 races to go, favoring this man, Jeff Gordon, over Terry Labonte. When this race was over in 96, point differential was 1 point for Gordon. 3 races later, Terry Labonte won the Winston Cup Championship for the 2nd year. So there's still a bit of distance to be traveled by these Winston Cup competitors on their way to Atlanta, Georgia for the grand finale.
Well, I was just looking at the statistic here, and 199 points seems like a lot that Jeff Gordon has, but Alan Kowicki made up 278 points the year he won the championship on Bill Elliott.
Interesting graphic right there. Most laps led, 186 by Mark Martin. He showed up a 5-point bonus for leading the most laps.
That 199-point lead, I believe unofficially, would be something like 165 right now. Yeah, there it is on the screen.
See Kyle Petty there just in the back of your picture, that number 44 car. Interesting story there. He's decided to move his team out of this area back up to level cross, and he went around and asked his crew, how many of you guys want to move to that area? There were only a couple of them that wanted to move up, so he said, okay, you don't want to move up? I'm going to start all over again. It's going to be a whole brand new crew in 1999 for that 44 team. They're all gone.
You know, Kyle Petty was up in 10th place and was in the lead lap. He's had some kind of problem because he's not up to full song right now.
Let's see what the story is on the number 22. Tommy Baldwin, the crew chief, is standing by with Randy right now.
Well, he's going to kneel down here and talk to you. You have had a great run. Usually you're great or better on your longer runs. Seems like he's pulling you a little bit. Do you have anything for him?
I don't know. Claude's doing an excellent job with this MBNA Pontiac today, and I think we got a lot left. He wants me to count the laps down for him, and we might have went a little too hard in the beginning there, but I think we got some left. We're going to do the best we can. Everybody's done a real good job today in the pits. Everyone did a real good job back in the shop putting this thing together. We had some awesome horsepower. We'll have to wait and see.
Counting the laps down, 26 to go. Interval. First to second, still less than a second. It's not 0.6 of a second between first and second. Between Mark Martin and Ward Burton.
That's opened up just a little bit when compared to a few laps ago.
Kevin LePage, his best finish previously was a 10th at Bristol, working on a 5th at the present time. Mark Martin working on his 29th career win. Started in the top 5 in the last 3 races, and he has been a dominant factor in those events. In fact, the entire season has been dominated by 2 names, Mark Martin and Jeff Gordon. What a victory this would be for Martin if he can put all this together today.
Won this race in 1992. He also won this race in 95. 4th last year, 2nd the year before. Will be another win.
Yeah, 7th or better in the last 6 Charlotte races. Quite a mark for Mark Martin. There's that interval. Can that Pontiac in 2nd spot deliver anything more to close in on that Ford up in front? Commercial break and then back. We're at lap 311 of 334 to be run. Mark Martin very close to winning his 3rd Charlotte 500.
They come from all over for the most agonizing test of endurance motorsports has to offer. The heavyweight championship of off-road racing. The legendary Baja 1000. Mile after mile of unforgiving terrain that can send even the toughest truck to an early grave, which means it can really be murder on a battery. That's why more drivers who tackle the Baja rely on the Duralast battery than any other. The same Duralast we stock at AutoZone. The Duralast battery. Power you can depend on. It starts here. It starts here. It also starts here and here. And it all starts right here at Walmart, home of the EverStart battery. All the coal-cranking power your truck, car, boat, or more will ever need. Power you can count on when you need it most. And since it's at Walmart, you can also count on a good price. EverStart. The name says it all.
Would you know a winner if you saw one? What would you look for? Strength, endurance, guts. These are the things that come before glory. In everything you do, demand the best.
Husqvarna. Great sale prices on tough equipment. Right now at your Husqvarna servicing dealer.
Some things are obvious from the start. Like, things turn out better when you work together. That's why the UAW International Union and General Motors Corporation got together to create programs to improve skills and safety, to educate, to promote teamwork and build better quality cars and trucks. Assembly line to finish line. Teamwork wins.
$1992. The 500. Atlanta, the setting for a classic finish in the Winston Cup Championship. As Bill Elliott battled Alan Kulwicki. Elliott drove to the checkers, but by finishing second, the great Alan Kulwicki claimed that 92 NASCAR Winston Cup Championship by 10 points, the narrowest margin in the sport's history.
Well, with 6 races to go, he was 278 points back.
Where we are today.
Exactly. So, hey, nobody has this thing locked up until the last race is over.
And that year, 92, there were 3 races remaining at this point. Well, we have, let's see, remaining in laps to be run, 18 to decide it today. Mark Martin stays in first as he works on that 3rd win in this UAW GM 500 coming to you on CBS.
You were just looking at what Mark Martin saw all day. It's just looking back and seeing the field behind him as Ward Burton tries to catch him. It's really tough right now because Mark Martin is running those perfect laps around this racetrack.
And he's extended the lead just a little, up to about 9/10 of a second. Well, from here they move on to Talladega, then to, that's on the 11th, then on a Saturday night in Daytona Beach, Florida for the first time under the lights, that's the 17th. Then on to Phoenix, Arizona. Following that is Rockingham, November 1st, and then the grand finale at Atlanta, Georgia, November the 8th. And then we'll take you to Japan, to Motegi, where you're going to see Dale against Dale, Dale Jr. against Dale Sr.
Gordon's turning it up a little bit. He picked off 2 guys that were ahead of him. You see Chad Little following him right now. Gordon's all the way up to 6th, and he seems to be getting the handle on this car a little bit better now.
Now, with that move, Gordon goes to 6th. He needs one more spot. He's got to get by LePage to make that top 5 and keep that record of 14 straight top 5 finishes alive. Mark Martin out in front. Winning isn't everything to Mark Martin. Let's find out what is.
I've said before, and I'll say again, no one ever told me that I was going to be the greatest race car driver that ever lived. And it's obvious that I won't ever accomplish the kind of things and have the kind of record that it takes to have that, to be distinguished as that. That doesn't kill me. I didn't expect it to start with. I'm out here doing my job, doing the very best I can, and trying to be a good person on top of that. And at the end of the day, it's not how many times you win, but who and what you are that really counts.
Hear, hear. And he means every word of it. So timid and so quiet for so many years, but this year more than ever, Dick Berger, and he seems to be speaking out, and he speaks such common sense.
Yeah, he really does. Well, I think the loss of his father not so very long ago in a tragic airplane crash surely affected him just tremendously. And the birth of his son, Matt, a couple of years ago, that's made a big impact on his life as well. And the tremendous success that he has had recently as a race car driver, all of that has impacted him as it should properly have done. This is a real good kind of person. You want a role model in American motorsports or American sports of any kind. Mark Martin is a terrific role model. You'd want your kid to be just like him.
Sport is a metaphor on life by Mark Martin. All right, we have 3:21 complete of 3:34. So now is that time, now is that hour when for Mark Martin this thing is interminable. Every lap is taking about 3.5 minutes. It just wears on here, and he's got to stay focused and keep that line and keep this thing together. And imagine the focus
You've had a 40-minute respite in the middle of this thing, which kind of breaks your rhythm, gets you out of line. Then you got to come back out. You've got to perform at peak level, like he is right now, after the heat that just burned all of them alive at Martinsville, Virginia. So many of them came in badly debilitated from that race. He has no body fat, but even there, he was just nothing but bones when that thing was over.
Well, Mark Martin is certainly a guy. I've been in this spot before with just a few laps to go. And the one thing you start telling yourself, okay, think. Do the right thing. Don't give it away. You have a great car. The crew's done their job all day. Don't make a mental error. And that's what he's thinking right now.
10 to go. 10 laps to finish it up for Mark Martin today and win this race for the third time. Came off the outside of the front row, squared off and dueled with everyone here today.
And Ward Burton right now, you see his wife she's watching everything he does around the racetrack. Every time that car moves, she moves on top of that toolbox there. Let me tell you, Ward Burton's having a great run, but he wants to win right now. He's having a little bit of a drought, Doctor, and he just, right now, he's doing the right thing. He's running the car as hard as he can possibly run it, but he's just got a guy in front of him that's doing nothing wrong.
You saw that graphic a little while ago about how long it had been since Ward had even scored a top 5, so this is a big turnaround day for Bill Davis and the Ward Burton fans and that race team as well.
One career win, 1995, Rockingham, North Carolina for him, Burton. Back with Martin. As these laps begin to wear down, and his buddy can tell you, well, as Dick Berggren can tell you, he's put a few cars into a few fences over the years.
I was hoping you'd say into a few victory lanes, Ken.
But get down to those last laps, and you think you're there, and you think you're there, and then nothing.
First race I ever won in my life was in a sprint car. I was just so intent on the last couple of laps of driving that race car that I didn't realize one of my two arms had gone asleep. I came across the line, raised my hand to the...
Back here in third place, he fought a great battle today, but the aerodynamics on that car are not good enough. And look at Rusty and Jeremy come through there. They look like super modified going down through there. But Jeff Burton's car is just a little bit too rough right now to catch these first two.
And Bobby Hamilton in the McClure car, the Kodak car, hangs right in there in fourth spot.
He's 6.2 seconds behind the leader.
And what a story this is in that battle for Rookie of the Year. Behind him, Kevin LePage in the 5th position. My, what a day he has had. There you see, trying to get around that Brett Bodine, number 11 with
What
5
is that
laps to
thing?
go.
What is that thing on the bottom? Look at that. That's the 40 of Shirley Marlin. It looks like about a half a car from the front view. Look at this, the door of this thing.
Yeah, but
Ball Stadium, Belmont, New Jersey.
You know what he's saying? I'm catching Rusty. We look alike. I'm catching him.
Oh, wow. And these guys go to the wind tunnel and fiddle around with a 16th of an inch or a quarter of an inch on a fender. The number is on the door with tape. Whoa. It's been a rough day, folks.
Hurricane division car right there.
Yeah.
5th place, Kevin LePage right there. You see Jeff Gordon gaining on him just a little bit as they come down to these last few laps here.
Down to it. Final moments. Trying to get back into the top 5. He's at 14 straight top 5 positions. Is Jeff Gordon. And this young man trying to keep him out.
Jeff Gordon is flying now. He's moved into less than 2 car lengths on the 16 of Kevin LePage. Going down into turn 3. Takes a look on the inside.
Got a pick there. Helping LePage for the moment, but it isn't going to help him anymore. Wide open in the back straightaway. Here comes Gordon. Trying to pick up one more spot. He'll take whatever he can get.
Gordon has definitely increased his speed in relation to the rest of the field.
Here comes LePage back.
There's a lap car there. He's going to have to drop that coming off the corner. LePage rockets off the corner there. Whoa, little contact there down the back straightaway. Jeff Gordon pulls even. Down into turn 3 they go.
Good scrap, 5th spot. And again, trying to run him down on one of those lap cars. LePage working Gordon. Gordon gets out of it, picks up that 5th position, drops LePage to 6th.
A nice move by Gordon using the number 9 car and went right around him and dropped underneath, grabbed the spot.
Kevin LePage, you can see the cars lost the handle a little bit. He's running a high line through there. The 5th race was about 100 laps more. I believe Jeff Gordon will be dialed in. He's really coming through this traffic now and got great forward bite off the corner.
You want to run 600 miles to
Day. Why don't you wait till next Memorial Day? We promise it to you.
Well, Jeff Gordon certainly done better in 600 miles than he has in 500.
Here we go. All right, here he is, Mark Martin. Among his wins this year, this will be one of the most important. Every win counts, that's for sure. But to win at Charlotte, most critical audience you will race in front of, they say, is the Charlotte Motor Speedway. It all started Winston Cup racing, NASCAR racing in Carolina Clay. Run that dirt and made such a difference. So many of those great early stars came from here. They'd go down to the beach for speed weeks in February. Now it has become the focal point.
Last lap, you're watching Mark Martin go down the back straightaway into turn 3. Looks like every other lap, right on that white line as he comes down off turn 4.
Add another dimension to the tradition of Charlotte. Mark him as a 3-time winner of the UAW GM 500. Mark Martin of Batesville, Arkansas, has collected this one. Has led 6 times for 215 laps, 29th career win, and the 7th victory of 1998 for Mark Martin. We're going to meet him in victory lane in just a moment. Beautifully driven race all day.
Congratulations, too, to Jimmy Fennick, his crew chief, his 13th career Winston Cup race. Jack Roush.
Mark Martin wended his way through a minefield to take this one home. And Jimmy Fennick started out with Bobby Allison for so many years. Now with Roush Racing has done it. There's Jimmy as the crew chief for Plastic Coat. Gets our winning finish award. Congratulations, Jimmy. Justly deserved. Alan Bestwick.
Well, his son Joey's been up on the toolbox with him all day. Jimmy, you had to make more adjustments on that car. Congratulations on a great win.
Thank you very much. I'll tell you, we went up and down with air pressure. That's about all we did, but we had to keep playing the weather. And tell you, that Valvoline crew did an awesome job, and Mark Martin, he's the best.
Congratulations. Go celebrate with your team. Jimmy Fennick, the winning crew chief today. He played those adjustments like a maestro at Charlotte.
Plastic Coat's award program. At the end of the year, the crew chief with the best average finish gets $10,000. Jimmy Fennick has taken another step in that direction.
#77 Shop. All that stays available. Keep dialing. We're back after the post-race festivities with more of Super Shop and a special extended edition. Let's go back to Charlotte. Mark Martin, the big winner.
Your winner in the 39th running of the 500. Mark Martin, ladies and gentlemen. Mark Martin. Steve Burns is awaiting him as he steps off that number 6.
Well, Mark, hop on down here and tell us about that victory. How'd you guys do it?
Well, we ran pretty good today, but we were really lucky. We should have been in that wreck that the leaders were in. I saw a shiny stripe going into the corner. I knew I'd lose the lead if I went high, but I decided not to go through it. I went high, and they all wrecked behind me. So that was lucky. And this old Moody racetrack, the Valvoline Cummins team can, you know, they had good pit stops, good adjustments. But there were some cars that could have beat us today under the right circumstances because of the mood swings of the racetrack. They all had trouble. You know, there was a lot of cars here in this race today that could have made a race out of it. But, and Ward did at the end, made a really fine run at it.
Congratulations. Let's go to Mike Hogwood.
All right, we're here trying to get a word with Jeff Gordon. Jeff, on TBS today, your 14th top 5 finish. To get you to turn around one sec here for this camera. 14th top 5 finish in a row, and you really, we talked about it, muscled it out there at the end.
Well, we got some damage on one of those wrecks. Somebody got in the back of us, and the car just wasn't the same after that. We were really, really strong coming up through there. Went up and were able to battle with Mark there for the lead, and I thought, hey, this is going to be a great battle right here for the championship and a great battle for the race. And then once we got that damage in the back, the car was just loose the rest of the day and couldn't ever get it tight enough. And luckily, it finally came back to me about the last 30 laps there of the race, and I was able to get back up there to 5th.
Jeff Gordon not perfect, but another top 5 finish. Now to Randy Pemberton.
Well, Ward Burton with an absolutely terrific run. You'd think he'd be smiling, but let me tell you what, he's a competitor. He wanted to win today. Ward, what about it?
Well, the guys did a great job for me. I tell you what, my hat's off to them. They had a good pit stop when they needed to. All me and Ben 18 were just working real good together right now. We beat everybody but one car, and I wanted that one car for bad, but that's a good start.
Tabitha in here with you. We've watched you agonize with Ward. It's been a long time since he's gone to victory lane, a long time since the top 5. You hung in there with him all day. What was it like for you?
Well, it felt really good to be in there in the end. It was exciting, and I look forward to more of these. I could get used to this.
Okay, back upstairs.
Well, you saw the victory lane celebration. You saw the next, oh, there he is. There's Matt, number 1 for sure. He helped his dad in the celebration when the race started there, and they introduced the drivers. He was right there, carrying on as best he could. And you saw wife Arlene just in the background. You see her there now as the interviews continue. Great family, great racing family. There they are, the Martins of Arkansas. They've won today here in the UAW GM Quality 500.
Rather go to a real race? During the Napa 500 Great Start Sweepstakes, you could win one of 8 trips to Daytona Speed Weekend, or the grand prize, a trip to Daytona, $10,000 cash, and be the honorary starter of the Napa Auto Parts 300. So come into any Napa Auto Parts store for details. Napa halogen lamps, as low as $4.99.
My cat is my life. Some people say it's because I'm middle-aged and single, but I say it's because my Mr. Boots is quite a decorator. Once, I saw one of his huge fur balls and thought, what a beautiful shade of beige. It'll look great on my deck. Nice. So I took it to True Value. Can you match this? Then she created a perfect match. There you go. Thank you. I let her keep the fur ball. We don't want to keep that color to ourselves.
This is no ordinary leather jacket.
Because when you put it on, you're not just saying you're a NASCAR fan, you're saying you care about kids.
Buy any Exide NASCAR Select battery in 1998 and get the special 50th anniversary NASCAR jacket for just $150.
And on behalf of NASCAR fans everywhere, Exide will donate all profits to Give Kids the World Foundation.
The special edition 50th anniversary NASCAR jacket. Look for details wherever Exide NASCAR Select is sold.
Nice jacket.
Let's say Spider-Man is like Castrol Syntec motor oil. And this is a harmful particle in your engine. Get the point? You see, Syntec's patented stabilizers seek out and neutralize harmful particles, protecting in ways other oils can't. Castrol Syntec, the active lubricant.
The UAW GM Quality 500 on TBS has been brought to you by True Value, official hardware store of NASCAR and garages everywhere. By Exide NASCAR Select, the official battery of NASCAR. By Sonic Drive-In, Sonic inviting you to drive in for a change. By Napa Auto Parts, we keep America running. And by Castrol Syntec, the active lubricant.
Average speed 123.188 miles per hour, by which Mark Martin conquers this race with 11 cautions for 65 laps. The record is 12, and the modern record in the last 10 years is 10. They hit that one. 17 lead changes among 8 drivers today. We watch the celebration continue for Mark Martin and look at the results and get some final words from the many-time winner here at Charlotte, Buddy Baker.
Well, I think Gordon has to be the big story. Drop back to 7th, rode all the way back to 5th, and that's the number he has to have all the way to the end. If he can run 5th, no matter what Martin does, he's going to clinch the title.
16th time he's done it in a row. Dr. Dick Burger.
Mark Martin, an enormously popular victory here today. Jack Roush is 4th, his 5 cars in the top 10.
43 teams came out here today. It's not just 2 teams on the field, it's 43 of them. And Mark Martin, who said he has a tendency to oversimplify things, once said, it seems the same to me as always. If you don't win at this game, you lose. We don't like to lose. He sure didn't today. Looking good, Mark Martin and company here in this 39th running of this traditional fall classic of NASCAR Winston Cup Racing in its 50th anniversary season. The unofficial results, there are those final positions. Some of those cars that were caught up in those early crashes. And the points, here's how they look unofficially right now at this moment. That lead of 199 has been
cut down to 174. Dale Jarrett still third. Rusty Wallace. John Andretti moves up a notch today from 10th into 9th. Terry Labonte. That hard crash really cost him down in turn number 2. That's going to do it for this afternoon. I'd like to remind you that coming up next, we'll be taking you to Motegi at 10 p.m. on a Saturday night, November the 21st. And you'll see Dale Jr. against Dale Sr. That Dale Jr. has been looking forward to this one. We sure are. For Buddy Baker, Dr. Dick Berggren, Ken Squire along. Hope you've enjoyed all the fun today, all the action, all the excitement of NASCAR Winston Cup racing. That special coming from Japan in November, right here on the Superstation. Thanks again for being with us, and for our pit crew folks today, Mike Hogwood, Randy Pemberton, Steve Burns, Alan Beswick. I'm Ken Squire. A great day for Mark Martin.